המחש של החיזבאללה בלבנון כולה.
Referencing historic and religious symbolism, Katz compared the attack to the biblical enemy Amalek, warning Hezbollah's leadership of severe consequences. He also declared that Israel would expand military operations aiming to establish full security control over the southern Lebanon up to the Litani River. Meanwhile, Israel's military reported that Iran launched around 10 missiles towards central Israel, triggering widespread air raid sirens. As millions rushed to the shelters, some families in area near Tel Aviv held their traditional Seder meals underground, adapting the celebrations amid rising tensions.
And now, viewers, another big breaking news that we're covering at this point in time. United Nations Security Council is all set to vote on a Bahraini resolution to protect commercial shipping in and around the Strait of Hormuz. Now, remember, this resolution was introduced by Bahrain in the UNSC, and now UNSC is all set to vote on the protection of commercial shipping in and around the Strait of Hormuz. Now, but also remember that veto-wielding China has made its position clear and in fact opposed to authorizing any use of force to reopen the strategic Strait of Hormuz. So a big development there. Now UNSC's 15 members will vote, and it's set for Saturday morning rather than Friday as was earlier planned. Now remember, Friday is a UN holiday, and so on Saturday morning these 15 members will vote on a Bahrainian resolution to protect the commercial shipping in and around the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this comes at a time when oil prices have surged since US and Israel struck Iran at the end of February, unleashing a conflict that has run for more than a month now and effectively closed the key shipping artery. Now, according to reports, multiple diplomats are also saying that Bahrain, who is the current chair of the Security Council, finalized a draft resolution that would authorize all defensive means necessary to protect commercial shipping. So essentially, Bahrain calling for defensive move to protect the commercial shipping in and around the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, China opposing the use of force to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. China is greatly affected with the Strait of Hormuz blockade as well. And now we have UN all set to vote on the resolution of Hormuz blockade. And now, viewers, more news we are getting from the West Asia war, where Britain has now accused Iran of holding the global economy hostage as shipping through the Strait of Hormuz drops sharply, stranding thousands of seafarers. Now, UK Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper says that the disruption is pushing up global oil and food prices, with the World Bank warning millions could be driven into food insecurity as countries step up efforts to restore safe navigation. We have a detailed report. Take a look.
Britain accused Iran of holding the global economy hostage as diplomats from over 40 countries met to discuss reopening the vital Strait of Hormuz.
We have foreign ministers and representatives from over 40 countries today to discuss the Strait of Hormuz, the impact of the closure, the urgent need to restore freedom of navigation for international shipping, and the strength of our international determination to see the strait reopen once more.
The UK's Foreign Secretary Cooper chaired the virtual meeting, emphasizing international determination to restore the freedom of navigation through the strait. Cooper said that in the last 24 hours, only 5 vessels passed through the strait, compared to the usual 150, leaving 20,000 seafarers trapped on 2,000 ships.
In the last 24 hours, it's estimated 5 vessels passed through the strait, which is an international shipping route that would normally see 150 vessels a day. There have been over 25 attacks on vessels in the strait, and there are some 20,000 trapped seafarers on some 2,000 trapped ships. We have seen Iran hijack an international shipping route to hold the global economy hostage. This is hitting the trading routes for Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, Saudi, Oman, Iraq, But that means liquid natural gas for Asia, fertiliser for Africa, and jet fuel for the world.
She warned that Iran's actions are driving up oil and food prices, affecting the households and businesses across the globe and potentially pushing millions into food insecurity. The talks focus on diplomatic and economic measures, including coordinated pressure, reassurance with industry and insurers, and planning to guarantee the safety of trapped ships and crews.
So that is why we've come together as foreign ministers and officials from across the world today. So those who joined in the leaders' statement on restoring safe passage through the Strait and more, and many more, coming together in our collective determination to secure freedom of navigation and to reopen the Strait. Alongside today's discussions, we are also convening military planners to look at how we marshal our collective defensive military capabilities, including looking at issues such as demining or reassurance once the conflict eases. But in today's meeting, we are focusing on the diplomatic and international planning measures, including collective mobilisation of our full range of diplomatic and economic tools and pressures, reassurance work with industry, insurers and energy markets.
Cooper said military planners are also being consulted on collective defensive measures, including demining and future conflict preparedness. But the current meeting stressed political and diplomatic solutions first.
And viewers, in a big breaking news that we are covering, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to visit Kerala, his second visit in a week, and he will hold rally in Thiruvananthapuram. This is a big move by the Modi government, in fact, to expand the footprint in this state, where we have Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit Kerala in Thiruvananthapuram. He is also expected to meet NDA candidates in the state. Now, we have the latest developments. He is set to visit on Saturday to campaign for the NDA in the upcoming assembly elections. Now, according to the leaders, PM will also address a public meeting in Tiruvalla and later will participate in a roadshow, in fact, in Thiruvananthapuram. He will first land at NSS College grounds in Changanassery, which is located in Kottayam district. And after that, he will hold a roadshow in Tiruvalla. And in Tiruvalla, he will address a public gathering at a stadium where he will also meet NDA candidates and senior party leaders. So a big election rally planned ahead of the assembly elections, all set to take place. Now, all right, I have my colleague Shankar joining us to get us more details. Shankar, this is a big rally planned in the coming day. In fact, on Saturday, tomorrow, where Prime Minister Modi will hold a roadshow. What is the latest that we have in his itinerary?
Yes, with an intention, with an eye to expand the presence of BJP-led NDA in Kerala, Modi will be visiting Thiruvananthapuram and Pathanamthitta constituencies on Saturday. This is the second visit of Prime Minister after the election campaign has been intensified by all the political fronts in the state. In the last visit, Modi visited Thrissur and Palakkad constituencies a few days ago. And this time he will be focusing more on Neamam constituency, where the BJP state president Rajiv Chandrasekhar is contesting, and the constituencies in Pathanamthitta, and where he will be attending a public meeting at Tiruvalla. In Pathanamthitta, there are constituencies where the famous temple Sabrimala is located, and the issues surrounding the temple have become a big hit this time in this assembly polls, and both the UDF and even the BJP-led NDA have been making the issues, the gold theft and other issues surrounding the Sabrimala temple as a major political weapon against the LDF because several of its leaders have been under bars for the last couple of weeks due to their involvement in the gold theft, which is gold theft at the Sabarimala temple. This time, Modi will be, and due to some security concerns, Modi's rally in Kottayam district has been cancelled as the events which were scheduled in Kottayam constituencies have not received SPG clearance and they were cancelled. It was informed by the BJP state leadership. So this time Modi will be focusing only on the constituencies in Pathanamthitta and Trivandrum constituencies in Pathanamthitta. He will be attending a public meeting on Thiruvallam public ground and at around 1:30 p.m. on Saturday tomorrow, and from there he will be coming to Thiruvananthapuram, where there will be a 1,500 meters, 1.5 kilometers stretch.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shankar, for getting us all of these details in the elections. And now, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news where Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has fired 2 more generals after Chief of Army Staff Randy George was earlier asked to step down from his position. This is a big breaking that we're covering at this point in time. Remember, this of course comes amid speculations that there is an infighting in the top defense leadership and the Trump administration officials. Of course, Pete Hegseth and Trump administration are trying to only keep those officials who align more to the approach that Donald Trump is taking in this war. Now, remember, he earlier removed Army Chief of Staff Randy George, deepening the ongoing shakeup at the top of the U.S. military. Remember, Army Chief of Staff Randy George was forced into immediate retirement, and his position was in fact normally for a 4-year term, but because he was appointed in 2023 and he was due to remain in his position of power till 2027, but he was asked to step down a year ahead amid this war where increasingly Donald Trump is trying to keep those people who are more aligned towards the Trump approach. And viewers, time for a short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up, Election Commission hands over Malda violence case to NIA to probe Malda clash.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा. सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up. Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the execution issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the execution, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the execution system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for execution. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे.
Corrector, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिकर.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से. MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से.
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. We put our focus on the war. We have seen that there's a big military shakeup in the United States. Very surprising moves have been made there, and US-Israeli strikes continue to pound Iran. All this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines we're tracking right now. As per Iranian state media, at least 8 civilians have been reportedly killed and 95 others sustained injuries following US-Israeli strikes on Iran's iconic B-1 bridge. Iran threatens to attack several key bridges in the Middle East in retaliation for the destruction of the B-1 bridge linking Tehran to Karachi.
U.S. Army Chief of Staff Randy George was asked to step down on Thursday by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Election Commission hands over Malda violence involving judicial officers in Bengal's Malda to the NIA. Indian Navy to commission stealth frigate Taragiri in Visakhapatnam, ceremony to be presided over by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. India attends UK-led meeting as 37 countries sign pledge to secure Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Army Chief of Staff Randy George was forced to step down on Thursday by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. The two U.S. defense officials and a source familiar with the matter told agencies in the latest purge among the Pentagon's most senior ranks. Hegseth has moved quickly to reshape the department, firing generals and admirals as he seeks to implement U.S. President Trump's national security agenda. The Pentagon confirmed that we see that George, who had more than a year left in his term, will be retiring from his position as the 41st Chief of Staff of the Army, effective immediately. The Pentagon said in a statement it was grateful for George's decades of service. We wish him well in his retirement, and the department did not give a reason for his departure, which comes as the U.S. military is building up its forces in the Middle East while carrying out operations against Iran. Okay, getting you some more breaking news coming in. Reports suggest that there are discussions about FBI Director Kash Patel, Army Secretary Daniel Driscoll, and Labor Secretary Lori Chavez-Derrimer leaving the Trump administration. Reports cited people familiar with the White House plans. Reports say the timing is uncertain and President Trump has not made up his mind yet. So we see a lot of updates coming in. And there seems to be a shake-up in the leadership, the government officials there in United States. So back-to-back updates coming in here. FBI Director Kash Patel's exit is also under discussion. By the way, this is a report which is coming in. Okay, let's go straight across to our guest who's joining us, Mr. Robindra Sachdev, foreign affairs expert, joining us live here on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Robindra Sachdev. We see a big shake-up and more potential shake-ups, according to reports. How do you read this situation? Is Trump trying to play a blame game here?
Very interesting point here. A blame game or looking for what he thinks, why things are not going the way they want. Looking at the Department of Defense, the chief of staff being fired is one thing. Okay, that could be, because Trump and Hegseth, they want loyalty. Okay, they do not want, let's say you're a top military expert strategist. They're not concerned with that. The number thing they want is loyalty. So either they thought he was not being loyal enough or not following through on exactly what they wanted, or they thought he was not performing, though wanting to perform but not performing. Like Pam Bondi, by the way, the DOJ has been fired, the Attorney General, right? Now, but what I find really interesting in the firings in the Department of Defense is that in addition to the Chief of Staff, two other Major Generals were fired. One was someone else, and one was the chaplain, the Chief Chaplain of the U.S. Army. The chaplain in the Army are the priests who conduct, multi-faith services, religious counseling, etc. to the troops. We have it in India also, something like that, right? Similarly in the US now. Why are they firing the chief chaplain? Now, therein I see another very clear thing. Pete Hegseth has been pushing that this war is a war which has been sanctioned by Lord Jesus Christ. Okay, there have been reports that recently the chaplain services which were being held amongst the American troops, be it in the Middle East or wherever, as opposed to be giving equal time to other faiths, were being overly leaning towards only Christianity as the council. That is, more Christian values and discussions and discourses were being held by the chaplains, are being held by the American chaplains down in the field. So maybe this chief chaplain was resisting that. Maybe he thought that, it should not be everything oriented as it's a Christian war and our soldiers are being, fed values of Christianity and then go to war and Jesus will arrive tomorrow after the Armageddon. So was he being a hurdle? That could be one reason. That's why he's fired, I would think. So, which actually indicates some things very deep about this war, about the American military, and about how and where Trump and Hegseth think and are leading America into.
Right. Mr. Sachdeva, yesterday Donald Trump said that they will bomb Iran back into the Stone Age. He has made these remarks, but we've also seen, Mr. Sachdeva, that Iran is not backing down. It does have Strait of Hormuz as its ace card. Do you think, because it could be a possibility that maybe his administration, his military leadership has been perhaps telling Trump the ground reality and perhaps they were not on the same page, that we are seeing Trump is purging his leadership? Could that be a possibility?
You're quite right. I mean, there must be something going wrong or not per how it should be going for the changes to be made. No leader wants to make changes, and especially like Trump. I mean, his first term, it was like a revolving door, people coming out, in and out and firing and all. In this term, he has managed the first year without almost without any firings. But now seems to be a season of firings. Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, has been fired. The Chief of Staff of the Defense Secretary or the Defense Department has been fired. The chaplain, the most interesting I find is the Chief Chaplain of the United States Services. Chaplain, poor guys, how are they involved in a military strategy? Okay, right. And it's for the first time in the history of the US that the Chief Chaplain is being fired. That means they expect something from that guy, which that guy was not delivering, or creating hurdles, or not just doing what they were telling him to a T. So this seems to be a season of firings, and now you're saying Kash Patel also. Yes, Kash has also been in controversies, at times using the FBI jet to go down to celebrate the victory of the US ice hockey team, the security detail for his girlfriend, multiple things. So, but it depends. Let us see where that is. Now, as to Trump saying that, we will bomb out Iran, I think we should think of it very, very seriously.
Right.
The word Stone Ages is the key, and that is what they're doing. They had a list of 16,000 targets, they said, 16,300 some targets, out of which they bombed out around 13,000 targets, they say.
Right.
That leaves another 3,500 or so.
Yes, Mr. Sachdeva, I'm getting some breaking news. I'll come back to you on this. Getting some more breaking news coming in. What we see is that Pete Hegseth has said that 2 more generals have been asked to step down. So big breaking news coming in on Republic TV. Pete Hegseth fires 2 more generals alongside Army Chief of Staff Randy George. So we're seeing a big purge there. We were discussing this. I would also like to go back to our guest on this development. Hegseth fires 2 more generals as the purge begins. I really want to go back to our guest. Okay, Mr. Sachdeva, big updates coming in here. Now, during Trump's presidency, we have seen frequent firings, resignations. Public announcements have been made on the resignations and firings by Donald Trump on social media platforms. This is his style of working. And we do remember the very famous quote, "You are fired," from the reality show that he used to do back in the day, The Apprentice. So this is his style. How do you really read this? Because we have seen multiple cabinet reshuffles. Advisors have been removed very quickly, then brought in very quickly in the Trump administration. And now we see that some military generals, army generals, have been let go.
No, thank you. Yes, very much. This is exactly what we were talking before the breaking, that 2 more generals had been fired in addition to the chief of staff. And of the 2 who have been fired, I find the case of the chief chaplain pretty intriguing. And that's what we were discussing, right? That what is the need to fire, a head priest a head priest, let's say, of the, services. Now, back to the Stone Ages thing. But yes, absolutely. So far, there had not been much, shuffling of the cards, let's say, or exit of officials. But right now, as you were saying, or we were discussing, it seems to be a season of firings, and that this could be happening only and only due to that something is not working out as right as Trump and Hegseth wanted. Okay, because that's why you're changing the personnel. That's one. But back to Iran, I think that's a very significant thing to note, the term stone ages. So they've got 16,000 anti-fire targets, 13,000 done, 3,000 remaining. What they're looking to do, from what I see, is, and which is happening and which they've said, and they've been doing, they're bombing out government buildings, they're bombing out police stations, they're bombing out industrial factories, they're looking to bomb out steel mills, they're looking to bomb out water plants, and such schools, top universities. They're looking to bomb them all out to the extent they can in the coming few weeks or till whenever they want to go. That's what they're doing. And in the process and towards the end, they're looking to bomb out, I think, the power plants of Iran. So that whenever they leave, if they've done so much damage that for the next 20, 30 years, the nation cannot even stand up because its entire infrastructure, key infrastructures have been bombed out. Example, look at Delhi. I think in Delhi, we have 9 water treatment plants, right, on the Delhi Jal Board. If all these 9, quote unquote, are bombed out, then how much time would it take to rebuild the entire, water network, or at least the storage plants? So that's where they're looking to go and leave Iran in that situation. Now, sure, Iran is getting battered and bombed, but Iran is fighting back. And in the process, I think it is gaining some kudos. Also, the mere fact that it could survive is a partial victory for Iran, at least in narratives. And that's what, the Gulf countries are extremely afraid, that Iran now should be completely battered out. We should not leave a wounded Iran that survives. So an Iran which is wounded but survives will be extremely, extremely dangerous to the Gulf countries. And if they come down to bombing the power plants and water plants in Iran, Iran has said it would reciprocate. So Iran would reciprocate against the power plants and desalination plants in the Gulf countries. So it's going to be complete mayhem. Who does what when? But these are the things that we can see are going to be happening. Unless suddenly out of the blue, we are told that, okay, the current regime in power has agreed to certain conditions with Trump that, okay, they will, they'll stop the uranium research program or enrichment or maybe even hand over the uranium, minimum such 1 or 2 things, and the Americans will cease the war. But then that would leave a wounded Iran still up and capable, which would be a very dangerous Iran for both the Gulf countries and Israel. So the Gulf and Israel both will not want this war to stop until they think that Iran has been, hurt enough.
Right.
So
Mr. Sachdeva, I'm getting some more breaking news coming in, so I'm coming back to you in just a moment. Some more breaking news coming in, viewers. Iraq resistance is once again hitting U.S. bases in the past 24 hours. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. More strikes are continuing. More strikes are continuing, viewers. Iraq resistance strikes U.S. bases and 6 operations over past 24 hours. Islamic Resistance of Iraq has announced that its fighters carried out 6 precise operations against American bases across Iraq the past 24 hours, dealing another series of blows to the illegal U.S. military presence in the country. In a statement issued on Thursday by the Saraya Awliya al-Dam resistance group, a key component of the Islamic resistance of Iraq, the operations were confirmed as part of the ongoing campaign to force a withdrawal of occupation forces. The resistance group did not disclose details regarding casualties among the U.S. troops, consistent with its operational protocol. Strikes against U.S. bases across Iraq. This is a big update coming in here on Republic TV. Okay, let's go straight across to my guest who's joining us, Mr. Sachdeva, foreign affairs expert, back with us here. Mr. Sachdeva, now we see strikes are continuing, and there is a post on Truth Social after Trump targeted Iran's biggest bridge. And I quote here, "The biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again. Much more to follow." This is a quote from Donald Trump on Truth Social. Your first reactions? Because definitely there is a escalation once again. You know, we were hoping when Trump gave that address that there could be signs of de-escalation, but it doesn't look like that is in sight.
Oh, absolutely not. And it ties in exactly to what we were discussing just before this. They're looking to bomb Iran to stone ages. That word has meaning. It's not just being used as a phrase, you know, or a rhetoric. Bombing out bridges, bombing out railway stations, railway tracks, whatever are the, you know, means and materials of, you know, any society to live and govern, they're looking to bomb them out. That's what they're doing. More bridges will follow. The reason they're giving for this, I mean, actually, these are war crimes. Okay. But the reason they're giving for bombing out this bridge is amongst, as if they need to, they don't need to give a reason. They're saying that this bridge was being or will be used to transport the components of drones which will be used in the fighting. Now tell me, by that logic, anything, even the roads, even the railway tracks, everything, the airports, I mean, anything you can, you know, you can contrive a reason to, you know, destroy a civilian asset by giving any such logic. And they're not looking to even give a logic, by the way. The US is not, they're just saying this is it, this is what we think, what we say is right.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Sachdeva, for getting us all those details and your analysis of the evolving situation in the West Asia and Middle East conflict. All right. So big updates coming in here. Islamic resistance of Iraq announcing strikes. We also told you that there are more updates in terms of latest US-Israeli strikes on Iran. So definitely there has been no de-escalation. All right, getting you some more updates coming in. Viewers on Republic, our Navy will be getting a third Arihant-class nuke submarine. Rajnath Singh hits at INS Aridhaman. That is right. This is INS Aridhaman arrival. Navy to get third nuclear-powered submarine soon. This is a huge update coming in here. A big boost to our defense. A big boost to our defense and more firepower for our Navy. Navy to get third nuclear-powered submarine very, very soon. This is an announcement. In fact, this is not just an announcement, this is a hint. We could say it's rather a hint which has been given by Rajnath Singh, Defense Minister. Okay, let's go to Ishan, who's joining us live. Ishan, yes, it's a hint at a new nuclear-powered submarine that could be joining our fleets soon. Ishan, what do we know about this?
This would be the third in its series. The first one, Arihant, then Arigat, now Arinman. Now, all of these submarines were designed in India, built in India, and now we are seeing that the third submarine has been hinted by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. Arinman is the largest of the three, weighing around 7,000 tons with a beam of around 18 meters. Now, it started construction or manufacturing of the submarine was started around 2018, and now we are seeing that it is now we are seeing that Mr. Dinesh Tripathi, Chief of Naval Staff, had hinted that the trials are in its final stages. India has been inducting ships at a furious rate, wherein we are seeing 2 or 3 ships inducted almost every month, and now this pace is only increasing in the coming year. We will also see that Arinman will have 8 VLS launchers for accommodating nuclear-tipped ballistic missiles. Now these submarines form a part of the nuclear triad that completes India's nuclear shield or nuclear umbrella. Having multiple of these ships ensures that one of them is always at sea, protecting Indian waters, protecting the nation, and it will ensure that India always under a nuclear umbrella. This also gives a critical second strike capability. That is, if by chance India is hit by a nuclear weapon, this ensures that India can strike back at any time and at any place. This submarine also has a lot of stealth feature, wherein it is more silent than the other two, and this has better electronics and better warfare capabilities. It is also equipped with 3 torpedo launch tubes which gives it a very lethal capacity to sinking of ships. We recently saw use of a Virginia-class ship in the Indian Ocean, and this ensures that India also has any capability to ensure complete maritime dominance in the Indian Ocean region. Back to you.
That's right. Okay, you know, Ishan, I really want you to also decode a little bit more for us why an addition like this submarine would be a big boost to our Navy. You know, our Navy is quite powerful, it's very capable, and it keeps upgrading.
Absolutely. Indian Navy is the most capable Navy in the Indian Ocean that is currently operating in the Indian Ocean. Indian Navy had proven its mettle time and again, especially during crisis situations such as Operation Sindoor, the 71 war, or whenever the Navy has been called upon to serve the Indian nation. It has served it with pride and with valor. Now we are seeing that this particular addition to the Indian Navy will bolster its capabilities, whereas 2 of the nuclear submarines have already been inducted. Now this 3rd nuclear submarine will ensure that there is round-the-clock capabilities, even if one of them is in the dock or undergoing refitment or repairs. This 3rd edition will ensure that at least one submarine is in the water on the prowl,
yes,
ready to
absolutely,
attack at a moment's
Ishan. Well,
notice.
thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you for more on that story. Okay, viewers, earlier Republic Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami has spoken to the former National Security Advisor of the Trump administration, John Bolton, regarding the war on Iran. The former NSA for the US government said that Trump did not have a strategy for the war, and that has resulted in huge losses. Let's listen in to that conversation.
At least till 2019, term 1, his National Security Advisor. He's been US Ambassador to the UN. Donald Trump doesn't like him anymore, but the fact is, I wish Donald Trump had him. Then Ambassador John Bolton would have put some sense into him. Ambassador, it's great to see you once again this evening. Are you enjoying this?
Glad to be with you.
Are you enjoying this, what's going on, this daily charade, these press conferences, this Pete Hegseth machismo, this Donald Trump rudeness? What's going on from your perspective, sir, geopolitically, politically, domestically, and otherwise? How do you read what's going on?
Well, I think what you said earlier about Trump's incoherence is now fully apparent. And I speak as somebody who believes, and I think we've talked about this before, that the only way to achieve peace and stability in the Middle East for a long period of time is by eliminating the regime in Iran. They are the principal threat to peace and security in the region, and one of the main threats really worldwide. I thought that's what Trump had started out to do at the beginning of March. He, even earlier during the demonstrations in December and January in Iran, he said on social media to the demonstrators, keep protesting, take control of your institutions, help is on its way. And that's what the demonstrators in Iran felt as well. They're overwhelmingly across the country. The regime is unpopular. It's on weak grounds. But Trump started this military operation without preparing the American people. He didn't make the very strong, what I think is a compelling case for regime change. He didn't convince Congress. He didn't consult with friends and allies around the world, not in NATO, not the Gulf Arabs, not in South Asia, not in East Asia. And most of all, he didn't work with or consult the opposition inside Iran, which is going to have a major responsibility for changing the regime. Those are some of the reasons he's in trouble now. But he's in trouble primarily because he doesn't think strategically. For whatever reason, he thought this would be easier than it turned out to be. I don't know why he thought that. In the first term, I tried to persuade him to seek regime change as an objective. We talked about all the potential pitfalls, and he never was persuaded to do it. So why he did it in the second term and who persuaded him is a mystery to me. But I'll guarantee you that the Pentagon briefed him on each and every contingency that we've seen to warn him that this was going to be complicated. And he either wasn't listening or he thought that the concerns were were not valid. So I don't think this is hopeless yet, but Trump isn't making it any easier, that's for sure.
Much coming up, viewers. On the other side, Iran is threatening to attack several key bridges in the Middle East in retaliation for the destruction of the B1 bridge. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it is a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the execution issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the execution, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the execution.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and let's begin with the legend's introduction. Now, this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a special segment. Someone who is very famous, someone who belongs to the film industry and who has made his mark felt across generations. We will be bringing you someone who is far more than just an actor, a storyteller who breathes life into every character, a performer who commands the stage and also the screen, ladies and gentlemen, a teacher who shares wisdom beyond the craft and an inspiration to millions across generations, a recipient of some of India's highest honors, a global face of Indian cinema, and a journey that continues to motivate, evolve, and leave a lasting impact. Don't miss this powerful and inspiring conversation with the legend that is Anupam Kher. Now, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. As per Iranian state media, at least 8 civilians have been reported killed and 95 others sustained injuries following US-Israeli strikes on Iran's iconic B1 bridge. Iran threatens to attack several key bridges in the Middle East in retaliation for the destruction of the B1 bridge linking Tehran to Karaj. US Army Chief of Staff Randy George was asked to step down on Thursday by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Election Commission hands over Malda violence involving judicial officers in Bengal's Malda to NIA. Indian Navy to commission stealth frigate Taragiri in Vishakhapatnam, ceremony to be presided over by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. India attends UK-led meeting as 37 countries sign pledge to secure Strait of Hormuz. right, viewers, we are getting a very big breaking news that is coming in from West Bengal. Now, West Bengal CID has arrested advocate Mofakarul Islam, the mastermind of Kalia Chowk Malda case today morning. He was arrested at Bagdogra airport when he was trying to flee. As per the sources, very big development. Mastermind arrested who was attempting to flee from the Bagdogra airport, which is in Shiliguri. Now, the Malda clashes mastermind arrested while he was attempting to flee. Now, you remember then that there was a violence in that location and 7 judicial officers were held hostage, and also Supreme Court slammed the government and the way the case was handled, and nobody was responding to the pleas of the judicial officers. Now this pretty much concerns the security of those involved in the SIR process, especially in West Bengal. And the comments made by the Supreme Court were quite strict, severe, and now we are getting a big breaking development here. Action has taken place after repeated requests and also the way it has been taken. Now, this is the latest update. The West Bengal CID has arrested advocate Mofakarul Islam, who is the mastermind of the Kalia Chowk Malda case today morning. He was arrested at Bagdogra airport when he was trying to flee away, as per the sources. All right, let's go on to my colleague Hina, who is joining live from the newsroom. Hina, this is a very big development. Action has been taken, but there has been a delay. The main mastermind who was trying to flee was caught at the Bagdogra airport. What is the latest you're fetching?
Right, Shivam, this is a big breaking news that we are getting our viewers just a day after massive violence, in fact, ensued in Malda district in West Bengal right ahead of the elections. Now we have an arrest, in fact, taking place of an advocate named Mofakarul Islam. Remember, he is a lawyer from Malda district and a very prominent local person in the Malda district. Now comes a day after, in fact, 7 judicial officers were gheroed and taken hostage, and a massive violence, in fact, took place in Malda. The Supreme Court came down heavily on the West Bengal government and, in fact, directed Election Commission of India to take all the steps necessary to ensure the safety and security of these judicial officials. In fact, the Supreme Court also came out and talked about personal security of judicial officers and ensuring CAPF personnel presence around these judicial officials, and also clamp down on the number of people who can be present while these judicial officials carry out their SIR procedures. So this is a big breaking news, Shivam, where we are seeing that a lawyer, in fact, got arrested. He was, in fact, a mastermind. Remember, Election Commission of India has already transferred this case to NIA. NIA has in fact started the probe, has started the investigation into this matter and is going to come down heavily. This is the first arrest after the massive violence that took place right ahead of the elections. Remember, Mamata Banerjee government, in fact, leveling allegations on the opposition party. But here we have Supreme Court, in fact, the apex court of the country came down heavily and asking for the security of the judicial officials who are, in fact, just carrying out their duties. Remember, these judicial officials were appointed by Supreme Court, and in fact, they were carrying out the adjudication of the remaining about 60 lakh voters in the SIR process right ahead of the elections. Remember, supplementary lists are also coming out, so this needs to be closed as soon as possible. And amid this tense high political battle in the assembly elections in West Bengal, we are seeing this is the first arrest of the mastermind. In fact, a lawyer we are talking about, an advocate from the Malda district, who now is arrested, and he was allegedly the mastermind. NIA is going to conduct the probe into this matter, and of course, NIA officials have already launched an inquiry into this matter after the Malda violence, which in fact led to big violence, massive violence in the state, the first of its kind in this assembly elections. Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. But he was making provocative statements, and now that is what we're coming. All right, we have a reaction that is coming in. Let's listen in.
আমাদের ইনভেস্টিগেশন আরো কারা কারা এটা ইনস্টিগেট করেছে, কারা এটাকে মোবিলাইজ করেছে, সবকটাই আমাদের ইনভেস্টিগেশনে আসবে। তো এখন এনআইও ইনভলভ হয়েছে, এখানকার কেসগুলোতে এনআইএ করবে। তো we will investigate.
How many arrested and how many cases registered?
So far we have registered 19 cases throughout the Malda district, and we have arrested 33, and 2 have been detained. We will arrest them also. 35 total.
Islam advocate?
Nothing. He has been arrested in Kaliachak police station cases. If NIA wants, they can definitely take. More involvement on কোনো কেসে যদি আসে, so he will be taken in other cases also. As of now, 3টা কেসে ও FIR named আছে, so we will arrest him.
মনে হচ্ছে এটা প্রি-প্ল্যান, কারণ যখন আপনারা রিকভারি করে নিয়ে যাচ্ছিলেন
part of investigation will definitely look into whether it was pre-planned or immediately tatkalin hoyeche kina, that we will investigate. It's a part of investigation. As of now আমরা ওটা বলতে পারছি না, but there was a lot of people, a lot of instigation, সেই জন্য এগুলো হয়েছে. We will investigate further.
Sir, just because you are outside থেকে কোনোভাবে এটাকে ফোর্স করা হয়েছিল এই গ্যাদারিং বা এই
ইটাহারের লোক, he actually lives in Kolkata. ও ইটাহার যাচ্ছিল, সেই রাস্তায় probably he made a speech in Murshidabad also. That is how we are hearing. So on way he was
All right, so this is the response that is coming in from the police officials. This is the North Bengal ADG briefing, the press ADG North Bengal. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, the mastermind in the Malda clashes. Now, as per a report, he was threatening the police also, the DM, the SP, and the way he was speaking. Now, he was making provocative speeches, provocative remarks during the Malda violence. During the time there was a gherao of the 7 judicial officers and also the blockade of the highway in that location. So this is the latest that we are fetching. The CID, the West Bengal CID has arrested him. The West Bengal CID has arrested advocate Mufakarul Islam, who is the mastermind, who is said to be the mastermind of the Kaliachok Malda case. And he has been arrested today morning. He was trying to flee. He was at the Bagdogra airport. Now, he was arrested from the airport. This is the latest that we are fetching. Now, he is an advocate at the Calcutta High Court, and he was at the forefront of the protests in Malda. Now, he had also contested the 2021 Bengal elections for the AIMIM. So, this is a very big development coming in. So, he is an AIMIM leader, alleged leader of the AIM, who was involved in provoking the masses, provoking the gathering, the crowd there. As you can see, people joined in thousands and thousands, and they gheraued the 7 judicial officers who were there doing their duty. And they were doing their duty, and they gheraued, and the situation became quite tense there. And you can see they're cooking meals, they have blocked the highway, they were pretty much prepared. And the Supreme Court also had come down heavily on the sequence of events that unfolded. All right, we have Hina with us from the newsroom. Hina, the kind of provocative statements that were made, that this is one of the reason of the arrest of Mufakarul. Now, what are the other latest details that you are fetching? Also, Supreme Court came down heavily yesterday on the sequence of events that unfolded and called the state a polarized state, Hina.
Absolutely, Shivam. Yesterday, Supreme Court came down heavily and asked, and in fact, questioned the West Bengal government, because remember, the safety and security of these judicial officials was the onus of these security personnel in West Bengal and comes under the West Bengal government led by Mamata Banerjee. Now, in the latest, we are seeing a press conference being held by ADG North Bengal, K. Jaraman, who has in fact laid out several facts in this case. He has said that about 19 arrests have taken place so far in this case, and he will be taken in other cases as well. And in fact, 19 cases have been registered and more than 30 individuals have been arrested. But the mastermind was this individual who was trying to flee. In fact, remember, Shivam, as you also told your viewers, that he was arrested from the airport. So essentially, after carrying out this violence and instigating the conspiracy here where these judicial officials were in fact taken hostage, he was attempting to flee the state, and then he was arrested. A lawyer that comes from Malda district, the police also said that he in fact, is a resident of Kolkata, comes right ahead of the elections. A big win for the police officials as well, because remember, the violence in West Bengal is only continuing to escalate. Earlier, we saw how TMC and BJP also came face to face, and in fact, violence took place at that time as well, where BJP has alleged that multiple workers of BJP were in fact came under attack. They were injured. We saw the horrific visuals as well, where multiple BJP workers were in fact hurt, and they sustained grievous injuries. And this particular case that we're talking about, it is even more serious, because here we are talking about officials who were present in the state and just carrying out their duties related to the SIR process. Remember, Mamata Banerjee, right from the very start, is continuing to protest against the SIR process. It's a big election campaign for the Mamata Banerjee-led government in West Bengal. So, of course, this violence, Supreme Court is coming down heavily on the West Bengal government, and also has, in fact, the Supreme Court is going to hear the matter also on 4th of April, where, of course, all the parties will lay out the measures that are now being taken by the West Bengal government to ensure the safety and security of these judicial officials who are, in fact, adjudicating the 60 lakh voters and releasing the supplementary list after the due diligence. So, of course, a big breaking news that we are covering here on Republic TV, where a mastermind, in fact, who was trying to flee in this case, was arrested from the airport. Shivam.
Yeah, definitely, Hina. But he was challenging the IB, he was challenging the DM, he was challenging SP, he was challenging the CID in this case. And this is one of the reasons that he is supposedly directly involved in provoking the crowds in that location. Now, there was a very, very large gathering, and that led to a security concern. Now, this could have proved very dangerous for the judicial officers in that case. Now, even if you can put into perspective the kind of remarks that were made by this advocate who has been arrested, any update on that? Have you fetched any update on the kind of remarks which have been made by this advocate?
Shivam, the latest that we have is that this advocate was, in fact, an advocate at the Calcutta High Court. He was at the forefront of the protest that took place in Malda's Sujarpur. And he also contested in 2021 Bengal elections for AIMIM. Now, remember, Shivam, AIMIM is now a very important party in West Bengal and trying to consolidate the minority votes. Remember, AIMIM, in fact, coming together with Humayun Kabir's party also. We saw that pressure also taking place. Now, this particular individual, Mufakhirul Islam that we're talking about, he fought elections in 2021 for the AIMIM. So now politics is also going to erupt. Of course, all the parties will target AIMIM because essentially he contested from that party in 2021. And this is the latest that we have so far in this case, where massive protests took place in Malda. Shivam.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Hina, for the latest updates on this story. We'll continue our coverage on this story. Now, these are the visuals of also from Malda violence, as you can very well see. Not just the ghera of the judicial officers, there was also a stone pelting which took place in that very location in Malda. Clashes happened, and a mastermind has now been arrested. Now, we cannot play the exact the speech that was made by him because he was using remarks we cannot broadcast. Now, he was challenging the DM, he was challenging the SP, and he was asking where is the IB. He was questioning them, where are you all, and who is CID? These are the kind of statements that were being made by this advocate. All right, we have Kishle with us for more information. Kishle, get us the latest on how he was arrested from the Bagdogra airport and what kind of remarks were being made by him during the violence and the gherao of the judicial officers.
Well, exactly. This person, Mufakhirul Islam, he is one of the instigators in the violence that happened day before yesterday. We saw a viral video where this Mufakhirul Islam was standing in between a crowd. And he was instigating the crowd, and he was saying things like, I am, quote unquote, I am still following the constitution. But if this situation goes out of hand, then it will be difficult for us to follow the constitution. And he was trying to instigate the crowd by saying that you know well what to do. On the other hand, there is also this very crucial piece of information that this Mufakhirul Islam had fled from Malda region and went towards Shiliguri. and he was later on held and arrested. So this Mufakkarul Islam, who is also being identified as one of the masterminds in the whole situation that erupted in Kaliachok in Malda, he's also a meme candidate. He's also a AMIM candidate from that region. He was supposed to fight the elections, but now he's arrested at Bagdogra airport in Shiliguri when he was trying to flee away. He was present in Malda all this while when the violence erupted, when 7 judicial officials were in fact out by the violent mob that gathered around them. And also we got news about, and we also see how he is instigating the crowd, and this is the video that was viral.
All right, Kishle, stay with us. We'll just play the excerpt of what he exactly said. Let's listen in, ladies and gentlemen.
ডোগরা এয়ারপোর্ট থেকে ভোটার ডিলিট হয়ে গেছিল, তার প্রতিবাদের ওইখানে ছিলাম বলে অ্যারেস্ট হলাম।
I was arrested in the airport in Bagdogra airport থেকে। I was arrested from Bagdogra airport because there were many voters who were deleted, and I was protesting against the deletion of voters. Therefore, they arrested. There were voters who were deleted. I was protesting against the deletion of voters, and therefore I was arrested from Bagdogra airport. This is what he is saying right now. I was arrested from Bagdogra airport because I was protesting against the voter deletion.
Kishle, he seems quite relaxed. He seems quite confident, as if he has done nothing wrong while instigating and provoking the crowds in that location. The body language speaks a lot, Kishle.
Well, exactly. Now, we know that there has been instances where the ruling party of West Bengal has been appeasing the minority population and also turning a blind eye into a section of this particular population where some instigating remarks were made earlier as well. There were instances like Humayun Kabir, who was a part of the TMC, who said things like he is going to kill a large section of population and throw them in the river. This is what he said, Humayun Kabir, but no action was taken against him. On the other hand, now we see that this Mufakkarul Islam, who was known to be close to the ruling party according to sources at a point of time, and now he is an AMIM candidate, and he is now very relaxed even after being arrested. So we have to see what exactly is conspiring behind the scenes, because we know that he was arrested because he instigated a huge crowd in order to create chaos and disorder in a whole region in Malda, especially in Kaliachok region later on also, which spread to English Bazaar and Chodupur areas. Large-scale violence had been seen in these areas as well. So it's very clear that he was one of the masterminds, he was one of the instigators who created this nuisance and violence all over this district of Malda. On the other hand, he tried to flee away, but he's arrested from the Bagdogra airport, and he is arrested on the charges of instigating the crowd and creating violence. Now we have to see what actions are being taken against him.
All right, Kishle, the thing is that this action comes after the Supreme Court came down heavily and even called the state a polarized state. And the way the entire incident, the sequence of events was mismanaged by the government, and there were no responses by senior officers, the officials who should have been there protecting and safeguarding those judicial officers in that location. Now, don't you think this action comes from the state West Bengal CID, the state CID, after the Supreme Court came down heavily?
Well, the Supreme Court came down heavily saying that the state of West Bengal has been completely out of the purview of law and order. The law and order has broken down in the state, and the Chief Justice had to say that I was awake till midnight, till 2 a.m. in the night, just to see what's happening in West Bengal and to cater to the situation. So the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court had to intervene in order to establish peace in a district in West Bengal. So this is an extreme situation. The law and order situation has completely failed. The state intelligence has completely failed. The state police has completely failed. And we saw judicial officials who were working under the instruction of the Supreme Court itself were out. In fact, many of them later on detailed how they were almost on the verge of being killed by the mob that gathered around them. So this is the situation of West Bengal, where the judicial officials were attacked in such violent ways. So what to talk about the common people of West Bengal who would go out to vote after a few days? Well, where is their security? That is what the people of West Bengal are asking. And hence it's very clear that the arrest of Mufakkar Islam is one of the actions in the whole situation, but also more arrests need to take place, because there were more incidents, more violent crowds that gathered around the area, and also there more action needs to be taken in order to prevent any situation.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very big development, Kishle. What are the sequence of events that unfolded after that incident, even before there was a reaction by the Supreme Court, and what action has been taken apart from the arrest of Mufakkar Islam in this case?
Well, a huge number of central forces are now being sent to Malda district. The areas and regions such as English Bazaar, Kalia Chowk, Manik Chowk and other regions in Malda district are now guarded by the central forces, CAPF forces. The state police has been instructed by the Election Commission to be more vigilant in this matter. The DG of West Bengal Police and the Chief Secretary of West Bengal State Administration have been show cause. They have been instructed to submit a report about why action was not taken, and also warnings have been imposed by the Election Commission that if any such situation occurs again, then the people responsible for it will be really dealt with harshly. These are the actions taken by the administration and the Election Commission after such incident. Right now, comparative peace prevails in the region. However, pockets of tension and violence still prevail, so the central force is working to bring down the situation.
All right, Kishle, thanks a lot for the details in this story. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Malda clashes mastermind and the one involved and responsible for provoking the crowds, the massive crowd gathering in that location, who is an advocate, has been arrested by the West Bengal CID. We'll continue our coverage now, but it's time to slip into a short commercial break. But don't go anywhere. Malda mastermind arrested. Mufakkar Islam, mastermind of Malda incident. Coming up next, more details on that.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
3, 2, 1 booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundancy.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. A big shakeup in the US military leadership in the United States as the war continues. All this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started. Top headlines we're tracking right now. Raghav Chadha's first response on being removed as deputy leader of Aam Aadmi Party in the Rajya Sabha. Raghav Chadha claims silence not defeated. Raghav Chadha urges, I have always fought for the rights of the common people. Is that wrong? Indian Navy to commission stealth frigate Taragiri in Visakhapatnam, ceremony to be presided over by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. PM Modi will be arriving in Puducherry today for the election campaign in the Union Territory and followed by his visit to Chennai tonight to meet the state BJP top leaders. PM Modi to visit Kerala tomorrow for second time within a week to boost NDA campaign ahead of local assembly elections. Election Commission hands over Malda violence involving judicial officers in Bengal's Malda to the NIA. But as per the Iranian state media, at least 8 civilians have been reportedly killed and 95 others sustained injuries following US-Israeli strikes on Iran's iconic B-1 bridge. Iran threatens to attack several key bridges in the Middle East in retaliation for the destruction of the B-1 bridge linking Tehran to Karachi. And U.S. Army Chief of Staff Randy George was asked to step down on Thursday by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Chadha's first response after he was dropped as the deputy leader of Aam Aadmi Party in the Rajya Sabha. So let's tell you exactly what Raghav Chadha has spoken about. Now, Raghav Chadha claims silenced, not defeated. Raghav Chadha urges, I've always fought for the rights of the common people. Is that wrong? This is a response coming in from Raghav Chadha. He's broken his silence after the setback. Let's tell you exactly what Raghav Chadha has said on this issue. He has asked whether he has done something wrong. That is the question that he's asking. This is after Aam Aadmi Party dropped him from the Rajya Sabha deputy leader post. So big updates coming in here on Republic. He says that I'm silenced, not defeated, and questioned the Aam Aadmi Party, asking, have I done something wrong? Let's play out that statement.
मुझे जब जब पार्लियामेंट में बोलने का मौका मिलता है, मैं जनता के मुद्दे उठाता हूं और शायद ऐसे टॉपिक्स उठाता हूं जिसे आम तौर पर संसद में नहीं उठाया जाता है। लेकिन क्या जनता के मुद्दे उठाना, पब्लिक इश्यूज पे बात करना कोई अपराध है? क्या मैंने कोई गुनाह कर दिया, कोई गलती कर दी? हैव आई डन समथिंग रॉन्ग? ये सवाल आज मैं इसलिए पूछ रहा हूं क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी ने राज्यसभा सेक्रेटेरिएट को ये कहा है कि राघव चड्ढा के पार्लियामेंट में बोलने पर रोक लगा दी जाए। जी हां, आम आदमी पार्टी ने पार्लियामेंट को यह सूचित किया है कि राघव चड्ढा को पार्लियामेंट में बोलने का मौका ना दिया जाए। अब भला कोई मेरे बोलने पर रोक क्यों लगाना चाहेगा? मैं तो जब बात करता हूं देश के आम आदमी की बात करता हूं। एयरपोर्ट पर मिल रहे महंगे खाने की बात रखी, जोमैटो ब्लिंकिट के डिलीवरी राइडर्स की प्रॉब्लम रखी, खाने में मिलावट का मुद्दा उठाया, टोल प्लाजा लूट से लेकर बैंक चार्जेस लूट की बात करी, यहां तक कि मिडिल क्लास पे टैक्स के बोझ से लेकर कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स पर स्ट्राइक क्यों करी जाती है, टेलीकॉम कंपनियां कैसे 12 महीने में 13 बार हमसे रिचार्ज कराती हैं, डेटा रोल ओवर नहीं देती हैं, रिचार्ज खत्म होने के बाद इनकमिंग रोक देती है, तमाम इश्यूज मैंने सदन में उठाए। और ये मुद्दे उठाने के बाद देश के आम आदमी का तो फायदा हुआ, लेकिन इससे आम आदमी पार्टी का क्या नुकसान हुआ? भला कोई मुझे बोलने से क्यों रोकना चाहेगा? कोई मेरी आवाज को क्यों बंद करना चाहेगा? खैर, आप लोग मुझे अनलिमिटेड प्यार देते हैं। मैं जब जब आपके मुद्दे उठाता हूं, आप मुझे सपोर्ट करते हैं, मुझे शाबाशी देते हैं, मेरा हौसला बढ़ाते हैं। मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं थैंक यू। ऐसे ही मेरा हाथ और मेरा साथ थामे रखिएगा, छोड़िएगा मत। मैं आपसे हूं और मैं आपके लिए हूं। और जिन लोगों ने आज पार्लियामेंट में मेरे बोलने का अधिकार मुझसे छीन लिया, मुझे खामोश कर दिया, मैं उन्हें भी कुछ कहना चाहता हूं। मेरी खामोशी को मेरी हार मत समझ लेना। मेरी खामोशी को मेरी हार मत समझ लेना। मैं वो दरिया हूं जो वक्त आने पर सैलाब बनता है। जय हिंद। मुझे जब जब पार्लियामेंट में बोलने का मौका मिलता है, मैं जनता के मुद्दे उठाता हूं और शायद ऐसे टॉपिक्स उठाता हूं जिसे आम तौर पर संसद में नहीं उठाया जाता है। लेकिन क्या जनता के मुद्दे उठाना, पब्लिक इश्यूज पे बात करना कोई अपराध है? क्या मैंने कोई गुनाह कर दिया, कोई गलती कर दी? हैव आई डन समथिंग रॉन्ग? ये सवाल आज मैं इसलिए पूछ रहा हूं क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी ने राज्यसभा सेक्रेटेरिएट को ये कहा है कि राघव चड्ढा के पार्लियामेंट में बोलने पर रोक लगा दी जाए। जी हां, आम आदमी पार्टी ने पार्लियामेंट को ये सूचित किया है कि राघव चड्ढा को पार्लियामेंट में बोलने का मौका ना दिया जाए। अब भला कोई मेरे बोलने पर रोक क्यों लगाना चाहेगा? मैं तो जब बात करता हूं देश के आम आदमी की बात करता हूं। एयरपोर्ट पर मिल रहे महंगे खाने की बात रखी, जोमैटो ब्लिंकिट के डिलीवरी राइडर्स की प्रॉब्लम रखी, खाने में मिलावट का मुद्दा उठाया, टोल प्लाजा लूट से लेकर बैंक चार्जेस लूट की बात करी, यहां तक कि मिडिल क्लास पे टैक्स के बोझ से लेकर कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स पर स्ट्राइक क्यों करी जाती है, टेलीकॉम कंपनियां कैसे 12 महीने में 13 बार हमसे रिचार्ज कराती हैं, डेटा रोल ओवर नहीं देती हैं, रिचार्ज खत्म होने के बाद इनकमिंग रोक देती है, तमाम इश्यूज मैंने सदन में उठाए। और ये मुद्दे उठाने के बाद देश के आम आदमी का तो फायदा हुआ, लेकिन इससे आम आदमी पार्टी का क्या नुकसान हुआ? भला कोई मुझे बोलने से क्यों रोकना चाहेगा? कोई मेरी आवाज को क्यों बंद करना चाहेगा? खैर, आप लोग मुझे अनलिमिटेड प्यार देते हैं। मैं जब जब आपके मुद्दे उठाता हूं, आप मुझे सपोर्ट करते हैं, मुझे शाबाशी देते हैं, मेरा हौसला बढ़ाते हैं। मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं थैंक यू। ऐसे ही मेरा हाथ और मेरा साथ थामे रखिएगा, छोड़िएगा मत। मैं आपसे हूं और मैं आपके लिए हूं। और जिन लोगों ने आज पार्लियामेंट में मेरे बोलने का अधिकार मुझसे छीन लिया, मुझे खामोश कर दिया, मैं उन्हें भी कुछ कहना चाहता हूं। मेरी खामोशी को मेरी हार मत समझ लेना। मेरी खामोशी को मेरी हार मत समझ लेना। मैं वो दरिया हूं जो वक्त आने पर सैलाब बनता है। जय हिंद।
Breaking news coming in. Dr. Neeraj Mittal, Secretary at the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, has written to all state and UT chief secretaries over continued LPG-related misinformation. Fresh advisory notes: rumors on LPG availability and fuel prices are still circulating, triggering public anxiety and instances of panic buying. Only 17 states UTs are currently holding regular or need-based press briefings, prompting concern at the center. States UTs asked to step up communication with daily press briefings at senior level and real-time data through social media and electronic media. The aim is to reassure citizens on adequate LPG availability and smooth distribution amid global supply disruptions linked to West Asia tensions. Advisory stresses need to counter fake news swiftly and prevent further strain on supply chains. States also directed to act against hoarding and black marketing of LPG and petroleum products. Okay, now we see that this is a big update coming in. Let's go straight across to my colleague Harsh is joining us. Harsh, take our viewers through what this is about, because misinformation is very dangerous at this time. There is a big update and there is a letter written to all state and UT chief secretaries over continuing LPG-related misinformation. So what is this misinformation and how is it being countered?
Right, Shivangi, it is important for our viewers to understand that it's almost 1 month since the war in West Asia was triggered, and this war has very significantly disrupted the movement of crude oil and liquid petroleum, which becomes a cause of concern not just for India, but for different countries around the world. Now, Dr. Neeraj Mittal, who is the Secretary of the Petroleum Ministry, has written a letter to all the chief secretaries of all the states and union territories here in India. And this letter clearly mentions and has clearly instructed all the states to conduct regular press briefings to curb misinformation that is spread. Now, remember, we are living in 2026. This is a social media generation. It is very easy for anyone to misinform or disinform through various messages that goes around on social media. Now, this letter has been written by the Chief Secretary of Petroleum Ministry to all states and union territories to ensure that regular press briefings are conducted to curb any kind of misinformation that is spread, any kind of rumors that are spread to regarding hoarding and blacklisting of liquid petroleum gas.
Thank you, Harsh, for getting us all those details. I really have to, I'm sorry, I've interrupted getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go to the breaking news coming in. India's indigenous nuclear submarine will be inducted. This is huge. India's indigenous nuclear submarine, INS Aridhaman, to be commissioned into the Indian Navy by the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh today. That is right. This is going to happen today itself. We will be getting our viewers all those updates. This is going to be a big addition to our fleet, a big firepower, a lot of updates in terms of how our Navy will get a big boost because of this addition. Now, this means India will get a third nuclear submarine. In the past, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh had hinted at the launch of INS Aridhaman, India's third indigenously built nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine. And now we see that it will be commissioned today itself into the Indian Navy. It's a big boost coming in for our military, big boost coming in for our defense, big boost coming in for our Navy. This is a very, very special submarine because it's equipped with ability to fire nuclear-tipped ballistic missiles. INS Aridhaman is expected to bolster India's sea-based nuclear deterrence, enhancing both strike and potential and capabilities in line with the country's nuclear capability. Aridhaman is a third of India's highly classified project to build and operate nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines. Okay, the formal commission is today. Let's go to Ishan for that. Ishan, yes, take it away. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Aridman is the third in its series. The first one was Arihant. The next one was Arigat. Now Aridman. Now the third nuclear submarine that is being commissioned today will definitely boost India to the next level. This nuclear submarine is a 7,000-ton beast. It has 12 vertical launchers which have the capability of carrying nuclear-tipped ballistic missiles. Apart from that, it has multiple barrels for torpedo launching tubes. Now, all this making it one of the deadliest submarines in the Indian Ocean region. The Indian Navy is the prominent and the predominant player in this IOR region, and now this giving more teeth to that bite. Now, the entire submarine has been built in India, designed in India. The Baba Atomic Research Center has designed and developed this 83 megawatt light water reactor for utilizing in this particular submarine. This is a deadly silent submarine, and the nuclear power option gives it the capability to lie dormantly under the ocean for weeks at end. The only restriction is the food supply that is there. Apart from that, it can stay submerged for as long as it wants. The submarine has been designed in a way that ensures stealth operation capabilities and also ensures long endurance, giving India longer sea legs and larger capability to design and develop such instruments. Now, the first two submarines that were there were slightly smaller, around 6,000 tons. This is a 7,000-ton beast of a device that is being inducted today into the Indian Navy.
I'm getting some more breaking news coming in. This is in the Malda unrest case. So let's go to the breaking news we're getting for our viewers in this case. This is a new update. A big update is coming in. An arrest has been made by the West Bengal CID in the Malda unrest probe. So let's tell you exactly what is happening here. West Bengal CID has arrested advocate Mufakkarul Islam, the mastermind of the Kalia Chowk Malda case. Today morning, he was arrested at the Bagdogra airport where he was trying to flee. He was trying to run away there. So let's tell you what has happened. The accused is the mastermind. The accused is the mastermind. And we see that there's a big update coming in here on Republic TV. This is the mastermind of the Kalia Chowk Malda case, arrested a short while back. He was trying to flee. Just telling you exactly what has happened. You know, he's supposedly the mastermind, the alleged mastermind. He is an advocate. And this is a case where we saw that judicial officers involved in the special intensive revision work were held hostage by villagers. In the latest development, we see that the West Bengal CID has arrested this advocate, and he was arrested from Siliguri's Bagdogra airport. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. The Chief Election Commissioner had directed the National Investigation Agency to investigate the Malda case. So after the case was handed over to the NIA, we see the first visuals of the Malda violence mastermind surface there on your screen. So back-to-back updates coming in. Kishore is joining us. Kishore, the case was given to the NIA and to investigate the Malda violence. Now we see the first visuals of the Malda violence mastermind have surfaced. This alleged mastermind was trying to flee as per reports.
Well, exactly. He was trying to flee from West Bengal. In fact, he himself did a Facebook Live where he recently, just after being arrested, and he clearly said that I was in Bagdogra airport from where I was arrested because I was protesting against deletion of voters. That is what the latest Facebook Live says. He's the one with a black jacket in the middle. That is the person, Mufakkarul Islam, who is said to be one of the masterminds in the Malda violence that erupted day before yesterday. In fact, in the entire night, we saw how 7 judicial officials were in fact gheraued by unruly mob miscreants, and they were almost on the verge of being attacked physically. They also alleged that murder attempt was made on them. So this person, Mufakkarul Islam, he instigated the crowd. There is a video, viral video, where he is standing in between the crowd, and he's shouting and giving out an instigating speech where he's saying that we are still following the constitution, but we will not follow the constitution in a while if our demands are not met. And there are other parts of that speech which I don't want to mention because it's instigating and beyond the constitution of India. So this person is arrested now from Bagdogra airport in Siliguri. He travelled from Malda to Bagdogra in order to flee to Bangalore. That is what the police is saying. According to police sources, he was in the Siliguri Bagdogra airport where he was arrested, where he was nabbed, and the formal process of handing him over to the NIA will begin in a while. Right now he is in the custody of the state police where and this whole case has been handed to the NIA. Therefore this person, along with his one more associate who is also arrested, Akramul Bagani, who is a YouTuber, will also be handed over to the NIA. That is what we are getting to know. This is the first visual, first still photograph of this person after being arrested. He is the main instigator, main mastermind, one of the main mastermind behind whatever transpired in Malda 2 days back, and it's still going on. There are pocket violence in Malda in areas like Kalia Chowk, Manik Chowk, English Bazaar, Jodhpur, etc., where violence is still being reported at certain pockets.
That's right. Kishule, stay on with us. I really want to come back to you because, like you said, the probe has been taken over by the NIA. And in this situation, the very, very strange hostage situation we saw play out in Malda, we have seen multiple arrests have been made. There are other arrests as well as the probe has picked up pace. Kishule.
The NIA has been handed over the investigation by the courts itself. The Supreme Court had to intervene. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court had to say that law and order in West Bengal has completely collapsed. He had to say that I was awake till 2 a.m. in the morning in order to see what's happening in West Bengal. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Surya Kant, had to give out such strong observations about the law and order situation of West Bengal. In fact, the 7 judicial officials and all the judicial officials who are magistrates of the lower courts are working under the direction of the Supreme Court itself. They are working under the direction of the Supreme Court, and they are working for the Election Commission. If they are gheraued, if murder attempt is made on them, then what to talk about the common people who will be out to vote in a few days from now? Where is the security of the people of West Bengal? This particular crowd that gathered in Kalia Chowk in Malda, they were having a so-called demonstration and protest against deletion of names. That is what they are saying. But what happened was unimaginable. 7 judicial officials were blockaded for 17 hours. In fact, 4 of them were women. And we got viral audios where they were trying to contact their family members saying, if we die, then please ask the Kolkata High Court to take care of our children. This is the situation in West Bengal right now. And this Mofakkar Islam is one of the instigators, masterminds, one of the masterminds who conspired against the state, who tried to instigate the crowd in order to create such violence. And also this Mofakkar Islam, along with his associate Ikramul Bagani, who has also been arrested, used the internet in order to spread violence, in order to spread instigation. And also those speeches that went viral clearly show that these were the ones who tried to instigate the crowd against the state and against the Constitution of India. So now they're arrested. The NIA is coming soon to Malda. They will be reaching. A few officials have already reached. More officials will be coming in. They will be handed over to the NIA according to official procedure. On the other hand, a huge number of central forces have also been deployed in Malda as we speak.
Right. Okay. And, Kishule, when we saw this Malda unrest, what we saw in Malda has raised a political storm because, the timing has to be seen very closely, Kishule. The West Bengal Assembly elections are not too far away. So this has led to the BJP really questioning the law and order situation in West Bengal yet again.
Well, the BJP is clearly alleging that this is done the conspiracy is done in lieu of the TMC. The Trinamool Congress is connected to this whole conspiracy, and the Trinamool Congress local leaders are also a part of this violence that erupted in Malda. This is the straight allegation of BJP, and in fact, it's a known information that this particular person who is arrested now, who is a meme AIMIM leader right now, he was also connected connected to the Trinamool Congress a while back, a few months back, when the AIMIM was not there in West Bengal. He was in fact close to certain Trinamool leaders. On the other hand, the other person who is also arrested along with Mofakkarul Islam Ikramul Bagani, he also runs a portal which is very close to TMC, and allegedly, according to sources and according to the allegation by the BJP, it is funded by the Trinamool Congress itself. So there is a clear connection with the TMC. He was doing all this instigation in lieu of TMC, for the TMC is what the BJP is saying. So it's not just AIMIM connection in this matter, it's also Trinamool Congress connection, and these instigators who were arrested in fact had clear connections with the TMC. One of them was a past, one of them was connected to the TMC in the close past, other one is connected to the TMC right now as we speak, according to the BJP. Therefore, Mamata Banerjee, according to the BJP, cannot wash her hands off, and this violence is directly or indirectly also instigated by the Trinamool Congress and by the speeches of Mamata Banerjee, is what the BJP is alleging right now in West Bengal.
That's right. Okay, well, thank you for getting us all those details, Kishore. I'll be coming back to you. Malda, unrest, alleged mastermind has now been arrested. Okay, we'll get you some more updates coming in. We shift our focus to battleground Tamil Nadu. Exclusive coming in from there. An exclusive interaction with ADMK candidate Valarmati and former minister and ADMK transgender activist and spokesperson Apsara Reddy. So, conducting the campaign in Thousand Lights, Chennai Central and ADMK women leaders point out the unsafe locality and how under the DMK leadership, youngsters are prone to drugs and how it is easily available. Okay, putting on those pictures. Tamil Nadu elections, very crucial elections, which we are also counting down to. And before that, this is exclusive by Republic TV, where we have spoken to some of the AIDMK leaders, and they are highlighting a couple of issues. They're conducting campaign. Remember that it's campaign time, it's rally time. So all the parties are putting their best foot forward ahead of polling day. So these are pictures which are coming in. They're conducting the campaign, and Chennai Central and the ADMK women leaders are pointing out unsafe locality and how under the DMK leadership, youngsters are prone to drugs and how it's easily available. So those elections are coming, and we see multiple parties who are campaigning. We've also seen that women's safety has been a key point in multiple manifestos of different parties. So those are some of the updates that we're getting for you here on Republic TV. TVK alleges, has also made a similar allegation about women's safety in the state of Tamil Nadu. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. As we count down to the Tamil Nadu polls, all parties are on the ground as they rally and campaign ahead of the crucial polls. Major political alliances have also been secured, with the ruling DMK-led Secular Progressive Alliance and the AIADMK-led National Democratic Alliance finalizing their seat-sharing formula for the polls, results which will be announced on May 4th. And shifting our focus to the situation evolving in Middle East and West Asia, we see that the Iraq resistance group is continuing to strike U.S. air bases in multiple operations over the past 24 hours. Islamic Resistance of Iraq has announced that its fighters carried out 6 precise operations against American bases across Iraq in the past 24 hours, dealing yet another blow to the illegal U.S. military presence in the country. Well, that's what they're calling it. Statement issued on Thursday by the Saraya Awliya Al-Dam resistance group, a key component of the Islamic resistance of Iraq. Operations were confirmed as part of the ongoing campaign to force the withdrawal of occupation forces. The resistance group did not disclose details regarding casualties among the U.S. troops, consistent with its operational protocol. Viewers, we'll continue to be live and breaking. Prime Minister Modi will be in Puducherry today for the election campaign. So that is one development that we would be watching out for. And Prime Minister Modi will also visit Kerala tomorrow for the second time within a week to boost NDA campaign ahead of local assembly elections. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundancy.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus will be all the top national stories and also the West Asian conflict, because there is a lot more happening when it comes to Donald Trump's administration. The Chief of Army Staff of US has been asked to retire early. But let's go to a big breaking news first, that we are getting a top national story as we are receiving it right now. This comes from the Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party accuses Raghav of being fearful against the government. AAP accuses Raghav of becoming fearful, terrified against government. The party said that they are Kejriwal's soldiers and fearlessness is their defining characteristic. Now, AAP said that if one is intimidated by Modi, how can they possibly fight for the country? AAP said that the party is allotted very little time to speak in parliament. Within that limited window, one can either choose to struggle for the salvation of the nation or merely strive to get the price of samosas reduced in the airport canteen. So this is the question on the kind of issues that were being raised by Raghav Chadha, and clearly it shows that the Aam Aadmi Party did not like the raising of issues that were related to the common citizens. The issue of the mobile bill, the validity of a recharge, or the price of food products at an airport, at a canteen. So these were the issues which were being raised by Raghav Chadha. He was one of the most famous leaders of the Aam Aadmi. He's one of the most famous leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, and they have asked the Rajya Sabha not to give him a lot of time to speak. And this is the latest, biggest reaction coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party has responded to Raghav Chadha, and AAP accuses Raghav of becoming fearful, terrified against the government. The party said that they are Kejriwal soldiers and fearlessness is their defining characteristic. AAP said that if one is intimidated by Modi, how can they possibly fight for the country? AAP said that the party is allotted a very little time. So the very little time is allotted to each parliamentarian. Within that limited window, one can either choose to struggle for the salvation of the nation or merely strive to get the price of samosas reduced in the airport canteen. Biggest development, strong remarks which have been made by the Aam Aadmi Party. This is the Aam Aadmi Party's official response to Raghav Chadha, and they are saying that we are Kejriwal soldiers and that they are fearless, and they're calling Raghav Chadha to be intimidated by Modi, and asking that how can they possibly fight for the country. Again, repeating that the party is allotted very little time to speak in parliament. Within that limited window, one can either choose to struggle for the salvation of the nation or merely strive to get the price of samosas reduced in the airport canteen. All right. Let's go to our correspondent Harsh from New Delhi. Harsh, this is the very strong remarks indeed which have been made by the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, this is the official response from the Aam Aadmi Party over the kind of issues that were being raised by Raghav Chadha in the parliament. Harsh.
Right, Shivam. In fact, this was the big political development that we broke for our viewers yesterday. Now, this is the first official response from Aam Aadmi Party as well as MP Raghav Chadha, who is being seen as a young, talented and emerging member of parliament. Now, earlier there were speculations that Raghav Chadha might have made some anti-party statements that are anti-party as per Aam Aadmi Party. Now, this comes as an official remark, not just by Raghav Chadha, but also by Aam Aadmi Party, where Raghav Chadha has clearly said silenced but not defeated. Now, this comes as a big development as earlier yesterday, Raghav Chadha, Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, officially wrote to the Parliament Secretariat to not give time to Raghav Chadha to speak in the Parliament. Also, he was removed from his position as deputy leader of Aam Aadmi Party while he was replaced by another member of parliament in Rajya Sabha. Now, these are back-to-back big political developments here in New Delhi that we are fetching for our viewers. Now, this comes as a big political development again, because now this is the first official remark by Aam Aadmi Party where they have clearly maintained and they have alleged that Raghav Chadha has made anti-party remarks, and Raghav Chadha also has come up. He has come up loud and he has expressed his views that he's been silenced but not defeated. Now, this is a big political development that we are fetching for our viewers.
Yeah, definitely. The message that was posted by Raghav Chadha, it reads like silence not defeated. My message to the Aam Aadmi Party, and he goes on to say that खामोश करवाया गया हूँ, हारा नहीं हूँ और आम आदमी को मेरा संदेश. So he's giving a message to the common citizens. That is what the Aam Aadmi Party is all about. Now, he was raising concerns in his remarks. He said, I was raising concerns when it came to air travel, food pricing, gig workers issues, and prepaid mobile plan recharge. Now, there was a counter by the Aam Aadmi Party, and they are clearly telling that he is not raising the issues that are related to the nation or the Aam Aadmi Party. So they must have been pretty upset over a very long period of time, Harsh.
Right, Shivam. As I said, Raghav Chadha is one such politician who is prominent across India. He has gained nationwide prominence in the past few years, and he is very prominent, especially among youngsters. He is being seen as a young and emerging political representative. Now, remember, this becomes a cause of concern for Aam Aadmi Party as well, because earlier Swati Maliwal took a similar stand when she went anti-party, and that was a political development that happened at that point. And now this is happening with another young member of parliament, Raghav Chadha, who has made anti-party remarks, which is alleged, that is being alleged by the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, this is an official statement. However, our viewers need to remember that Raghav Chadha, throughout his time as a member of parliament, as a representative of Aam Aadmi Party in parliament, is raising several issues that were linked to common man, issues that were important and crucial, that has given him a stance as a prominent leader, not just within the party, but he has also gained nationwide prominence, especially among youngsters who see him as an idol who has been seen as an emerging member of parliament, as a representative of common man in the parliament.
Yeah, and the kind of points that have been made, we are also showing the tweet of Anurag Dhanda of the Aam Aadmi Party, as you can very well see. There was a clear mention here, and I'll read it. In Gujarat, hundreds of our party workers were arrested by the BJP-controlled police. Did the Honorable MP utter a single word about this in the House? Okay, we have RP Singh with us on the phone line. So thanks a lot for joining us. We need your comment on what's exactly happening in the Aam Aadmi Party. They are saying that he is intimidated by Modi government, by Modi, and he is raising issues like the price of samosas at the airport. What's your first response on that, sir?
Well, again, his raising issues is the internal matter of the Aam Aadmi Party, but he's picking up the issues which is related to common man. Aam Aadmi se jo sambandhit issues, he's raising those issues. Yeah. But I have a different dimension to this, different angle to this, that this is happening because the person who has been elevated as a deputy leader is a very rich man, and then man never had any political background or never struggled with the Aam Aadmi Party during their struggle days. He happens to be running a very big university, so the money matters more than the cadre and the worker. It happened with Swati Maliwal also. It happened with Sukhpal Khera also. There's a lot of people who left party because the priorities in the Aam Aadmi Party has changed.
Yeah, Mr. Singh, is it not because he was becoming too famous? He was one of the most popular leaders, a very young face, and he was raising issues related to the common public. So was he, like, they were perceiving him, do you think they were perceiving him as a threat?
Well, Mr. Kejriwal can't see anyone in the ladder being seen, in public perception, being seen higher than him. But again, it's their internal matter, and I still stick on to my point of view that it's all the money which matters more than anything else in Aam Aadmi Party today. Yeah. And person who has been elevated has a lot of money bags with him.
Yeah, definitely. Sir, one more comment on this. Do you think the way they are putting this and the kind of posts that they are making, they are clearly mentioning that when the party stages a walkout from the House, he chooses to remain seated, seemingly just to mark his attendance for Modi. So they are alleging that Raghav is close to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Any comments on that?
Well, then in that case, they should take a formal action against him, sack him from the party if he's not going by the party line in the parliament. But again, it's an internal matter, but it's very sad that a seasoned politician like Raghav Chadha has been sidechecked by their leadership in the Aam Aadmi Party because of the money bags.
Yeah, completely. You are raising the issue of money in politics. But what exactly do you think, apart from money being involved, must have been the other reasons? These are very senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party who were with Arvind Kejriwal since the beginning of the party. They have contributed a lot for the party. And at this stage, they are being left out, sir.
Well, he was the one who structured the victory of Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab. And he has been sidelined in Punjab also, and people who lost elections in Delhi have been sent to Punjab to replace him. And then the person who has replaced him, as I said, has a lot of money bags with him. So party has drifted from the original ideals and the original frame of the party, which was party against corruption and people for the country.
Yeah. Mr. Singh, but don't you think that Aam Aadmi Party, Raghav Chadha from the Aam Aadmi Party was right on track when he was raising the issues which were concerning the common citizen. That is what the party is all about, the Aam Aadmi Party. And the post that the party has made is completely opposite of the way the party presents itself. And they're saying he's raising issues related to samosas and the common citizens in the airport when there are bigger issues that need to be addressed, sir.
Well, these are also issues. These are also big issues of people's concern, which he has raised. But again, for them, priorities have changed. For them, liquor is a bigger issue than the common man's thali or the food which he has to need for regular living. So we all know that what is the reason, and it's very clear that they can't afford anyone, or they can't see anyone rising up on the people's perceptions ladder, and the people's perceptions ladder.
All right, sir, I would request you to stay with us. We have a reaction that is coming in. I definitely need your comment on that. This is the reaction that is coming in from Saurav Bhardwaj. Let's listen into what exactly he has said.
राघव भाई, अभी आपका वीडियो देखा. हम सब लोग अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के सिपाही हैं और हमने तो एक ही बात सीखी थी, जो डर गया समझो मर गया. हम सबको तो लोगों के मुद्दे उठाने थे सरकार की आंख में आंख डाल के. पिछले कुछ दिनों में हमने देखा जो भी कोई सीरियस मुद्दे सरकार के खिलाफ उठाता है, सरकार से प्रश्न पूछता है, लोगों की बात करता है, सरकार डिक्टेटर की तरह उसको तमाम सोशल मीडिया पर बैन कर रही है. चाहे वो ट्विटर हो, चाहे वो फेसबुक हो, चाहे वो यूट्यूब हो, सब जगह बैन किया जा रहा है. एफआईआर दर्ज कराई जा रही हैं, मुकदमे किए जा रहे हैं. सरकार को इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि कोई सॉफ्ट पीआर अपनी पार्लियामेंट में करे, क्योंकि पार्लियामेंट में एक छोटी सी पार्टी का बड़ा लिमिटेड टाइम होता है. उसमें अगर कोई समोसों की बात उठा रहा है तो उससे ज़रूरी है कि देश के बड़े मुद्दों की बात उठाएं. पूरे देश में हमने देखा हर राज्य में चुनाव से पहले सही लोगों के वोट काटे जाते हैं और नकली और झूठे वोट बना के सरकार पूरी बेईमानी के साथ सिस्टम पे कब्जा करके चुनाव जीत रही है. वेस्ट बंगाल में भी यही हो रहा है. अभी सारे विपक्षी पार्टियों ने सीईसी को इम्पीच करने के लिए मोशन लाना चाहा, आपने उसको साइन करने से मना कर दिया. जब भी कोई मुद्दा हो जिसके ऊपर अपोजिशन वॉकआउट करती है, आप वॉकआउट नहीं करते हैं. पिछले कई अरसे से मैंने देखा आपने कोई भी मुद्दा सदन में नहीं उठाया जिसमें आपने प्रधानमंत्री या भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार से प्रश्न किया हो. ऐसे डर की राजनीति कैसे चलेगी? हम लोगों को पंजाब के मुद्दे उठाने, जहां से आप चुन के आते हैं, आप वो मुद्दे भी उठाने से घबराते हैं. अभी गुजरात में पार्टी के करीब 160 कार्यकर्ताओं को झूठे मुकदमों के अंदर उनके ऊपर एफआईआर दर्ज की गई, कईयों को गिरफ्तार किया गया. आप उस पर भी चुप रहे. तमाम नेता हमारे जेल में थे. अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को बतौर चीफ मिनिस्टर सरकार ने एक झूठे मुकदमे में गिरफ्तार कर लिया. आप उस समय भी जो है देश में नहीं थे, आप कहीं जाके छिप गए. मेरा मानना ये है कि देश के लिए असली मुद्दे हमें निडरता से और साहस से उठाने पड़ेंगे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की आंख में आंख डाल के आपको मुद्दे उठाने पड़ेंगे. वरना देखिए, आपकी जो सॉफ्ट मुद्दे हैं उनसे उनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. बल्कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी तो कल से आपको सोशल मीडिया पे सपोर्ट कर रही है. आप इसके बारे में सोचिएगा और देखिएगा कि आप कहां से चले थे और कहां आ गए, और देश को किन चीज़ों की ज़रूरत है और आप कैसे बेहतर कर सकते हैं. धन्यवाद.
All right, Mr. Singh, so this was the reaction that has come from Saurav Bhardwaj, and once again the mentioning of samosas and the issues related to the common man, but also the bigger issues like the SIR and what's happening in West Bengal. Mr. Singh, you remember what happened in Malda? There was violence and the judicial officers, the officials were gheraud in that region. The Aam Aadmi Party seems to be with the Trinamool Congress, but there seems to be no Indi alliance this time. So where does the party, the Aam Aadmi Party, stand when it comes to being together with the opposition, and in context to what Raghav Chadha is doing?
Well, again, I mean, it's their internal party matter, and they, I mean, for every session they should have some party meeting where what issues have to be raised or what issue not has to be raised would have been discussed. I feel that that is happening in the party because party is in disarray today. There's no leadership, and then Mr. Kejriwal himself was in hiding in Delhi. I mean, I just heard Mr. Saurabh Bhardwaj saying that you were in hiding. For last 1 year and a half, Mr. Kejriwal was in hiding in Delhi. Although he was out on bail, but he was never seen in Delhi. So, and also that he think that he has been given a clean sheet by the court. No, the High Court has unturned the decision of the lower court and has said that status quo will be maintained. So, it's all again, I have to reiterate again, is all the money bags which matter. Please go through the list of the people who have been appointed in Rajya Sabha. Are the party cadre? Why did Ashutosh left? Why did other people left the party who were the initial people, the founders of the party? Only because the priorities were given to people with money back.
All right, Mr. Singh, you're saying that the priority is being given to those who hold money with them. But the kind of issues which were being raised by him, don't you think he is being punished for being disciplined, for being irregular, for not walking out? And this is the exact reason they want him to behave in exactly the same manner as the other opposition leaders are behaving, which is not parliamentary instead.
See, it's every decision is taken by the parliamentary board of the party. If he has not abided by the parliamentary board decision, the meeting which would have happened before the parliamentary committee meeting. Sorry. So if he has not done the as per the parliamentary committee meeting or as per the decision taken by the parliamentary committee of the Aam Aadmi Party, then they should have issued him a show cause notice for that. I have not heard or not seen any show cause notice being issued to him for not abiding by the party decisions which have been taken by the parliamentary committee before the parliament starts. So this is clearly you please go through the. I will request. Please go through the list of the Rajya Sabha member and then see how many of them are people who were there in the party at the very beginning.
All right. Sir, thanks a lot for speaking on this issue. Thanks a lot, Mr. Singh. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news that we are getting from the West Asian conflict. In a big news, there are additional images of the downed F-35 in central Iranian skies that has now come to light, that has now come to surface. On your screens, in a short while, the big breaking news development, additional images of the downed stealth aircraft, the F-35 in central Iran. Additional images of downed F-35 have surfaced in central Iran. Very big development. On your screens, ladies and gentlemen, these are allegedly the parts of the downed F-35, which the Iranian regime claimed to have downed. Now, this is the latest set of images, the latest set of pictures that have surfaced, additional images of the downed F-35 super stealth aircraft. Now, they are also showing the brandings on that the tail of the aircraft that crashed after it was struck by an Iranian missile. Additional images of downed F-35 in central Iran on your television screens, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, images coming in from central Iran, first on Republic on your television screen. As you can see, these are the parts of the F-35 as being claimed by the Iranian regime. Also, additional images of the downed F-35 in central Iran. Latest visuals of the images, first on Republic on your television screens, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, these are parts of the aircraft that broke down after it was struck. Latest visuals on your television screens. All right, viewers, now let's move on and get you another big breaking development. Dramatic visuals have emerged of a deadly strike on the B1 bridge in Alborz province, where civilians had gathered to mark Nature Day. At least 8 people have been killed and about 95 injured as explosions ripped through the area, sending plumes of smoke into the sky. The questions are now being raised over the targeting of civilian infrastructure and what comes next in this escalating situation.
Dramatic visuals emerged of a deadly strike on the B1 bridge near Tehran. The bridge, a major infrastructure project, is still under construction, was hit by the United States, sending thick plumes of smoke into the sky, triggering panic among civilians gathered below. At least 8 people were killed and nearly 100 others injured. Many of them families who had assembled along the riverbanks to mark Nature Day, a national holiday celebrated outdoors. Videos now circulating on social media, the moment explosions rocked the area as people scrambled for cover. The strike is being seen as a major escalation, with United States claiming the bridge was being used as a strategic supply route for Iranian military equipment. But Iran has strongly rejected that claim, insisting the bridge was not even operational and calling the attack a direct hit on civilian infrastructure. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi slammed the strike, saying targeting civilian infrastructure only reflects the moral collapse of the attacker and will not break the will of the Iranian people. US President Donald Trump shared footage of the strike on social media, claiming that the destruction of what he called Iran's biggest bridge and issuing a stark warning. He warned much more to follow, and he urged Tehran to come to the negotiating table. The attack and the sharp exchange of words that followed have heightened fears of a wider conflict in the region, with civilian infrastructure now increasingly caught in the crossfire.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting. This is from Kuwait. Kuwait Petroleum has confirmed, the Petroleum Corporation in a statement has said that fire broke out following drone attack on Mina Al Ahmadi refinery. Now, this is Kuwait Petroleum Corporation confirming that drones struck the Mina Al Ahmadi refinery, triggering fires in multiple operational units. This is the latest that is coming in, and no casualties reported as of yet. No emergency teams deployed, and parts of the refinery were secured, shut as a precaution. Now, this is not an isolated incident. The same refinery has been targeted multiple times in recent weeks. Now, this is the Mina Al Ahmadi refinery, which is located in southern Kuwait, the Persian Gulf coast, and it is operated by the Kuwait National Petroleum Company. It has a capacity of around 700,000 to 730,000 barrels a day. So one of the largest in the Middle East. So pretty much important, and it is a core of Kuwait's oil refining and export system. It produces crude into diesel, gasoline, jet fuel, petrochemicals, and linked to major export terminals, critical for global supply. So you can just imagine where this fire has been reported. Big development here. All right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news development coming in. Now, this is related to election. PM, Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive in Puducherry for election campaign today, for the election campaign in the Union Territory, and followed by his visit to Chennai tonight to meet the state BJP top leaders. So there will be a meeting with the state's BJP top leadership tonight to meet the state BJP top leaders. Now, the two-day trip to Tamil Nadu by PM Modi comes before the elections, and likely with his visit, the BJP candidate list for Tamil Nadu elections will be announced. This is the latest that we are fetching. PM to arrive in Puducherry for the election campaigning. The elections are very near. The 4 states and 1 union territory are poll-bound, and BJP is doing campaigning on all the states. Now, PM Modi will be arriving in Puducherry today for the election campaign in the Union Territory, and followed by his visit to Chennai tonight to meet the state BJP top leaders. The 2-day trip to Tamil Nadu by PM Modi comes before the elections, and likely with his visit, the BJP candidate list for Tamil Nadu elections will be announced. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, as per Iranian state media, at least 8 civilians have been reported killed and 95 others sustained injuries following US-Israeli strikes on Iran's iconic B-1 bridge. Coming up next, don't go anywhere.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of execution systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the execution issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and welcome to our show Live Report. And in this show, we'll be focusing on the biggest news of today, because there is a double boost for Indian Navy. India's third nuclear-powered submarine is being inducted, and also is the news of INS Taragiri being inducted into the Indian Navy. So that means a more double boost for the Indian Navy, for the Indian Armed Forces. We'll get you all the details of this story and a lot more other stories. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Double boost for Indian Navy. India's third nuclear-powered submarine, INS Aridhaman, and stealth frigate INS Taragiri to be commissioned today. After Hexit asks US Chief of Army Staff to resign, reports say 2 other generals have also been sacked by US Secretary of War. Mastermind of the Malda violence in Bengal arrested by CID. Mastermind arrested from airport near Shiliguri, where he was trying to flee. Aam Aadmi Party reacts to Raghav Chadha's statement. Aam Aadmi Party says Chadha marking attendance for PM Modi. Iranian media reports claim at least 8 civilians killed and 95 others injured after US-Israeli strikes on Iran's iconic B-1 bridge. Iran threatens to attack several key bridges in the Middle East in retaliation for the destruction of the B-1 bridge linking Tehran to Karaj. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now, India is gearing up for a double naval boost. Just hours from now, stealth frigate INS Taragiri is set to be commissioned in the Western Naval Command. And not just this, India's third nuclear-powered submarine, that is the INS Aridhaman, is also set to be commissioned today. Now, the IS Aridhaman, India's third indigenously built nuclear-powered submarine. So you can really understand how big of a boost this is for the Indian Navy. Let's listen in.
Tara, a fantastic warship. This ship is as Indian as it can get. In her name, Tara, a fantastic warship. This ship is as Indian as it can get.
All right, viewers, now let's begin with the first story. Now, this is the INS Taragiri, which is to be commissioned today. It is another stealth frigate, and also it is to join the Eastern Navy fleet. Now, this is the fourth Nilgiri-class stealth-guided missile frigate. So it's very important, an added boost for the Indian Navy, because we command the sea when it comes to the Indian Ocean and around the globe in many parts. Now, fourth Nilgiri-class stealth-guided missile frigate. Now, what's important is that it is built with over 75% indigenous content, which holds true for the motto of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, it is also, ladies and gentlemen, equipped with indigenous rocket launchers on board for tackling any issue that it faces. And also, it is equipped with lethal anti-submarine warfare, loaded with BrahMos missiles for assault indigenous rockets launchers on board. Now, let's move on to this third nuclear submarine. That is the INS Aridhaman, which is to be commissioned today. It is also indigenously built, but it is a nuclear-powered submarine which can stay underwater for a very long time, ladies and gentlemen. This is the third nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine, and which is also a big boost to Navy's strike capability. And this is set to join the Strategic Forces Command. So these are the two. One is the INS, this frigate, Taragiri frigate, and the other is the third submarine, the third nuclear submarine. All right, now let us tell you about the Indian Navy's firepower and vessels and the aircraft carriers and other ships that we have. We have the INS Arihant, which has been commissioned in 2016. And also, we have the INS Arighat, commissioned in 2024, and the INS Aridhaman to be commissioned today. So this is about the submarines that we have, the nuclear submarines, the Navy's nuclear power. We have INS Arihant, commissioned in 2016, INS Arighat, commissioned in 2024, and we have the latest set of submarine, that is the INS Aridhaman, which is to be commissioned today. So this will be definitely a big boost, a major boost to the firepower of the Indian Navy. And this helps the Navy, especially when they have a nuclear-powered submarine, it's an added boosted advantage. All right, now INS Taragiri to be commissioned today. It's a mega naval lineup. And so what's in line? See, INS Aridhaman to be commissioned today, and it is a very powerful ship in this case, a very powerful nuclear-powered submarine in this case. INS Dunagiri was delivered on March 30. We have a more set of graphics. We'll be flashing those now. INS Agray delivered on March 30. We have INS Malwan delivered on March 30. So there's a very big build-up, and our Navy is becoming stronger. All right, I have my colleague Ishan with me for more details. Ishan, put this into perspective and let our viewers know more about the third nuclear-powered submarine and also the INS Taragiri. Over to you, Ishan.
Absolutely. India has been inducting ships into the Indian Navy at breakneck speeds for the past few years. Now, we have seen that every 45 days there is a commissioning of a new ship. And as you rightly pointed out, the end of March and beginning of April have been especially for that. We saw that around 5 ships have been inducted into the Indian Navy between March 30 and April 2nd. All of these ships are best of its class and are best in technology. Now, speaking about Aridman is the third nuclear ballistic missile submarine, or an SSBM. Now, this nuclear ballistic missile submarine is a very critical component of the Indian Navy because it ensures a second strike capability. It prowls the ocean under the water, silent, deadly, with precise accuracy. It is armed with torpedoes and around 8 vertical launch cells for firing.
All right.
A nuclear
Ishan, stay with us. Ishan, stay with us. All right, viewers. Ishan, we are getting the live visuals from Visakhapatnam now. All right, viewers, we are getting the live visuals from Visakhapatnam. This is Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. INS Taragiri is to be commissioned shortly in the Western Naval Command. So this is going to be a very big development when it comes to the Indian Navy and the Indian Navy's firepower happening in Visakhapatnam, happening today for the Eastern Naval Command, which will formally induct the INS Taragiri into its fleet. It's a very strong vessel. It's a very strong frigate. 6,670-ton project, 17A frigate, arrived in Visakhapatnam following a construction timeline that began with its keel laying in September 2020 and the delivery by Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited in 2025. The ship is a significant engineering achievement built with over 75% indigenous content, and the contribution also must be remembered of the MSMEs that were involved in the shipbuilding. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 200 MSMEs involved. The focus for its crew is the transition from a technical project to a functional home. And it will be an added advantage, a boosted advantage for the crew on board also. For the crew, 300 crew on board, the commissioning marks the point where a structure of steel plates becomes a living vessel. So, very big day for the Indian Navy, very important day for the Indian Armed Forces in totality. Now, this is a ship definitely built by the shipbuilders, but it's bringing life to its ours. Now, the team that is involved, I would like to repeat, there are 200 MSMEs that were involved here, 75% of indigenous content that was involved in the shipbuilding. Now, these are the live visuals which are coming from Visakhapatnam. Very important day for the Indian Navy. All right, I have our Deputy Executive Editor, Shawan, joining us. Shawan, over to you. Very important day for the Indian Navy.
In fact, with the stealth frigate now being commissioned by the Indian Navy, what's important to highlight is the key features of the frigate itself. This comes at a time when the Indian Navy's entire focus has been on 100% indigenization. And the very fact that compared to the other services, what you're essentially looking at is that the progress that the Indian Navy has had when it comes to shipbuilding. Today, perhaps, it's a classic example of what is essentially being built. This comes also on a day when there are reports basically emerging with Rajnath Singh a short while back indicating that the third nuclear ballistic submarine will also be coming in, with that being commissioned in perhaps in the next few days. It was earlier told to us that perhaps in the month of April is when the commissioning of the nuclear submarine is going to take place. So it's undoubtedly going to be a massive boost as far as strategic defense forces are concerned. Part of the SDF command structure where you are going to have this nuclear submarine that is also going to be commissioned in itself is a given that what you're basically looking at is the fact that there is a change in the way things have worked for the Indian Navy. Commander Rajiv Kumar is going to join us on this broadcast. Commander Rajiv, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. Two major developments taking place within, I beg your pardon, that's Commander Rajiv Sardana is joining us on this broadcast. Commander Sardana, thank you very much. This comes on a day when Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has now basically indicated that the third nuclear-capable submarine is going to be inducted. In fact, we were told, Commander Sardana, it's going to happen in the month of April. How does it really change the dynamics as far as the Strategic Defense Forces Command is concerned?
See, for the strategic defense, the third triad, that is, which is the nuclear submarines, it's an indigenous submarine which has got capability to carry nuclear warheads. So India has taken a very great leap forward, and as a former mariner, it gives me great pride and to see this thing happening. And I'm sure the Navy is going to, with its future programs, going to make more of nuclear submarines. This is the third triad that even if, the lands and are attacked by the enemy, there is a problem. We are always ready to, the third arm is always ready from underwater to take care of the enemy wherever they are in the world. And with it's a great achievement, not just for the armed forces, but for the MSMEs, the shipyard. So it is a collective, collaborative effort, to have your own operating submarine and not like the way we used to take previously on lease from Russia. Now it's made in India and we can deliver a punch all over the world.
Sardana, INS Tarangini, the other stealth frigate that is being commissioned as we speak today, a classic example of the indigenization progress that has been made by the Indian Navy. Help us understand, where does it really put us today, keeping in mind that we have made massive strides as far as indigenization in Indian Navy is concerned?
See, the Indian Navy surface fleet was always, the shipbuilding industry was always very strong. But now with that indigenous push, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, so everything is being made in India. Even the complex weapon systems, the engines, the hull, everything is being made in India. The advantages of this is that India is no more dependent on any foreign navy or foreign country for its spares. Earlier, we used to be dependent on other countries for spares. Spares are not coming now. The first line maintenance, second line maintenance, their medium refits, everything is being done in India. So they are being made in India. And now, so we are a very, very self-sufficient Navy now. And all the credit goes to the Indian naval dockyards and the MSMEs who have been pitching in for the Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Commander Sardana, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast and putting this into perspective, what we are essentially looking at right now with the Navy bringing in the nuclear submarine. Commander Sardana, before I just let you go, I just want a quick question with regards to the nuclear submarine itself, because I'm going to just put out some of key features as far as this nuclear submarine is concerned. And you being a submariner yourself, for you, undoubtedly, this is going to be a proud moment. But, keeping in mind that we are basically in the same league, like Russia, like China, and United States of America. In the Indian Ocean region itself, where does it really position us? And in terms of deterrence, how does it really act?
See, the nuclear submarine is now a very strategic asset, and it is just not the Indian Ocean region. Recently, you saw an American submarine coming to the Indian coast, in the Indian waters, adjacent to Sri Lanka and shooting down an Iranian ship. So, whereas, though it might be based at Visakhapatnam, the home port, but this nuclear submarine can turn up at the American waters tomorrow. So, where it is going to be in all over the world is going to be deployed as per our doctrines and as per our requirements. So, we have a very, very powerful Navy in the sense that the submarine is like a needle in a haystack. It can turn up anywhere, anytime, wherever the country wants its deployment to defend, to show the flag, and to strike fear in the hearts of the enemy.
Well, Commander, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. A proud day for all in the Indian Navy, for the entire nation too, because we are speaking on a day when a stealth frigate is being commissioned, and there are reports now emerging that India's third nuclear-capable submarine is also going to be commissioned in the coming few days. Shifting focus now to the battlefield, the Iran war. What is exactly happening on the ground? In fact, there is a massive churn that is basically taking place. Many would say that this is an indication of which way the war is headed with the purge that is taking place within the Pentagon. The latest essentially coming in with that of the Chief of Army Staff. It turns out the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, without giving much of a reason, has now removed the Chief of Army Staff. And not just that, there have been several appointments that have actually taken place. This comes at a time when President Trump has essentially reiterated what he has been saying all this while without giving a clear exit plan or, for that matter, an off-ramp. So which way is it really headed? I'll come back to in a short while from now. We're going to put out all the details. Can we please have those graphics in rather than these pictures right now with regards to the Pentagon purge that has basically taken place? On your screens right now, we are going to take you through all the appointments that have taken place and, more importantly, those who have essentially been asked to leave. In fact, on your screens right now, these are images that came in earlier today. In fact, can we just have the graphics right now of the Secretary of War? Or for that matter, let's go across to our guest who's joining us on this broadcast. Well, we'll try and go across to our guest in a short while from now, but let me just quickly take you through what's really happening on the ground. And in fact, as you see, as far as these changes, as far as the changes are concerned, let's take you through what are the changes that have taken place in the last 48 hours. Chief of Army Staff, General Randy George, was asked by Pete Hegseth effectively to resign, but he was asked to retire, is what some reports have been suggesting. There has been major reshuffle that has taken place within the key circle. David Hodney, that's other Army general who has been asked, who's been fired by Pete Hegseth. Now, remember, there is no inquiry that has essentially been done. There is no reasoning that has also been given by, in fact, by the Pentagon at this point in time. Now, there are other big faces that have also gone. Attorney General Pam Bondi has been fired by President Trump. This is over the handling of Epstein files. Then there are reports of FBI Director Kash Patel. There are reports of discussions on leaving the Trump administration. Now, Kash Patel has been extremely vocal, someone who has backed President Trump all this while. The Army Secretary Daniel Driscoll, reports of discussions of him also leaving the government. That's the other big phase that is being lost by President Trump. Then, of course, comes in Labour Secretary Lori Chavez, also leaving the government. In fact, this is the massive purge that you're basically looking at, not just Pentagon, but many within the Trump administration also leaving. Now, what impact does it really have on the ground? When in the middle of a war, the Chief of Army Staff has essentially been asked to retire. It could only be two things. One, if at all the Chief of Army Staff did not really endorse the plans that have come in from President Trump. This comes at a time when Pentagon has made massive deployments. The 82nd Airborne Division, which includes several soldiers, roughly about 2,500 soldiers are going to be deployed, with suggestions now coming in that whether at all there could be some sort of a ground invasion. In fact, what we are given to understand is that I'm going to stay for a few more seconds to just explain this, and I'll wrap up in a short while from now. But let me just quickly take you through what perhaps could be the reason why the Chief of Army Staff was asked to retire. It could only be that perhaps he did not endorse the plans of the Trump administration. This comes at a time when there has been a growing chorus within the Trump administration that there should be some sort of a ground invasion because they need an off-ramp right now, or to go back to the American audience with some sort of a win. That could be one of the reasons why the Chief of Army Staff has been asked to leave. Otherwise, nothing really explains why suddenly the Pentagon would have taken a decision of asking the Chief of Army Staff to essentially leave their system. Well, that's all that we have on the coming in from the battlefield. In fact, these are the major changes that have essentially taken place. Shifting focus now, we're going to go back to our election coverage of what's really happening in the battleground states. We'll move on to the other big story. Well, in fact, now breaking news now coming in. TVK Chief Vijay has filed 2 different affidavits ahead of the polls, where he has basically said that there are no criminal cases pending declared in the Perambur nomination affidavit. Vijay, in fact, has filed 2 different affidavits. We'll try and get more details of the affidavits that have been filed and what does it essentially mean right now. We'll try and go across to Sharda in a short while from now, getting us the latest details of what's really happening. Sharda is joining us. Sharda, 2 affidavits being filed by Vijay. What's the reason and what's the difference in both of the affidavits that have been filed so far?
Well, Vijay has filed 2 affidavits, one in Perambur, one in Trichy East, both of them where he was nominated and he's contesting from. Now, in the Perambur affidavit that he has submitted, there's mention of no criminal charges against him. However, in the Trichy East affidavit that he has submitted, the nomination paper shows that there is 1 case against him in Madurai, which was filed in 2025. Likely the Karur incident, which was taken to the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court initially before the case was transferred to the CBI. So what the adjutant politician can mention is about filing a new nomination in Perambur with the affidavit that says that there is 1 pending complaint in the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court. However, if the complaint only pertains to the Madurai bench area and the complaint against the politician, which is only around the surrounding area because of the incident in Karur and the target is only in the locality, then he can skip filing another nomination in Perambur. However, there are 2 more days left for the nominations to be filed in the state of Tamil Nadu. So we have to wait and watch if Vijay will again be filing nomination papers in Perambur or not.
With regards to no criminal offence, that is what Vijay has essentially declared. But having said that, there is an FIR that has been registered against Vijay, an ongoing investigation of the Central Bureau of Investigation. Why is it that it does not find a mention, Sharda?
Well, as there is no FIR mentioned against Vijay in the Karur case, there is no complaint. Also, during the investigation, Vijay's name was not mentioned in any of the complaints given by the public, nor the police had mentioned Vijay one as the accused. It's only mentioned the party's general secretary and also the party's district secretary of the Karur, Adav Arjuna's and others' names are written, whereas Vijay's name is not mentioned. However, later a petition filed in the High Court points out that Vijay should also take responsibilities based on the petition that there was a small complaint raised with a criminal case against the TVK leader Vijay. However, it was later deemed not required by the Madras High Court, stating that the state police will not investigate the case, following which was given to the CBI. And as we saw, Vijay was intervened by the CBI, investigated in January. All 3 sittings are over. Likely that Vijay's name is not mentioned in the CBI charge sheet as well. If it will be released soon is likely what the party sources are telling us. If Vijay's name is taken in seriously for the criminal case in Karur, Vijay still has to file another nomination in Perambur, where he's contesting from the Chennai urban area.
Well, thank you very much, Sharda, for getting us the latest details. We're going to follow this story very closely. That's all that we could pack in this edition of Live Report.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आग और मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Puducherry. Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think this is a major issue, but I'm sure.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Puducherry. Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think this is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time.
Watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, on day 34 of the war in West Asia, we're looking at purge already beginning in the US Army. Now, Chief of the Army Staff has been fired by Pete Hegseth along with 2 top generals. Now, what does this mean for the US Army and also for the war going ahead? We'll discuss all of that and more. But first up, a quick check at the top headlines. Indian Navy to commission stealth frigate Taragiri in Vishakhapatnam and 3rd Arihant class nuclear powered submarine. Mastermind of the Malda violence in Bengal arrested by CID as he was attempting to flee from an airport near Siliguri. The Aam Aadmi Party reacts to Raghav Chadha's statement, accuses him of becoming fearful, terrified against government. Iran now confirms it has shot down a second US F-35 fighter jet in central part of the country. After Hexet House and forces the Chief of Army Staff to resign, reports now say 2 other top generals have also been sacked by the US Secretary of War. Iran threatens to attack several key bridges in the Middle East in retaliation for the destruction of their B-1 bridge linking Tehran to Karaj. All right, viewers, these are live visuals on your screen from Visakhapatnam, where Indian Navy is all set to commission now stealth frigate Taragiri. So a big boost to Indian Navy in terms of its deterrence capabilities. And now we're getting you live visuals of the commissioning ceremony of the stealth frigate that's now set to join Indian Navy. That's Taragiri in Visakhapatnam. You can see Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, in fact, on your screen as the commissioning ceremony is about to begin for the stealth frigate Taragiri in Visakhapatnam. Along with that, you also have Navy Chief present with him. All right, my colleague Ishan now joins me on this. Ishan, it's a big boost for Indian Navy. A new vanguard of the seas, Taragiri, is now set to join Indian Navy front lines. In fact, help us understand about what exactly Taragiri offers to Indian Navy and how it's a big boost in terms of maritime sovereignty as we're getting these live visuals of the commissioning ceremony.
Absolutely. Taragiri is the 4th in the series of the Giri-class frigates that is under the Project 17A. First was Nilgiri, then Udaygiri, Himgiri, and now Taragiri. Taragiri is a stealth frigate which has the capacity of VLS launchers that can launch BrahMos missiles, MRSAM missiles, an SRGM gun that is world-class. Apart from that, it has a co-dog propulsion system that is both gas and diesel can be used to propel this ship at speed. Now, there are a lot of stealth features, from the coatings on its painting, the thermal insulation, the silent drive facilities with the co-dog engine. All of this makes this ship especially powerful for the Indian Navy. Now, the 4th in the series of 7, this will be joining the Indian Navy at its Eastern Fleet at Visakhapatnam. This will definitely boost the Indian Navy's presence in the region, and most importantly, it will provide a potent threat deterrent for the enemies. This is a very advanced ship. It has the MF Star radar that has the capacity of tracking more than 300 objects at the same time. It is world class in every sense of the manner. It has a beautiful deck. It has the capacity of handling both the UH-60R Romeo helicopters and other helicopters of the Indian Navy. This is a connected warship. That means it has a lot of AI features, AI assisted computers and targeting systems, ensuring that the targeting system is on point and precise every time. It has a beautiful communication system with various satellite uplinks that ensure that it is in communication with its command at all times. This is a warship that has been designed in India with over 75% indigenous content and more than 200 MSMEs participating in production of various components of this ship. All of this coming together, giving an answer to how Atmanirbhar are we. We are currently at the peak of Atmanirbharta, and this ship is a testament to India's dedication to this vision. Back to you.
Right, of course, Ishan, it is an embodiment of the spirit of Make in India, and also the fact that it is a premier hunter of the seas that's now set to join Indian Navy. Also the fact, Ishan, that we are looking at the warfare now changing. There's increasing role of Air Force as well as Indian Navy specifically. When we look at Indian Ocean, the presence of Chinese as well as the US also increasing in the region. So, of course, the role of Indian Navy today becomes much more important in terms of deterrence. So in that context also, help us understand how INS Taragiri is now going to boost that deterrence capabilities of the Indian Navy.
Absolutely. The Indian Navy is the premier player in the Indian Ocean region, and its capabilities are increasing day by day. We have been inducting ships at a breakneck speed, be it support vessels, be it patrol craft, be it the frigates, or be it a nuclear submarine. India has now started manufacturing and building all of these at home. The Indian shipyards have matured to a point where they are delivering world-class equipment to the Indian Navy at pace, and now we can see that with the induction of Taragiri, we are seeing the best of the stealth frigates being inducted into the Indian Navy. This also ensures that India has sufficient number of vessels to protect the entire region and be a net security provider in this region. Indian Navy is the most dominant navy in the Indian Ocean region. And we have seen that a lot of Chinese vessels, especially these research vessels, have been coming into the Indian Ocean region, mapping mapping the seabed. And we also saw action by the US Navy recently with the Iranian warship. So Indian Navy, with the induction of this ship, is increasing its strength and becoming the most dominant navy in the Indian Ocean region.
Right, of course, Ishan, we are, day by day increasing our equipment, increasing our resources in terms of, being the net security provider in the Indian Ocean. I also want to ask you, not just on the combat role, but INS Taragiri is also well equipped to handle humanitarian assistance and disaster operations when it comes to providing relief or, also in other operations. So, share some light on these aspects also.
Absolutely. HADR forms a key component of the Indian Navy's mission. Indian Navy has always been the first responder of sort in this region, and we have seen that either be Sri Lanka or be it the Bangladesh region or in Maldives, all of their Indian Navy was present as the first responder, ensuring supplies are dropped there. This particular vessel has the capability of operating helicopters which help in evacuating people from regions. It also has this electricity generation capacity using its engines. This can be used as an emergency generator of sorts. And apart from that, the purification process that the Navy has on this ship can be used to provide clean water to wherever it goes. So this ship definitely is a force multiplier for HADR missions, and this can ensure that the Indian Navy can reach wherever it needs to be and provide this assistance. This ship has the speed of 23 knots, which is a very fast for a vessel of this size, and can reach regions where HADR missions are taking place and provide these essential commodities.
All right, so thanks, Ishan, for joining us on this big story. It's a big boost for Indian Navy as well. And now, viewers, we're shifting focus to another breaking story at this moment. Now, BJP here has hit back at Aam Aadmi Party over the treatment of Raghav Chadha. Now, they say it is the right of the Aam Aadmi Party's leadership to appoint the leader of its parliamentary party, but the manner in which MP Raghav Chadha has not only been removed from his position of party's deputy leader in the upper house, that's Rajya Sabha, but the party has also requested the Rajya Sabha secretariat not to grant him speaking time in the house. It makes it clear that Raghav Chadha has distanced himself from Arvind Kejriwal's anarchic and corrupt leadership. Now, they also go on to say that first Ms. Swati Maliwal and now Raghav Chadha, who have been at the foundation of the Aam Aadmi Party, have been moved away from Arvind Kejriwal. It is possible that some other people too have already distanced themselves from Aam Aadmi Party's daily affairs. Now, it would be, in fact, better, BJP says, if Arvind Kejriwal had shown a moral responsibility in this case by expelling Swati Maliwal and Raghav Chadha from the party, but we all know that Kejriwal is a weak leader who lacks the courage to face the opposition, whether from opposition parties or from within the party. Now, that's the big statement from BJP, who have now said that Arvind Kejriwal, in fact, lacks a moral responsibility in the way he's acted. My colleague Harsh now joins me on this. Harsh, you've been closely tracking this story. You know, first there was a response from Aam Aadmi Party, then Raghav Chadha, of course, responded to it, and now BJP also having a reaction on this, saying that Arvind Kejriwal here lacks the moral responsibility to act in a manner that he should have done.
Right, back-to-back political reactions in this regard. Earlier, serious charges were put up on AAP MP Raghav Chadha. Now, let me read out a few of these allegations that are put by Aam Aadmi Party on their own MP Raghav Chadha, who is a prominent leader not just within the party, but he has gained nationwide prominence because of the issues he has been raising in the parliament for the past few years. Now, Aam Aadmi Party has alleged that the party is allotted a very little time to speak in parliament. Within that limited window, one can either choose to struggle for the salvation of the nation or merely strive to get the price of samosa reduced in the airport canteen. Now, this comes as a big shocker also because of the fact that a party that recognizes itself as the party of the Aam Aadmi has an issue with its MP raising concerns and issues of the common man in parliament. Now, this also comes as a big setback for Aam Aadmi Party, and it's time for them to speculate into the matter, because earlier they lost another MP in the name of Swati Maliwal, and now Raghav Chadha going against the party terms, going against the party line. This comes as a big development for our viewers that Aam Aadmi Party has now openly lashed out at its own MP, and in fact Raghav Chadha himself has now issued an official remark in this regard, saying that he might have been silenced but he's still not defeated. Now, this comes as a big development from here in New Delhi.
Coming in from Aam Aadmi Party, Saurabh Bharadwaj was now detailed as to why Raghav Chadha was removed from his position of a deputy leader in Rajya Sabha. Let's take a listen.
राघव भाई, अभी आपका वीडियो देखा। हम सब लोग अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के सिपाही हैं और हमने तो एक ही बात सीखी थी, जो डर गया समझो मर गया। हम सबको तो लोगों के मुद्दे उठाने थे, सरकार की आंख में आंख डाल के।
বলতে পারছি না স্যার কে ছিল, আমি ওখানে স্পটে ছিলাম না, আমি বিজনেস করি, আমার দোকান আছে,
দোকানে বসেছিল
ছিল সবাই ছিল ও ছিল সবাই ছিল ও ছিল ছিল সবাই ছিল সবাই করি আমরা সবই করি যখন যেটা বিয়ে হয় সবই করি আমরা বলতে পারি আমার বাচ্চাদের কাছে বাচ্চা দেখা না তাহলে মালিক কেন গ্রেফতার করা হলো ইলেকশন কমিশনে কি চাইলো কেন হলো একটা সমাজসেবী ডাক্তার তাহলে দোকানে বসবে না তাহলে দোকানে বসবে না
हमारा दादा है ऐसे ही उठा कर ले गया
of the Malda violence, who was earlier arrested by CID, now being taken to court. My colleague Kishle also joins me on this. Kishle, do tell us what is exactly happening right now. It seems that the mastermind behind the Malda violence is now being taken to court.
Well, Mofakkarul Islam was earlier arrested in Bagdogra, Siliguri and not in Malda, and he has been now moved towards Malda where he will be produced in the court. On the other hand, the live visuals that we are seeing right now on air, these are 15 accused. We know total 35 have been arrested in the Malda case. Among those 35, these are 15 accused who are now being taken from Malda police station to the court. But the locals, some of them gathered there. There was a chaos around that police vehicle in which they were carrying these 15 accused. And the locals are saying that the police arrested wrong people and they were not connected to the violence, and these people are arrested wrongfully. That is what the locals, some of them who gathered there, they were saying so. Now, right now, what we know, the latest updates are all of these accused have now been moved towards the court, and today they will be produced in the court in a while. About 35 accused has been arrested till now by the police and by the CID in a teamwork. This case has been handed over to the NIA. The NIA team has reached the police station as we speak, and the case files and the details are now being handed over to the NIA. In a while, after taking permission from the court, after they are produced in the court, we are looking forward to a situation where all these accused will be handed over to the NIA, probably according to sources. And the mastermind, one of the mastermind, the person who was instigating the whole situation, Mofakkarul, he is arrested in Bagdogra in Siliguri, not in Malda. He was trying to flee from Bagdogra airport to Bangalore, from where he was arrested by the CID, and now he is being also brought from Siliguri towards Malda. So all of these accused will be produced in the court, after which the due procedure will be followed and they will be handed over to the NIA. That is what we are getting to know from our sources. All of these accused were somehow connected to the violence that erupted and continued in Malda since last 3 days. We know 7 judicial officers were held captive in a way. 4 of them were women magistrates. They were held captive, and also they alleged that there was an attempt to murder on them, and there was a very violent crowd which gathered around them. So all of these accused are somehow connected in that case, and Mofakkarul Islam being the instigator in this matter, he is also being probed by the CID. Later on, who will be probed by the NIA as well. And these 15 accused are being taken away. Either they are connected for instigating the crowd, or they are connected in creating the violence themselves. All of them will be produced in the court in a while.
All right, Kishule, you say about 35 people have now been arrested in a Malda violence. 15 of them are being set to being produced before the court, along with the mastermind as well. I want to ask you, what more details do we have? In fact, Kishule, I'll come back to you after this, but thank you so much for joining us. And you're back to the commissioning ceremony of
अपनी क्षमता और सामर्थ्य को बढ़ा सकें। इसी संदर्भ में आज की एयर कमीशनिंग भारतीय नौसेना की ऑपरेशनल रीच, प्रेजेंस और रेस्पॉन्सिवनेस को और सुदृढ़ करेगी। अपनी अत्याधुनिक और शक्तिशाली कॉम्बैट कैपेबिलिटीज तथा स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट सिस्टम्स के साथ तारागिरी भारत की बढ़ती आत्मनिर्भरता का भी एक सशक्त प्रतीक है। इस जहाज में 75% से अधिक इंडिजिनस कंटेंट है और खास बात यह है कि इस प्लेटफॉर्म का निर्माण इसी क्लास के पहले शिप्स की तुलना में लगभग 15% कम समय में पूरा किया गया है। इस उपलब्धि के लिए मैं एमडीए की पूरी मैनेजमेंट, उनके सभी कर्मचारी, हमारे डिजाइनर्स, ओवरसीयर्स और इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने अपनी उत्कृष्ट कारीगरी और अटूट समर्पण के साथ इस शक्तिशाली जहाज को तैयार किया है। इस अवसर पर मैं तारागिरी के कमांडिंग ऑफिसर, डेजिक अभी तक और कमिश्निंग को भी बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने कमिश्निंग के इस महत्वपूर्ण माइलस्टोन को अचीव करने के लिए सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर अटूट परिश्रम किया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप सब अपनी मेहनत और कौशल से तारागिरी की लेगेसी को नई ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाएंगे। अंत में एक बार फिर मैं माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी को और रक्षा मंत्रालय की तरफ से भारतीय नौसेना को निरंतर मिलने वाली सपोर्ट के लिए हार्दिक धन्यवाद देता हूं। सर, साथ ही साथ आपका यहां उपस्थित होना तारागिरी के क्रू के साथ साथ पूरी नौसेना का हौसला और बढ़ाएगा। मैं पूरी नौसेना की ओर से आपको और पूरे देश को आश्वस्त करता हूं कि भारतीय नौसेना हमारे देश के सामुद्रिक हितों की रक्षा के लिए बिल्कुल तैयार है, कहीं भी, कभी भी, कैसे भी। जय हिंद, जलवे व्यस, बलवे वितस।
Thank you for your inspiring words. The commanding officer designate of INS Taragiri, Captain Hemant Gopal, will now read out the commissioning warrant.
Commissioning order by the Chief of the Naval Staff. Whereas the Government of India has decided that Indian naval ship Taragiri be commissioned, you are hereby directed to proceed to commission the said ship on the 3rd day of April 2026. Indian naval ship Taragiri will be administered by the flag of the Commanding-in-Chief, Eastern Naval Command. Given under my hand this, the 3rd day of April 2026. Signed, Dinesh K. Tripathi, Admiral, Chief of the Naval Staff.
All guests are requested to rise for the colors ceremony. All officers in uniform are requested to salute with the guard. The hosting of the national tricolor on the
All right, viewers, that's the commissioning ceremony underway of INS Taragiri. Just a short while ago, it was Indian Navy Chief Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi who was speaking about how this is a big boost for deterrence of the Indian Navy at the front lines. And now, in fact, we will be slipping into a very short break. But on the other side, we'll get you all the updates about the double boost for Indian Navy, in fact, as INS Taragiri gets commissioned at Visakhapatnam.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दो ही बड़े। चंकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है।
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also in case if
एक समय था जब समुद्र हमारे लिए व्यापार और सांस्कृतिक आदान प्रदान का माध्यम था, लेकिन आज यह हमारे लिए सिक्योरिटी, सॉवरेंटी और स्ट्रेटेजिक स्ट्रेंथ का यह आधार बन चुका है। आज जब हम अपने आसपास के समुद्री क्षेत्र को देखते हैं, तब यह समझ में आता है कि समुद्र असल मायने में हमारे विकास का मार्ग है, हमारी कनेक्टिविटी का आधार है और हमारी आर्थिक शक्ति का भी यह स्तंभ है। इतिहास में भी आप देखिए, पिछले 200-300 वर्षों में जिन भी देशों ने मैरीन पावर पर अपना ध्यान केंद्रित किया, उनका विकास तेजी के साथ हुआ। कॉलोनियलिज्म के दौरान भी स्ट्रांग नेवल पावर वाले देशों ने पूरी दुनिया में अपने उपनिवेश बनाए। व्यापार से लेकर स्ट्रेटेजिक रीजन तक हर जगह वैसे देशों का वर्चस्व रहा। कम से कम इतिहास तो हमें यही बताता है कि अपनी नेवल पावर को मजबूत किए बिना कोई देश सही मायने में शक्तिशाली नहीं माना जा सकता। इसलिए साथियों, जब हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी 2047 तक एक विकसित भारत के निर्माण की बात करते हैं, तो उसमें भी मैरीन पावर की भूमिका बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है। 11,000 किलोमीटर से ज्यादा लंबी कोस्ट लाइन वाला यह देश, 3 ओर से समुद्र से घिरा हुआ हमारा देश, अपने विकास को समुद्र से अलग करके किसी भी सूरत में नहीं देख सकता। हमारा लगभग 95% ट्रेड समुद्री मार्गों से ही होता है। हमारी एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी भी समुद्र पर ही निर्भर करती है। ऐसे में यह स्पष्ट है कि एक स्ट्रांग और कैपेबल नेवी हमारे लिए कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है, बल्कि यह नेसेसिटी है। इस बात को यानी मैरीन इंपॉर्टेंस को हम भली भांति समझते हैं। इसलिए आपने देखा होगा कि हमारी नेवी, चाहे वो पर्शियन गल्फ हो या मलक्का स्टेट, लगातार इंडियन ओशन में अपनी प्रेजेंस बनाए रखती है। जब भी कोई संकट आता है, चाहे वह इवैक्यूएशन ऑपरेशन हो या ह्यूमैनिटेरियन असिस्टेंस प्रदान करना हो, हमारी नेवी हमेशा सबसे आगे रहती है। हमारी नेवी भारत के वैल्यूज और कमिटमेंट का, मैं मानता हूं, एक सिंबल है, उसका यह प्रतीक है। INS तारागिरी की कमीशनिंग हमारी नेवी की ताकत में, वैल्यूज में तथा कमिटमेंट में और वृद्धि होगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। साथियों, आज का सिक्योरिटी इन्वायरमेंट तेजी से बदल रहा है और आप सभी ये महसूस कर रहे होंगे कि मैरीटाइम डोमेन अब कितना यह महत्वपूर्ण हो गया है। ऐसे में अथाह समुद्र में अनेक सेंसिटिव पॉइंट्स भी हैं जहां हमारी नेवी ने गुड्स की स्मूथ सप्लाई को इंश्योर करने के लिए लगातार अपनी एक्टिव प्रेजेंस दर्ज कराई है। जब भी वहां तनाव की स्थिति होती है, इंडियन नेवी ने हमारे कमर्शियल शिप्स, ऑयल टैंकर्स की सिक्योरिटी इंश्योर की है। हमारी नौसेना ने यह सिद्ध किया है कि वह न केवल भारत के हितों की रक्षा करने में सक्षम है, बल्कि आवश्यकता पड़ने पर दुनिया भर में अपने नागरिकों और व्यापारिक मार्गों को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए हर कदम उठा सकती है। यह कैपेबिलिटी भारत को एक रेस्पॉन्सिबल मैरीटाइम पावर बनाती है। साथियों, हम सब जब जिस युग में रह रहे हैं, उसमें धरती सिर्फ सूरज, चांद यानी लाइट, हवा और पानी से नहीं, बल्कि डाटा से भी चल रही है, इंटरनेट से भी चल रही है। हम एक तरह के डिजिटल युग में इस समय जी रहे हैं और आज के डिजिटल युग में समुद्र की एक और महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है, जिस पर आम लोगों का ध्यान कंपैरेटिवली कम जाता है, और वह भूमिका जुड़ी है अंडर सी इंटरनेट केबल्स से। दुनिया का अधिकांश डाटा इन्हीं केबल्स के माध्यम से एक देश से दूसरे देशों तक पहुंचता है। हमारे फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शंस, कम्युनिकेशन नेटवर्क्स, डिफेंस कोऑर्डिनेशन और सब कुछ इन अंडर सी इंटरनेट केबल पर निर्भर करता है। यदि इन केबल को कोई नुकसान पहुंचाता है तो उसका प्रभाव केवल एक देश तक ही सीमित नहीं रहता है, बल्कि पूरी वैश्विक व्यवस्था को प्रभावित करता है। इसलिए हमें अपनी मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी को ट्रेडिशनल दृष्टिकोण से आगे बढ़कर एक कम्प्रिहेंसिव और फ्यूचर रेडी फ्रेमवर्क में देखना होगा। हमें केवल अपने तटों की सुरक्षा तक सीमित नहीं रहना है, बल्कि उन क्रिटिकल सी लेन्स, चोक पॉइंट और डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की भी सुरक्षा इंश्योर करनी है, जो हमारे नेशनल इंटरेस्ट से जुड़े हैं।
We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Viewers, let's move ahead. MP Sanjay Singh's statement has reacted to Raghav Chadha's controversy and says it is with deep regret that I must say whenever motions concerning various national issues were introduced in Parliament, you did not sign them, you did not lend your support. This is one more reaction coming in. Aam Aadmi Party leader Raghav Chadha, remember, was replaced by Ashok Mittal as a deputy leader of the party in Rajya Sabha, even as there were a lot of speculations. Now we see party leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party are coming out with different statements, and the latest update is that one of the leaders, Sanjay Singh, reacting to Raghav's demotion row. Now we have seen that these are updates coming in on Republic TV. We have seen many of
the party leaders reacting. Let's go and play out what Sanjay Singh had to say on the Raghav Chadha leadership row.
जैन साथियों, राघव का एक वीडियो आया है। मैं उसके संबंध में ये कहना चाहता हूं कि हम लोग अरविंद केजरीवाल के सच्चे सिपाही हैं और अरविंद केजरीवाल से एक ही बात सीखी है, निडरता, हिम्मत, साहस के साथ लड़ना और संघर्ष करना। लेकिन बड़े अफसोस के साथ ये कहना पड़ रहा है कि देश के तमाम मुद्दों पर जब सीईसी के खिलाफ प्रस्ताव आता है, आप साइन नहीं करते। पश्चिम बंगाल में लोगों के वोट के अधिकार छीने जा रहे हैं। दिल्ली में हम लोगों ने देखा किस तरीके से चुनाव आयोग का दुरुपयोग हुआ। पंजाब का मुद्दा होता है, उस वक्त आप खामोश रहते हो, नहीं बोलते हो। मोदी के खिलाफ आवाज नहीं निकालते हो। तमाम वो मुद्दे जो जनहित के हैं, देश से जुड़े हुए हैं, पार्टी से जुड़े हुए हैं, पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं से जुड़े हुए हैं। गुजरात में पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को पीटा जाता है, मारा जाता है, उस पर नहीं बोलते। पंजाब के तमाम अधिकारों को छीनने का काम केंद्र सरकार और मोदी सरकार करती है, उस पर नहीं बोलते। तो ये बहुत सारे मुद्दों पर वॉकआउट करने का मामला आता है, उस समय वॉकआउट नहीं करते। तो ये तमाम चीजें हैं जिसका जवाब देश आपसे चाहता है, लोग आपसे चाहते हैं। जय हिंद। जय हिंद।
Some more breaking news coming in. Punjab CM Bhagwant Mann says that Raghav Chadha compromised. Okay, so one more reaction coming in this time. Now, I just also want to tell our viewers exactly what Raghav Chadha had said. Raghav Chadha had said that he has been silenced, not defeated. He added that he had been stopped from speaking in the House, but he has only raised public issues. However, a lot of party leaders from the Aam Aadmi Party are saying that Raghav Chadha has compromised. For example, the Punjab CM saying this. We have seen that Aam Aadmi Party leaders have denied claims that Chadha was prevented from speaking in the upper house. Those are some of the back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, with various Aam Aadmi Party leaders coming out and justifying that why did Raghav Chadha get that demotion. So we're getting many reactions coming in. Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bhardwaj has also spoken out and reacted to the demotion of Raghav Chadha. Let's go ahead and play out that statement.
राघव भाई, अभी आपका वीडियो देखा। हम सब लोग अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के सिपाही हैं और हमने तो एक ही बात सीखी थी, जो डर गया समझो मर गया। हम सबको तो लोगों के मुद्दे उठाने थे, सरकार की आंख में आंख डाल के। पिछले कुछ दिनों में हमने देखा, जो भी कोई सीरियस मुद्दे सरकार के खिलाफ उठाता है, सरकार से प्रश्न पूछता है, लोगों की बात करता है, सरकार डिक्टेटर की तरह उसको तमाम सोशल मीडिया पर बैन कर रही है। चाहे वो ट्विटर हो, चाहे वो फेसबुक हो, चाहे वो यूट्यूब हो, सब जगह बैन किया जा रहा है। FIR दर्ज कराई जा रही हैं, मुकदमे किए जा रहे हैं। सरकार को इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि कोई सॉफ्ट PR अपनी पार्लियामेंट में करे, क्योंकि पार्लियामेंट में एक छोटी सी पार्टी का बड़ा लिमिटेड टाइम होता है। उसमें अगर कोई समोसों की बात उठा रहा है तो उससे ज़रूरी है कि देश के बड़े मुद्दों की बात उठाएं।
Okay, so let's take you through all the latest updates that we're getting for our viewers here. And Raghav Chadha had said that he broke his silence and expressed a strong reaction after the party removed him and appointed Ashok Mittal as the new deputy leader in the Rajya Sabha. And he had said he has been silenced, not defeated, in a video message. Post that, and many of these Aam Aadmi Party leaders have come out in the open, and they are speaking about that Raghav Chadha's so-called demotion is for different reasons altogether. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Aam Aadmi Party itself has responded to what's happened. We have seen Aam Aadmi Party taking out a statement, and a lot of leaders replying. Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bhardwaj, we just heard him. He criticized Chadha for focusing only on soft issues and not supporting the party on contentious political topics. And we also have that video message of Raghav Chadha where he had broken his silence and spoken about the demotion. Let's play out Raghav Chadha's reaction.
मुझे जब जब पार्लियामेंट में बोलने का मौका मिलता है मैं जनता के मुद्दे उठाता हूं और शायद ऐसे टॉपिक्स उठाता हूं जिसे आम तौर पर संसद में नहीं उठाया जाता है। लेकिन क्या जनता के मुद्दे उठाना, पब्लिक इश्यूज पे बात करना कोई अपराध है? क्या मैंने कोई गुनाह कर दिया, कोई गलती कर दी? हैव आई डन समथिंग रॉन्ग? ये सवाल आज मैं इसलिए पूछ रहा हूं क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी ने राज्यसभा सेक्रेटेरिएट को ये कहा है कि राघव चड्ढा के पार्लियामेंट में बोलने पर रोक लगा दी जाए। जी हां, आम आदमी पार्टी ने पार्लियामेंट को यह सूचित किया है कि राघव चड्ढा को पार्लियामेंट में बोलने का मौका ना दिया जाए। अब भला कोई मेरे बोलने पर रोक क्यों लगाना चाहेगा? मैं तो जब बात करता हूं देश के आम आदमी की बात करता हूं। एयरपोर्ट पर मिल रहे महंगे खाने की बात रखी, जोमैटो ब्लिंकिट के डिलीवरी राइडर्स की प्रॉब्लम रखी, खाने में मिलावट का मुद्दा उठाया, टोल प्लाजा लूट से लेकर बैंक चार्जेस लूट की बात करी, यहां तक कि मिडिल क्लास पे टैक्स के बोझ से लेकर कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स पर स्ट्राइक क्यों करी जाती है, टेलीकॉम कंपनियां कैसे 12 महीने में 13 बार हमसे रिचार्ज कराती हैं, डेटा रोल ओवर नहीं देती हैं, रिचार्ज खत्म होने के बाद इनकमिंग रोक देती है, तमाम इश्यूज मैंने सदन में उठाए। और ये मुद्दे उठाने के बाद देश के आम आदमी का तो फायदा हुआ, लेकिन इससे आम आदमी पार्टी का क्या नुकसान हुआ? भला कोई मुझे बोलने से क्यों रोकना चाहेगा? कोई मेरी आवाज को क्यों बंद करना चाहेगा? खैर, आप लोग मुझे अनलिमिटेड प्यार देते हैं। मैं जब जब आपके मुद्दे उठाता हूं, आप मुझे सपोर्ट करते हैं, मुझे शाबाशी देते हैं, मेरा हौसला बढ़ाते हैं। मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं थैंक यू। ऐसे ही मेरा हाथ और मेरा साथ थामे रखिएगा, छोड़िएगा मत। मैं आपसे हूं और मैं आपके लिए हूं। और जिन लोगों ने आज पार्लियामेंट में मेरे बोलने का अधिकार मुझसे छीन लिया, मुझे खामोश कर दिया, मैं उन्हें भी कुछ कहना चाहता हूं। मेरी खामोशी को मेरी हार मत समझ लेना। मेरी खामोशी को मेरी हार मत समझ लेना। मैं वो दरिया हूं जो वक्त आने पर सैलाब बनता है। जय हिंद।
So let's go straight across to my colleague Harsh. Harsh, now we just heard Raghav Chadha's reply to the Aam Aadmi Party and to the people, and he says in that statement that he only picked topics which involve the common man. However, the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that Raghav Chadha absolutely refused to toe the party's line, and that is what we have seen. We have seen Raghav Chadha being demoted in the Rajya Sabha when it comes to the party leadership. Yes, Harsh, what is the latest that we are picking up?
Right, Shivangi, back-to-back political reactions in this regard. Now, MP Sanjay Singh has also reacted. He has also maintained similar line that we have seen by other prominent AAP leaders in this regard. Now, MP Sanjay Singh has also maintained that Raghav Chadha has stopped supporting the party in hard-hitting national issues, but he has maintained a softer line. He has stopped speaking against Modi. He has stopped speaking against the issues that are of national concern. This is what MP Sanjay Singh has to say in this regard. Now, this also becomes shocking because of the fact that a party that recognizes itself as a party of the Aam Janta is now having an issue with its own MP raising concerns and issues of the common people in the Rajya Sabha, and now it becomes a very hard to understand line that why will Aam Aadmi Party have an issue with its own MP raising issues of the common man in the parliament.
All right, thank you for getting us those details. Harsh, I'll be coming back to you for more. We're going to move ahead, viewers. We're getting some more updates coming in on Republic TV. We'll talk a little bit more about what is happening when it comes to the Tamil Nadu. So Republic TV has spoken exclusively to Tamil Nadu CM son Udayanidhi Stalin. Take a look at this report and this exclusive conversation.
Sir, you started your campaign. It's been 3 days. How has the response been?
The response is very good. We are very, very positive. I have almost finished around 12 constituencies. Everywhere I'm going, I'm seeing women voters gathering and showing their support, women and youngsters. And we are very confident of a landslide victory.
So with the manifesto coming out, there's always the AIDMK and BJP constantly pointing out that these welfare schemes are only increasing the debt of the government, and it's no more a welfare scheme, no more a freebie scheme, is no more attractive.
No, the people of Tamil Nadu will decide. We have given promises, we have kept our promises. So people of Tamil Nadu are very confident. Whoever can, anybody can give promises, but only our leader, only DMK has always been in the habit of fulfilling the promises. So people believe in whatever our leader says.
So also taking into consideration, Edappadi Palaniswamy has recently alleged that you've been bad-mouthing him, you're also criticizing him for his...
Please tell me, no, can you please point out one incident where I have bad-mouthed? If I have bad-mouthed, I'm saying my sorry to him. I have never bad-mouthed about any leader in that case.
So one last question also, sir. Right now your campaign started and most of the time you've been pointing out that the fight is against the NDA and Tamil Nadu. Is your ideological avenue, though being BJP, is this election fight between AIDMK or DMK versus BJP?
No, this is a fight between Tamil Nadu and Delhi. Tamil Nadu team versus Delhi team. Because Delhi is trying to take control of Tamil Nadu like all the other states. But they have continuously failed in that agenda. Yes, definitely this is an ideological war, and definitely people of Tamil Nadu, our Tamil ideology, our Dravidian ideology will win.
So when will you bring your nominations?
I'm planning to do it tomorrow morning.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So viewers, ahead of the elections in Tamil Nadu, we are waiting for the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. Republic TV has been speaking exclusively to multiple candidates. AIADMK candidate Valar Mathi, former minister, and AIADMK transgender activist and spokesperson Apsara Reddy. Now, candidates are conducting campaigns in Chennai Central area. Now, we see the AIADMK women leaders point out the unsafe locality and how, under the leadership of the DMK, we see the youngsters are prone to drugs and how it is easily available. This is a reaction we are getting in exclusive conversations as AIADMK leaders speak about how the government was functioning under MK Stalin. Let's listen in.
Edappadi sir has also started a drug task force. Primarily the reason why there's increased crime in the state. If you look at all the crimes against women, it's because the DMK has become a drug-free state. It's a drug freely available drugs in the state because of the DMK. And because of that, the amount of crimes are huge in the state because of drug menace, alcoholism, illicit liquor. So all this, Edappadi Annan has announced that he's going to crack the whip on all these kind of illicit alcohol, illicit drugs. And also, I think he's formed a very, very strong women police, whether it's a commando task force by all women police stations. It's an AIDMK introduction, and he's going to continue that with proper policing. And I think also the way that he's empowered women to reach work safely through with scooties, giving them economic empowerment to be able to travel safely, to afford vehicles. I think it's a very, very interesting manifesto with women. And the larger pictures, he's kept in mind women's economic empowerment and women's safety. Women's safety, campaigning for our former minister, Valarmadi Akka, is a great honor because she's somebody who stands for women's empowerment. And in the DMK government, the 2-year-olds being molested, the 86-year-old women being molested, women's schemes are not reaching the public. And I feel AIDMK is in a very strong wicket, and the amount of women candidates that Edappadi Ayya has given seats to is an indication of how women's empowerment is going to be given precedence in AIDMK. The NDA alliance led by the AIDMK is pro-women, and people like Valarmadi Akka are shining examples of how women can be brought to senior positions in the party. If you look at the DMK, Kanimori doesn't even have a proper role in her own party. Valarmadi Akka is a former minister, and the way Amma and MGR sir have given Akka prominence in our party, and Mr. Edappadi has given Akka prominence in our party. She is the key decision-making power in our party. Can Kanimori ever rise to that power? It's a dynastic party for men, and they will never let women rise in that party. It's an anti-women party, and she had to even fight to contest this election. It's all over the news that Kanimori didn't even get a seat because Udaynidhi is insecure of her and her growth. So such is the party, which is the DMK, and the crimes against women are appalling. Look at the amount of crimes against women in the DMK government. 2-year-olds are being molested, 86-year-olds are being molested, gang raped, where DMK councillors, DMK people are being involved, Anna University incident. So the DMK is a party which is anti-women and anti-women's growth.
We're getting some updates coming in. TVK leader Vijay, TVK chief who filed his nomination in Perambur and Trichy East, has two different sets of affidavits submitted. Now, one with criminal case and one without criminal case. So in his nomination affidavit for Perambur constituency, Vijay declared that there were no criminal cases pending against him, while in his affidavit for Trichy East constituency, he has declared a pending case dated 2025 registered at the Kuwait police station in Madurai. Vijay's nomination in Perambur will be in trouble for not disclosing the said criminal case unless he files a fresh nomination affidavit adding the case. However, the actor turned politician has 2 more days to file another nomination in Perambur with criminal case pending details. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. And there is a issue, we see an issue there with the affidavits that Vijay has filed. So like we told you, there are 2 affidavits after filing nomination, and one affidavit is with a criminal case and one without a criminal case. So in the nomination affidavit for Perambur, Vijay declared that there were no criminal cases pending against him, while in his affidavit for Trichy East constituency, he has declared a pending case dated 2025 registered at Kuwait police station. All right, let's go to Shardha joining us live. Shardha, so what will happen now? Because in Perambur nomination affidavit, there are no criminal cases which have been mentioned. So why do we see 2 versions, Shardha?
Well, Shivangi, if you see, the Perambur was filed on the 30th March. The nominations for it, the TVK leader Vijay filed it on 30th March, the initial day of when the nominations were open. Now, as the nominations are still open till the 6th of April, the nominations are still open. So Vijay has 2 options now, whether to withdraw this current nomination and file a new nomination in Perambur again, or an addition can be done. As the nomination dates are not yet over, there are options for him to edit it. However, if he does not edit it and does not submit a new petition, there are high chances that his nomination in Perambur constituency can be rejected, because 2 nominations with 2 different affidavits will not be accepted by the ECI. Now, accessing the affidavit that he has filed in the Trichy East, he has mentioned that it is a criminal case pending from 2025 in Madurai over the ramp walk issue that's been given. So, reading the affidavit, it is related to the issue where once a person gave a complaint against TVK leader Vijay and his bodyguards for overthrowing against the ramp when he was in Madurai doing ramp walk, and exactly on the 2nd year of TVK when it completed its 2 years anniversary, and that's when that happened. So it is not related to the Karur incident, because the CBI has taken over the case and there was no charge sheet filed and there was no case or FIR filed against Vijay in the Karur stampede, but it is related to the ramp walk case that a person had filed against Vijay back in 2025.
That's right. Okay. So they're raising questions about disclosure ahead of, the crucial polls. And this is a very important election for TVK's Vijay, because he is making his debut. So he really has to be careful here. What is his next move, Shardha?
Well, now he has 2 options, as I mentioned, whether he can withdraw the nomination that is already given in Perambur and file a new nominations, because as per the rules, a person can file 4 nominations from the same constituency to make sure that even if one is accepted and other 3 are rejected, so he can file a new nomination from Perambur constituency or edit the same nomination that he has already done. So there are 2 other options for him now left. So with the dates only on the 6th ending for the nominations to be filed in the state of Tamil Nadu, high chances that Vijay can file another nomination. But however, he is going to Puducherry tomorrow, so we can expect him to come back to Chennai on Monday to file his other nomination or edit the already given nomination to the Perambur constituency.
All right, thank you, Chadha, for getting us all those details, discrepancies coming out in Vijay's nomination and the affidavits that he has filed after filing the nomination. So we're taking a short break right now. Viewers, do not go anywhere. Discrepancies and scrutiny after discrepancies surfaced in Vijay's election affidavits regarding pending criminal cases, raising questions about disclosure norms ahead of the upcoming Tamil Nadu assembly polls. So this is the latest update that we are getting for our viewers. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Big boost for Indian Navy. India's third nuclear-powered submarine, INS Arnab, is being commissioned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for execution. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon.
Hello viewers, you're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be the West Asian conflict. We'll get you the latest updates from the war zone, minute-to-minute updates, because this time Iran has once again vowed retaliation after its B-1 bridge was struck. Now it has warned that it will be striking key bridges across the Middle East as a retaliation, as a form of retaliation. We'll get you all the details of this story and the top national and international breaking news developments. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Indian Navy to commission stealth frigate Taragiri in Vishakhapatnam and third Arihant-class nuclear-powered submarine Aridaman in ceremony to be presided over by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. The mastermind of the Malda violence in Bengal and the other accused arrested will be produced in court shortly. The Aam Aadmi Party reacts to Raghav Chadha's statement, accuses him of becoming fearful, terrified against government. Iran confirms it has shot down a second US F-35 fighter jet in central Iran. After Hegseth ousts and forces a chief of army staff to resign, reports say 2 other generals have also been sacked by US Secretary of War. Iran threatens to attack several key bridges in the Middle East in retaliation for the destruction of the B-1 bridge linking Tehran to Karachi. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news that we are getting from the IDF. The IDF has released a statement, and this is very big development. The IDF has claimed that approximately 15 Hezbollah terrorists were eliminated from the air in southern Lebanon. Latest statement from the IDF. IDF says that it continues strikes in Lebanon, in southern Lebanon to be specific. Now approximately 15 Hezbollah terrorists were eliminated from the air in southern Lebanon. So Hezbollah terrorists were targeted in Lebanon by the IDF, and in the latest wave of strikes, in the latest wave of attack, 15 Hezbollah terrorists were eliminated in southern Lebanon. Latest development coming in from the war zone, from the conflict zone. Israel continues to fight against the Hezbollah terrorists. When it comes to Lebanon, there is an ongoing fight between IDF and the Hezbollah, the proxy of the Iranian regime, that is the Hezbollah. Houthis have also been activated. They are also conducting strikes. They are also launching missiles. But this is about the strike which has been launched by the IDF. The strikes which have been launched by IDF, where the IDF claims that approximately 15 Hezbollah terrorists were eliminated from the air in southern Lebanon. This is the big breaking news development coming in from the West Asian conflict. There seems to be no end to the war. Claims are being made from both sides. Now, there was also a key bridge, the B-1 bridge, that was bombarded, that collapsed in Tehran, in Iran, and now this is the latest set of development that is coming in from Lebanon, and these are the strikes against Hezbollah terrorists. The 15 Hezbollah terrorists were eliminated in southern Lebanon. Big breaking news coming in from the West Asian conflict. 15 Hezbollah terrorists eliminated in airstrikes. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are receiving right now. These are the additional images of the downed F-35 in central Iran. We'll get you the visuals of the fresh visuals of the downed F-35 fighter jet. And these are the visuals. These are the parts of the aircraft, as you can see on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, after it was struck by the Iranian regime, as per their claims. Now, these are the fresh visuals emerging of the US F-35 jet, which was shot down by the Iranians.
जोर से बोलो दीदी लोग, जोर से बोलो, कितना था? जोर से बोलो, कितना? 25,000 करोड़। मोदी जी ने इसको बढ़ाकर 1,38,000 करोड़ करने का काम हुआ। और देश भर के आदिवासी समाज को, जनजातियों को, उनकी कला, उनकी संस्कृति, उनका खान पान, उनकी वेशभूषा, उनका संगीत, उनके नृत्य को मोदी जी ने विश्व भर में बढ़ाने का काम किया है। ये दूधनोई नदी जो है ना, इसको दूध की नदी कहते थे, इसलिए दूधनोई नाम पड़ा है। ये दीदी लोग ताली बजाते हैं, मगर डेयरी है एक भी है क्या? आप मेरी बात समझो, ये दोनों लोगों को चुनकर भेज दो। आसाम के हर जिले में एक बहुत बड़ी डेयरी और हर ट्राइब के घर में एक गाय और एक भैंस देने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। और ये सिर्फ वादा नहीं है। मैं सहकारिता मंत्री हूं, मैं आपको कहने आया हूं, हर ट्राइब की हर माता के घर में एक गाय और एक भैंस देने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार करेगी। भाइयों बहनों, आप मुझे बताओ, घुसपैठियों को रोकना चाहिए या नहीं रोकना चाहिए? अरे जोर से बोलो, रोकना चाहिए या नहीं रोकना चाहिए? अभी हमारे मेघालय में चुनाव था, गारो हिल पर, वहां हिंसा हो गई। क्यों हिंसा हो गई? कि बोली बाली गारो महिलाओं को फंसाकर एक घुसपैठिए शादी कर कर हिल काउंसिल का कब्जा लेने चाहते थे। एक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने असम को घुसपैठियों का अड्डा बनाया। वो दिन दूर नहीं, अगर फिर से उनकी सरकार आएगी तो हमारे ट्राइब के बीच में भी घुसपैठिए घुसेंगे। आप चाहते हैं घुसपैठिए घुसे? जरा जोर से बोलो, चाहते हैं? क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी रोक सकती है? आप फिर से एक बार, तीसरी बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सरकार बनाइए। अगली बार मैं आऊंगा तब चुन चुन कर घुसपैठियों को वापिस भेजने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार करेगी। हमने 2 बार सरकार बनाई, सारे घुसपैठिए चिन्हित कर रखे हैं। समय थोड़ा कम हो गया, 1-5 साल दे दो, चिन्हित किए हुए घुसपैठिए को चुन चुन कर हम निकाल देंगे, चुन चुन कर निकाल देंगे। भाइयों बहनों, गोलपारा की 4 सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी को देना है। ये हमारे पूरे क्षेत्र को, पूरे असम को कांग्रेस ने अशांत क्षेत्र बनाकर रखा। असम के युवाओं की मौत पर कांग्रेस ने राजनीतिक रोटियां सेकी। 19 से 24 में हमने असम में समझौता किया, बोडो का समझौता किया, कार्बी आंगलोंग का किया, होजांग का किया, आदिवासी ग्रुपों का समझौता किया, उल्फा का समझौता किया और 10,000 युवाओं को AK-47 राइफल डालकर आज मुख्य धारा में लाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने करा था। भाई याद करिए वो दिन 2003 का बामुन दोफा में बस में बम धमाका हुआ था। 10 में IED ब्लास्ट होते थे और 13 में गोंडापारा गांव में अंधाधुंध फायरिंग में युवा मारे गए थे। 2016 के बाद यहां परिवर्तन आया और 19 के बाद एक के बाद एक समझौते कर यहां शांति प्रस्तापित करने का काम किया है। इतनी माताएं बहनें हैं, मैं सभी को पूछना चाहता हूं, अभी कहीं पर बम धमाका होता है क्या? जरा जोर से बोलिए, होता है? गोलीबारी होती है क्या? अगले 5 साल भी नहीं होगी। हमारे दोनों प्रत्याशियों को जिताने का काम करिए। भाइयों बहनों, 90 के दशक की शुरुआत में मैं भी आया था। असम बचाओ आंदोलन विद्यार्थी परिषद का था। मैं गोलापारा में आया था, पुलिस ने लाठी चार्ज किया था और हम नारा लगाते थे, असम की गलियां सुनी है, इंदिरा गांधी खूनी। उस वक्त भी एक कांग्रेस पार्टी असम को अशांत क्षेत्र बनाई हुई थी और 15 साल तक मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार में 10 साल यहां पर फिर से अशांति फैलाई। आज राहुल बाबा, मैं पार्लियामेंट में बोलता हूं, मुझे कहते पुरानी बात क्यों याद कराते? माताओं बहनों, दीदी लोग, पुरानी बात याद रखनी चाहिए या नहीं रखनी चाहिए? जरा जोर से बोलो, रखनी चाहिए या नहीं रखनी चाहिए? गलती फिर से करना है क्या? अगर गलती से भी एक आधा कांग्रेसी गोलापारा में जीत गया, फिर से अशांति आएगी। इन्होंने कभी भी आसाम की संस्कृति के लिए कोई काम नहीं किया। हमने बोडोफा उपेंद्रनाथ ब्रह्मा की मूर्ति मेरे हाथ से दिल्ली में लगाने का काम किया। लसित बरफुकन की मूर्ति 50 ही फुट ऊंची मोदी जी ने भव्य प्रतिमा स्थापित की। चराई दे मोईदाम को यूनेस्को की विश्व धरोहर में रखा। असम आंदोलन के शहीदों के हमने गुवाहाटी में बड़ा स्मारक बनाया और लसित बरफुकन का यहां पर 400वां साल देश भर में मनाया गया। भाइयों बहनों, असम की संस्कृति को हम आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। एक बात मैं आज बताकर जाता हूं, जो असम का युवा मिलता है वो कहता है कि साहब ये घुसपैठियों की संख्या बहुत बढ़ती। कल मुझे बताया, मैंने बोला घुसपैठ तो बंद हो चुकी है भाई, संख्या काहे को बढ़ती? तो उन्होंने कहा इतने सारे इतनी सारी आबादी बढ़ती है, रोके कैसे? मैं बताकर जाता हूं। आप हेमंत विश्व शर्मा और नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में सरकार बना दो, आसाम में हम यूसीसी लाएंगे। अब कोई 4 शादी नहीं कर पाएगा, 4 शादी नहीं कर पाएगा। और यूसीसी में कांग्रेस पार्टी ट्राइब्स को डराती है कि आपको भी यूसीसी लगेगी। मैं आज कहकर जाता हूं, कोई आदिवासी भाई बहन को यूसीसी नहीं लगेगी। आदिवासियों को यूसीसी से बाहर रखा जाएगा। यूसीसी किसके लिए लगाना हमें मालूम है। भाइयों बहनों, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने रांभा, कार्बी, तीवा, मिसिंग, देओरी, दिमासा, ये 6 भाषाओं में प्राथमिक स्कूल बनाई। ये इनको अंग्रेजी पढ़ाना चाहते थे और भाषाएं सिखाना चाहते थे। हमने रांभा, कार्बी, तीवा, मिसिंग, देओरी और दिमासा में सैकड़ों प्राइवेट स्कूल बनाकर आपके बच्चों को आपकी भाषा सिखाने का काम हमारे नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने। और भाइयों बहनों, असम की महान असमिया भाषा को क्लासिकल लैंग्वेज करने का काम भी नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। भाइयों बहनों, ये घुसपैठिए आसाम में ढेर सारी भूमि पर कब्जा जमा कर बैठे। हेमंत विश्व शर्मा ने 5 साल में 1.5 लाख एकड़ भूमि को घुसपैठियों से मुक्त कराने का काम हमारी भाजपा सरकार ने किया। श्रीमंत शंकर देव का जन्म स्थान, उसको भी पूरा कब्जा कर रखे थे। काजीरंगा का घेरनों का भूमि पूरा कब्जा कर रखे थे, उसको भी हमने मुक्त कराने का काम किया है। भाइयों बहनों, 8000 से अधिक जनजाति कलाकारों का, चाय जनजाति का झूमर नृत्य मोदी जी ने देखा और वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड। 10,000 से अधिक बोडो जनजाति के लोगों का बागुरम्बा जूत नृत्य मोदी जी ने देखा और वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड हुआ। और बिहू का 11,000 से ज्यादा कलाकारों का नृत्य देखा और वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड हो गया। ये दुधनोई में मेडिकल कॉलेज परिसर बना है 250 करोड़ से। कुछ दोवा में पोल्ट्री ब्रीडिंग फार्म और फीड मिल पर काम जारी है। 1138 करोड़ से गोलापारा में जलवायु लचीली पेयजल परियोजना जारी है। निदानपुर में एलपीजी बोतल का प्लांट आया है और 270 हेक्टर कुमारी बिल में और धमारा बिल में 300 हेक्टर जंगल बनाने का काम भी हम कर चुके हैं। भाइयों बहनों, आने वाले दिनों में हमारे अध्यक्ष, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने एक बहुत बड़ा घोषणा पत्र जारी किया है।
All right, so these are the visuals, and this is the address of Home Minister Amit Shah from Dudhnoi, Assam. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, ahead of the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Puducherry on Friday for campaigning for April 9 polls, now Congress demands a response from centre to Chief Minister's demand for statehood as a fresh controversy sparks. Now, Congress MP Mukul Wasnik says the campaign for the Puducherry Assembly elections has gained momentum in the last few days. Watch this report.
The Puducherry Pradesh Congress Committee has posed a challenge to the central government on the Union Territory's demand for statehood. Demands have been made to PM Modi for statehood when he visited Puducherry last month for a government event.
Prime Minister Modi and NR Congress had assured to the people of Puducherry that Puducherry will be given the status of statehood. 5 years down the line, today it is absolutely clear that the promise made by the Prime Minister, promise made by the NR Congress is absolutely
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting from Tamil Nadu. Now, the Central Election Committee of the Bharatiya Janata Party has decided names for the ensuing general elections to the Legislative Assembly of Tamil Nadu. The BJP releases list of 27 candidates for Tamil Nadu polls. Big development coming in. BJP releases list of 27 candidates for Tamil Nadu polls. Now, the Central Election Committee of the Bharatiya Janata Party has decided names, 27 names for the ensuing general elections to the Legislative Assembly elections of Tamil Nadu. The BJP has released the list of 27 candidates for Tamil Nadu polls. This is the latest development that we are getting. All right, we have our colleague Chadha on the phone line to give details on the list of the candidates, the names that have been released. Chadha, what is the latest that you are fetching? The 27 candidates name list has been announced, has been released.
Well, the BJP list has now been announced. After so many days, the BJP has finally released his list. After the constituency list have now given its candidates. Starting with all the 27 candidates, what we have to notice is all the three sitting MLAs are again contesting, one being M.R. Gandhi, other being Vanati Srinivasan and Nainar Nagendran, who is also the president of the party. Nainar Nagendran is contesting from the Satur constituency, whereas Mylapore constituency has been given to Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan. And also Vanati Srinivasan, who is contesting in Coimbatore South, is now contesting from Coimbatore North. And the most important thing is the Minister of the State, L. Murugan, is contesting from the constituency Avinashi, which is a reserved constituency. And as you see, Vijay Dharni, who was formerly with the Congress, has now come back to the BJP. She's going to be contesting from the constituency Vilavangodu. So all we can see here is the leaders that who are contesting are either former MLAs have been leaders earlier in the party, continue to stand. However, there is a small confusion as there was rumors that Annamalai would be contesting, but the new list that's been given by the BJP confirms that the former BJP president Annamalai will not be contesting this particular election.
All right, so this list focuses more about serious winnability, or BJP is focusing on building a long-term base.
Well, if your question is the DMK is, if the BJP is going to go against the DMK and whether if these leaders are going to stand on a long-running stage is still a question, because as you see the constituencies that's given to the BJP, almost all the 27 constituencies, they are going against the DMK, not Congress or any other ally parties of the DMK, but directly going against the DMK leaders, especially Avadi is a very strong constituency where DMK sitting MLA is there right now, and going against the current government might seem a big challenge for the BJP government, because being an ally party of the AIADMK, the party still stands second, and there's also a question if the BJP will take a strong hold in the identity politics that is being played in Tamil Nadu. Also, there is a lot of opinion from the people of Tamil Nadu, a lot of statistics saying that Annamalai, who is not going to be contesting in the elections, will bring a drawback to the BJP in the state. However, these are all just claims by the people.
Yes, thanks a lot for the details. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up coming up just after the break. French President Emmanuel Macron and South Korean President Lee Jae-myung on Friday vowed to work together to ensure the safety of the Strait of Hormuz. Coming up next, don't go anywhere.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay. It is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation, and also in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion, and I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be the West Asian conflict, because Iran has vowed retaliation after its B-1 bridge was struck, and it has vowed retaliation that it will strike key bridges in the entire Middle East. We'll get you all the latest minute-to-minute updates from the war zone, from the West Asian conflict, and also the top national and international breaking news developments. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Double boost for Indian Navy. India's third nuclear-powered submarine, INS Aridhaman, and stealth frigate, INS Taragiri, to be commissioned. Aam Aadmi Party reacts to Raghav Chadha's statement. AAP says Chadha marking attendance for PM Modi. Raghav Chadha's ouster row intensifies. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann says Raghav Chadha compromised. Mastermind of the Malda violence in Bengal arrested by CID. Mastermind arrested from airport near Siliguri while he was trying to flee. After Hexeth asks US Chief of Army Staff to resign, reports say 2 other generals have also been sacked by US Secretary of War. Iranian media reports claim at least 8 civilians killed and 95 others injured after US-Israeli strikes on Iran's iconic B-1 bridge. And Iran threatens to attack several key bridges in the Middle Eastern region in retaliation for the destruction of the B-1 bridge linking Tehran to Karaj.
All right, viewers, now moving on to breaking news coming in at this hour. Aap leader Aatishi Singh has now reacted to, in fact, Raghav Chadha. She's now made a big claim saying that Raghav Chadha is now joining BJP. Now, remember, this comes after, in fact, Aam Aadmi Party removed Raghav Chadha from his position of a deputy leader in Rajya Sabha. He said he is silenced but not defeated. And now Aatishi also making a big claim on this. All right, now she in fact has hinted at Raghav Chadha now moving towards Bharatiya Janata Party. Earlier there were remarks by Saurabh Bharadwaj as well, saying that he is fearful, he succumbed to fear, and in fact he's sidelining with Prime Minister Modi. And now Aatishi also coming ahead and making a big claim that Raghav Chadha right now is joining a BJP. It's a big political shake-up that's now taken place. Aam Aadmi Party's Aatishi Singh now makes a big claim on Raghav Chadha, saying that he is now set to join Bharatiya Janata Party. That's the big claim. In fact, she has confessed to Republic about this, saying that Raghav Chadha is now set to join a BJP. All right, viewers, let's take a listen to that exclusive conversation Republic had with the AAP leader.
देखिए, आज देश के सामने एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है
हमने देखा है कि किस तरह से दिल्ली चुनाव के समय गलत तरीके से वोट काटकर, बीजेपी के वॉलंटियर्स के द्वारा झूठे वोट बनवाकर, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का मिसयूज करके किस तरह दिल्ली का चुनाव चुराया गया। आज पश्चिम बंगाल में एग्जैक्टली सेम चीज़ हो रही है। जब टीएमसी चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के खिलाफ इम्पीचमेंट मोशन लेकर आती है तो राघव चड्ढा जी उस पर साइन करने से मना क्यों कर देते हैं? जब लोकतंत्र पे हो रहे हमले के खिलाफ पूरा ऑपोजिशन वॉकआउट करता है तो राघव चड्ढा जी वॉकआउट करने से मना क्यों कर देते हैं? जब बीजेपी की पुलिस गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं पे झूठे केस लगाती है और उनको पार्लियामेंट पे उस पर बोलने के लिए कहा जाता है तो वो बीजेपी के खिलाफ बोलने से मना क्यों कर देते हैं? आज देश में आम आदमी का सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा गैस सिलेंडर की किल्लत है। राघव चड्ढा जी खास आदमी होंगे, उनको मिल जाता होगा गैस सिलेंडर, लेकिन एक कच्ची कॉलोनी में रहने वाले पिता को आज सोचना पड़ रहा है कि क्या मैं अपनी दिहाड़ी मजदूरी के लिए जाऊं या मैं 6 घंटे सिलेंडर की लाइन में खड़े होकर अपने बच्चों को कल खाना खिलाऊं। जब पार्टी राघव जी को इस मुद्दे पे बोलने के लिए कहती है तो वो क्यों मना कर देते हैं? ये सब प्रमाण है कि राघव जी मोदी जी और बीजेपी की गोद में जाके बैठ गए हैं। उन्होंने ये तय कर लिया है कि वो मोदी जी के खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे, वो बीजेपी के खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे।
लेकिन जब भी थोड़ी अनबन होती है, अनबन तो बहुत लंबे समय से थी, अब थोड़ा खुल के बाहर आ गई है, ऐसा मैं कहूँगा। जब भी कोई आपकी तरफ से नाराज़ हो जाता है तो बड़ा आसानी से कह दिया जाता है कि ये तो बीजेपी का एजेंट हो गया या कांग्रेस का एजेंट हो गया। तो ये सुगबुगाहट तो आपको बहुत पहले हो गई होगी या अचानक से कुछ ऐसा हुआ कि जिसके बाद आपने पद छीन लिया?
देखिए, जब कोई आपका साथी होता है, आपके साथ लंबे समय से काम कर रहा होता है, तो आप अविश्वास के साथ शुरुआत नहीं करते हैं। आप सोचते हैं कि हो सकता है कि इस मुद्दे पे ना बोल रहा हो कोई कारण हो, दूसरे मुद्दे पे ना बोल रहा हो कोई कारण हो, पर जब एक के बाद एक, देखिए ये कोई व्यक्तिगत अनबन नहीं है। राघव चड्ढा जी हमारे दोस्त हैं, हम साथ हमने राजनीति शुरू की, हम इतने सालों से साथ हैं। लेकिन बहुत सारे हमारे ऐसे दोस्त हैं जो हमारे साथ स्कूल कॉलेज में पढ़े थे, जो कांग्रेस पार्टी में हैं, जो बीजेपी में हैं। सवाल दोस्ती का नहीं है, सवाल व्यक्तिगत संबंध का नहीं है, सवाल इस देश के संविधान और लोकतंत्र का है। और आज इस देश में हर व्यक्ति जो कहता है कि मैं आम आदमी की हक की आवाज़ उठा रहा हूँ, उसे ये तय करना पड़ेगा कि या तो वो लोकतंत्र और संविधान के साथ है, या तो वो आम लोगों के साथ है, या वो बीजेपी और मोदी जी के साथ।
आप कह रहे हैं कि निजी संबंध हैं, दोस्त हैं, और ये हमने भी देखा है कि हर बैठक में, हर पार्टी के सम्मेलन में, हर रैली में पर्सनल लेवल पर बातचीत होती है या पार्टी जैसा कह रही है वैसा आतिशी जी अभी कर रही हैं?
देखिए, जैसा मैंने कहा, सवाल व्यक्तिगत संबंध का है ही नहीं, सवाल देश का है, सवाल संविधान का है। अगर आज मोदी जी के खिलाफ बोलने से राघव जी डर रहे हैं, आज लोकतंत्र पे हो रहे हमले के खिलाफ राघव जी बोलने से डर रहे हैं, तो इस देश के आम आदमी के साथ नहीं खड़े।
आखिरी सवाल, डर क्यों रहे हैं? आपको ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है कि राघव चड्ढा डर रहे हैं? क्योंकि हमने देखा कि जब तमाम आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता सड़क पर थे, प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, उस समय ये सवाल उठा कि राघव अपने ऑपरेशन के लिए विदेश गए हुए हैं। डर क्या है राघव चड्ढा के मन में?
देखिए, एक बीजेपी का SOP है, स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर है, कि वो विपक्ष के नेताओं को डराते हैं, धमकाते हैं, किसी पे सही गलत आरोप लगाते हैं, षड्यंत्र करते हैं। और हमने देखा है कि बहुत सारे विपक्ष के नेता जिन्होंने कुछ गलत किया होता है, वो कूद के जाके बीजेपी की गोद में बैठ जाते हैं। अभी असम में भी इलेक्शन चल रहा है, हेमंत विश्व शर्मा से बड़ा बेहतरीन एग्जाम्पल नहीं हो सकता। हमने प्रफुल्ल पटेल के साथ भी यही देखा है कि एक एक करके जिन नेताओं ने कुछ गलत काम किया होता है वो कूद के बीजेपी में चले जाते हैं।
आपको लग रहा है कि राघव बीजेपी में जाने वाले हैं?
संभव है, जिस तरह से बीजेपी के खिलाफ बोलने को तैयार नहीं है, हो सकता है।
आतिशी जी को आप सुन रहे थे, कह रहे हैं कि संभव है कि वो बीजेपी में जाएं राघव चड्ढा, और तमाम जो एक तरीके से रहे घटनाक्रम रहे हैं, उन घटनाक्रमों को जोड़कर आम आदमी पार्टी यहाँ पर देख रही है और उसी सिलसिले में एक राघव चड्ढा के खिलाफ कार्रवाई की राज्यसभा में लेकर, और उसकी कहीं ना।
All right, viewers, after Atishi Singh, it's the Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Mann, who's now made a comment on Raghav Chadha, saying that he has been a compromise. Now, that's a big statement coming in from the Punjab Chief Minister, Bhagwant Mann, who's now said that Raghav Chadha, in fact, has been compromised. Now, remember, this comes right after Atishi Singh also said that Raghav Chadha is now set to join a BJP. And in fact, now Bhagwant Mann also goes ahead, and in line with that says that Raghav Chadha has been compromised, again hinting on his possible moving towards Bharatiya Janata Party. Now we're looking at one after the other AAP leaders coming out and making comments about Raghav Chadha, saying he's been compromised, he's given in to the pressure by Bharatiya Janata Party, which is in fact now the party, according to the claims, he's set to join. And the latest on this trade, in fact, is Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, who now says that Raghav Chadha has been compromised. Now, there was a response that came in from Raghav Chadha as well, who said he's been silenced but not defeated. And now we're looking at more and more AAP leaders coming out. It was Saurabh Bharadwaj first, then Atishi Singh, and now Punjab Chief Minister himself. Let's take a listen.
कि अज ये मुद्दा जिहड़ा है वो जिहड़ियां वोटां कट्टियां जा रही हैं, लीगल वोटां नूं कट्टिया जा रहा है, सही वोटां नूं कट के गलत वोटां अपने बंदियां दियां जाली वोटां बनाईयां जा रही हैं। इस मुद्दे ते बोलना है। गुजरात दे विच 160 साडे लीडर ते वलंटियरां ते पर्चे कर दित्ते गए, ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ बोलना है। पंजाब दे विच किवें ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਧਰਮ ਤੇ जाति की लड़ाई कराने दी कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ बोलना है, ये मुद्दा चकना है, ਜਾਂ MSP का ਜਾਂ GST का पैसा ਜਾਂ RDF का पैसा वो चकना है। ਉਹਦੀ बजाय जे कोई एयरपोर्ट ते समोसिਆਂ का रेट ਜਾਂ कोई किसी डिलीवरी जी है PJ की 30 की बजाय 40 मिनटा हो जानी चाहिए, ऐदा के मुद्दे चकूगा, फिर लगूगा नहीं, तो शक नहीं होगा कि किसी होर पासे तो किसी होर स्टेशन तो बोल रहे हैं। कि अज ये मुद्दा जिहड़ा है वो ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਕੱਟੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਲੀਗਲ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੱਟਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਸਹੀ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੱਟ ਕੇ ਗਲਤ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਾਲੀ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਇਸ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਹੈ। ਗੁਜਰਾਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 160 ਸਾਡੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਤੇ ਵਲੰਟੀਅਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਪਰਚੇ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ, ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਹੈ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਧਰਮ ਤੇ ਜਾਤੀ ਦੀ ਲੜਾਈ ਕਰਾਉਣ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਾਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ बोलना है, ये मुद्दा चकना है। ਜਾਂ MSP ਦਾ ਜਾਂ GST ਦਾ ਪੈਸਾ ਜਾਂ RDF ਦਾ ਪੈਸਾ ਉਹ ਚੱਕਣਾ ਹੈ। ਉਹਦੀ ਬਜਾਏ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ 에어ਪੋਰਟ ਤੇ ਸਮੋਸਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਰੇਟ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਸੇ ਡਿਲੀਵਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ PJ ਦੀ ਉਹ 30 ਦੀ ਬਜਾਏ 40 ਮਿੰਟਾਂ 'ਚ ਹੋ ਜਾਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ, ਐਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਚੱਕੂਗਾ, ਫਿਰ ਲੱਗੂਗਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸ਼ੱਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਕਿ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਪਾਸੇ ਤੋਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੋਂ ਬੋਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ।
All right, viewers, now moving on to the election-bound state of Tamil Nadu. In this case, the Central Election Committee of the Bharatiya Janata Party has now come out with its first list for the election-bound state. Now it has about 27 candidates. The name of 27 candidates have now been released by Bharatiya Janata Party for the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, top leaders including L. Murugan, Tamilisai Sundararajan have been named in this list that has now been released by the BJP. It's the first list of candidates that they have put out for the election-bound state of Tamil Nadu, including some top names, which includes Tamilisai Sundararajan, L. Murugan as well. These are the top names. Part of that list. My colleague Shada now joins with more details on this. So Shada, BJP has now released its first list of candidates, about 27 names out. Break it down. What are the top names which are part of this list for us?
Well, under the AIADMK leadership of the NDA, 27 constituencies have been given to the BJP and the list is now out. As you just mentioned, top leaders Tamilisai Soundararajan, Nainar Nagendran and Vanathi Srinivasan and L. Murugan will be contesting in this particular elections. However, Annamalai, the former BJP state president and also a very known face for the Tamil Nadu under the BJP, is opting out of contesting in this particular elections. As we mentioned, Tamilisai Soundararajan will be contesting from the Chennai Urban Mylapore constituency, and she'll be fighting against the DMK, whereas Nainar Nagendran, who was earlier elected as the MLA from Tirunelveli district, has now changed his constituency to Satur. Same goes for Vanathi Srinivasan, who stood in Coimbatore South, is now standing in Coimbatore North. And however, MLA Amar Gandhi, who will be contesting from his same constituency, which is Nagarkoil, and also Vijay Dharni, who was formerly with the Congress, joined the BJP, is now standing from the constituency Vilavangodu, which is again with the Congress, so she's going to be fighting against the Congress. And the final on the top leaders list is L. Murugan, who's the Minister of the State Information Broadcast, will be contesting the central minister will be contesting from the Avinashi constituency, which is a reserve constituency. While BJP's list has been finalized, the Congress list is yet to be out. It's likely that Congress should be releasing the list today.
All right, so we are still awaiting for the Congress to release its list for Tamil Nadu, but also, Shada, these are the details of the list that has been released, but also let's talk about the political calculation that must have gone into selecting these names for 27 seats.
Well, a lot of calculations went on into getting this 27 seats. Piyush Goyal had made multiple visits to Chennai in the last 3 weeks after finalizing the number of constituencies and the announcement of constituencies by Edappadi Palaniswamy, the AIADMK party general secretary. Multiple times Piyush Goyal had high-level committee meetings with the BJP leaders in the state. Even day before yesterday, they released a charge sheet against the DMK for which Annamalai was present, and everybody expected that Annamalai's name would be brought back to the list because multiple sources from the party stated that Piyush Goyal and the higher command in the BJP wanted Annamalai to contest in this particular elections, and also sources from the party state that Annamalai, though will be campaigning for BJP for the Tamil Nadu elections, they expected him to contest from the constituency Singanallur, but AIADMK was very prominent in getting Singanallur constituency, though BJP not receiving it. Annamalai, sources from the party say that Annamalai did not want to go into another constituency and disturb other leaders, and that's the reason he's opted out from contesting in this particular elections. While BJP other leaders are all contesting from the constituencies, they expected to win at least a major share, especially Tamilisai Soundararajan, Vanitha Srinivasan, L. Murugan, Nainar Nagendran are all famous faces of the BJP. So it's likely that these leaders who are contesting from these constituencies have Congress as the opposition, so giving them a higher chance to win.
All right, Shraddha, BJP list out, Congress was still awaiting. What do you think could be the top names that will form a part of Congress's list for the state?
Well, the Congress is yet to finalize their list. It's likely the three constituencies are still in talks how to, nominate the certain candidates for the Congress. As of now, it's likely that Selva Perindagai, who is the TNCC chief, will be contesting again. And it's also from a reserve constituency. Also, there's questions on whether the MPs of the Congress will recontest as MLAs or not. Multiple Congress leaders are still in the talks, while most of the names are not yet released. Karthik Chidambaram is expected to contest as an MLA from the Congress constituency.
All right, Shraddha, thanks for joining us. And of course, we'll continue to track as and when the Congress also comes out with its list for the state. And now, viewers, shifting our focus ahead of the visit of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Puducherry for April 9 polls. We are looking at, in fact, campaigning intensifying in the state. Now, Congress here is demanding a response from the centre to Chief Minister's demand for statehood, as a fresh controversy now seems to be sparking up. The Congress MP in this case, Mukul Vasnik, says the campaign for the Puducherry Assembly election has gained a momentum in the last few days, and this as they continue with their demand. Take a look at this report.
On the Union Territory's demand for statehood. Demands have been made to PM Modi for statehood when he visited Puducherry last month for a government event.
Prime Minister Modi and NR Congress had assured to the people of Puducherry that Puducherry
All right, viewers, now shifting focus to developments we're getting from the war zone areas in West Asia. Now, in the latest, IDF has claimed that they have eliminated Hezbollah's 91st Division in southern Lebanon. Now, IDF soldiers claim that the division was eliminated as Hezbollah terrorists tried to approach the Israeli soldiers. They located them, and then dozens of weapons in southern Lebanon, in fact, have been recovered. Now, viewers, earlier this week, armed Hezbollah terrorists also approached IDF soldiers of the 91st Division and posed a threat to them, but this time the encounter led to their elimination. In a rapid operational response, the Israeli Air Force struck and eliminated the terrorists, according to IDF claims. In addition, the soldiers also located numerous weapons along with this division, which have now been recovered. So it's a big boost to IDF's campaign in southern Lebanon as they continue with their attacks all across the region on Hezbollah targets. All right, viewers, now dramatic visuals have emerged of a deadly strike that's taken place on the B1 bridge in Al-Borz province. Now, this is where civilians had gathered to mark the Nature Day in Iran, but at least 8 people have been killed and about 95 injured as explosions ripped through the area, sending plumes of smoke into the sky. Questions are now being raised over the targeting of civilian infrastructure and also what comes next in this escalating situation. Take a look at this report.
Dramatic visuals emerged of a deadly strike on the B1 bridge near Tehran. The bridge, a major infrastructure project, is still under construction, was hit by the United States, sending thick plumes of smoke into the sky, triggering panic among civilians gathered below. At least 8 people were killed and nearly 100 others injured. Many of them families who had assembled along the riverbanks to mark Nature Day, a national holiday celebrated outdoors. Videos now circulating on social media, the moment explosions rocked the area as people scrambled for cover. The strike is being seen as a major escalation, with United States claiming the bridge was being used as a strategic supply route for Iranian military equipment. But Iran has strongly rejected that claim, insisting the bridge was not even operational and calling the attack a direct hit on civilian infrastructure. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi slammed the strike, saying targeting civilian infrastructure only reflects the moral collapse of the attacker and will not break the will of the Iranian people. US President Donald Trump shared footage of the strike on social media, claiming that the destruction of what he called Iran's biggest bridge and issuing a stark warning. He warned much more to follow, and he urged Tehran to come to the negotiating table. The attack and the sharp exchange of words that followed have heightened fears of a wider conflict in the region, with civilian infrastructure now increasingly caught in the crossfire.
And now, viewers, let's shift focus to what's happening inside Israel. Now, several Iranian cluster munitions attacks have been reported in Kiryat Atta area of Haifa. Iran is now using cluster munitions to attack Haifa. In fact, buildings, vehicles have now reported damage in this Iranian attack on the city of Haifa. We're looking at more and more civilian infrastructure now coming under attack, not just in Iran, but also in Israel. And in this, in fact, latest attack in Haifa, we're looking at several buildings, several vehicles, also now incurring damage. Now, these are attacks not just using ballistic missiles, but also cluster munitions now being used by Iran to attack several cities all across the Israeli landscape. And in the latest, we're looking at attacks taking place on Haifa. Let's also take a look at the situation and the visuals we're getting from on ground in Israel.
يا شوف حدنا نزل رجت اكسلانو מפרנסיס בבית וגן. איפה האוטו שלך? يا شوف حدنا نزل رجت الدنيا رج يما الرعب يما الرعب يا ويلي يا حبيب الله طلع وين العمره لحد المحل عندنا.
All right, viewers, now moving on to some satellite imagery we're getting at this hour. It has captured a rare event. In fact, we can see about 3 large tankers loading simultaneously at Al-Muajid terminal on Saudi Arabia's Red Sea coast. We'll get you visuals of the same, in fact, in a short while. But this is the breaking news we're getting at this hour as we're looking at the blockade of Hormuz still continuing. Some rare event being captured on satellite imagery. These are 3 tankers which are loading simultaneously. In fact, on your screen now, you can see in the satellite imagery as 3 tankers are lined up one after the other, and you can see them getting loaded at this port in Saudi Arabia. It's a rare event, but of course, these are unprecedented times. We are looking at this conflict still extending even after a month. Strait of Hormuz still remains blocked, and amidst those escalations, these satellite imageries coming to light, showing in fact 3 tankers being loaded simultaneously. These are visuals which are captured at Al-Muajid, the terminal on Saudi Arabia's Red Sea coast. All right, viewers, now shifting focus to what's happening in elections. Now, in an exclusive interaction with Republic, AIA, a DMK politician and a spokesperson, Apsara Reddy, has now expressed her concern for women's safety in the state and also their economic stability, calling the DMK government a dynastic and anti-women party in the state. Take a listen.
AIDMK activist Apsara Reddy calls out to the DMK as a dynastic and an anti-women's party.
Women's safety, campaigning for our former minister, Valarmadi Akka, is a great honor because she's somebody who stands for women's empowerment. And in the DMK government, the 2-year-olds being molested, the 86-year-old women being molested, women's schemes are not reaching the public. And I feel AIDMK is in a very strong wicket, and the amount of women candidates that Edapadi has given seats to is an indication of how women's empowerment is going to be given precedence in AIDMK. The NDA alliance led by the AIDMK is pro-women, and people like Valarmadi Akka are shining examples of how women can be brought to senior positions in the party. If you look at the DMK, Kanimori doesn't even have a proper role in her own party. Valarmadi Akka is a former minister, and the way Amma and MGR sir have given Akka prominence in our party, and Ms. Edapadiyar has given Akka prominence in our party. She is the key decision-making power in our party. Can Kanimori ever rise to that power? It's a dynastic party for men, and they will never let women rise in that party. It's an anti-women party, and she had to even fight to contest this election. It's all over the news that Kanimori didn't even get a seat because Udaynidhi is insecure of her and her growth. So such is the party, which is the DMK, and the crimes against women are appalling. Look at the amount of crimes against women in the DMK government. 2-year-olds are being molested, 86-year-olds are being molested, gang raped, where DMK councillors, DMK people are being involved, Anna University incident. So the DMK is a party which is anti-women and anti-women's growth.
She raised concerns of rape and molestation of victims of across all age groups of women in Tamil Nadu, and adds that Valamarthi's contribution is undisputed.
On the other side, a big boost for Indian Navy as INS Taragiri gets commissioned at Visakhapatnam today.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Yesu Bharadwaj. And viewers, in the mounting pre-poll violence that's ongoing in West Bengal, now the Election Commission has announced the deployment of a record-breaking CAPF company with more and more troops being deployed over the mounting violence in the poll-bound state. We're getting you all the details on that, but first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. BJP releases list of 27 names of Tamil Nadu's assembly polls. Annamalai's name left out and Tamilisai to contest from crucial Mylapore. Prime Minister Modi is set to meet with BJP leaders in Chennai later today after campaigning in Puducherry. Getting in a fresh breaking development that comes straight from the poll-bound West Bengal. 500 companies of the CAPF, the Central Armed Police Forces, shall continue to remain deployed in West Bengal for post-poll law and order duties even after the completion of counting till further orders. A huge breakthrough amid the ongoing mounting pre-poll violence in West Bengal. Now, 200, in fact 700 CAPF companies will continue to remain deployed across the state for post-poll law and order duties even after the completion of counting. Now remember, the Election Commission of India has sanctioned a record-breaking deployment of 2,400 companies of the Central Armed Police Forces in West Bengal for the upcoming assembly elections. This represents nearly 2.4 lakh CAPF personnel, the highest ever security concentration for a single state election in India. In fact, joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Kishle from the Kolkata newsroom to get us all updates into the matter. Kishle, speak to us about this record-breaking deployment of the Central Armed Police Forces in the poll-bound state.
Well, exactly. Now, we see that a huge number of central forces are already being deployed in the state. Already about 500 company central forces are present in West Bengal. However, it is very evident that in spite of the presence of the central forces in this huge number, there are instances of violence still being experienced in several parts of the state. So the Election Commission has now instructed 200 additional companies of central forces to be deployed in several parts of the state, keeping attention to the fact that in Malda there has been large-scale violence in the last 3 days, and we saw how 7 judicial officials, judicial magistrates, were held captive for 17 hours, including 14 women judicial officers were also, in fact, held captive at Malda. So it's very evident that there is a need for additional central forces in the state, which has been now directed by the Election Commission. In phase 1, 240 companies of central forces were deployed, in fact, and till phase 7, about 743 companies of central forces are to be brought in the state, and that is by 17th of April 2026. There will be about 743 companies of central forces which will be controlling the elections in the state. On the other hand, it is very important to note that in West Bengal currently, the 500 company central forces that are already present, about 480 company central forces that are already present, have been deployed, especially in sensitive areas like Malda, Murshidabad and North 24th Pargana. The additional 200 companies will be supporting them in this matter.
Yeah. In fact, Kishle, also speak to us about the fact that in the capital, Kolkata, at least 60 companies are being deployed. This is the highest number ever for an urban deployment by the CAPF in regards to elections. And this is not just going to be, the deployments won't just be pre-poll, they will continue until the counting ends, and they will stay on their grounds, on their deployed areas until after the counting as well, to in fact also make sure that the state is not plunged into a complete law and order chaos post the counting is over. What does this reflect about the ongoing situation, the ongoing violence, chaos in the state? Kishle.
Well, very rightly pointed out, about 500 company central forces are to be present in West Bengal after the counting as well. So the Election Commission is apprehending large-scale post-poll violence, like there has been a large-scale post-poll violence in the past elections. People of West Bengal have experienced large-scale post-poll violence after the General Assembly election in 2021, in the Panchayat elections in 2023. So there has been instances of post-poll violence happening all over the state after the election results are declared. So this time the Election Commission, they want to make sure that no such instances of post-poll violence are allowed in the state after the elections are over and after the counting is over. About 56 people were killed after the Panchayat elections in 2023. 56 people dead after an election is a very stark reminder to the fact that how much important is to keep these forces after the elections even, and not take them out immediately after the elections are over. So very importantly, these forces will be kept, and they will be deployed in West Bengal even after the counting is over, till the time Election Commission believes that the situation has calmed down enough that they could be taken out.
Definitely a very unique sort of deployment setup that we're seeing in West Bengal. We'll closely keep tracking this story and continue the conversation. For now, we were shifting focus. Now talking about the poll-bound Tamil Nadu, a main battle going on between the AIADMK and the DMK. Now, AIADMK spokesperson Apsara Reddy has completely lashed out on the DMK. She says that they have made free drugs more and more available in the state, which has completely driven up the crime rates in Tamil Nadu. In fact, not just that, she also has accused the DMK of making illicit alcohol available with no cost, with no law and order, cracking down on them. In fact, she said that the AIADMK vows to crack down on illicit alcohol, on the availability of drugs across the state. In fact, she also praised her own party. She said that the AIADMK, Edapadi Palaniswamy, in fact, is making all efforts possible for women empowerment, and also not just ensuring their safety, but also making financial life easier for women in the state. Take a look at this.
Edapadi sir has also started a drug task force. Primarily the reason why there's increased crime in the state. If you look at all the crimes against women, it's because the DMK has become a drug-free state. It's a drug freely available drugs in the state because of the DMK. And because of that, the amount of crimes are huge in the state because of drug menace, alcoholism, illicit liquor. So all this, Edapadi Anand has announced that he's going to crack the whip on all these kind of illicit alcohol, illicit drugs. And also, I think he's formed a very, very strong women police, whether it's a commando task force by all women police stations. It's an AIADMK introduction, and he's going to continue that with proper policing. And I think also the way that he's empowered women to reach work safely with scooties, giving them economic empowerment to be able to travel safely, to afford vehicles. I think it's a very, very interesting manifesto with women. And the larger pictures, he's kept in mind women's economic empowerment and women's safety.
Viewers, now shifting focus to the ripple effects that the war in West Asia is having, not just on civilian lives, but also defense deals across the world. Now, the US entered in a defense deal with Japan, promising them of delivering over 400 Tomahawk missiles. That shipment will now be delayed as Washington's inventory of their armament continues to deplete in the face of the West Asia war. Now, remember, Japan is relying on US's Tomahawk missile to defend itself against Chinese and North Korean aggression. And now Tokyo learns that Washington will be delaying sending them the 400 missiles that were promised by March of 2028. In fact, they've not put a date on when these shipments will be delivered. Now remember, Tomahawk missile, in fact, many other armaments in the US's weaponry armament are being depleted in the face of the West Asia war. And this is just one example. The defense deal that was signed many years back and in fact was slated to come to full delivery by March of 2028 is completely delayed. Now remember, for Japan, this is a precarious situation. Japan sought the delivery of 400 missiles by March of 2028 and now that will be delayed. In fact, Japan was looking to use the missiles to deal with challenges that are incoming from China and North Korea. But amid the ongoing West Asia war, these shipments will be delayed. Now, viewers, shifting focus. Just yesterday, after French President Emmanuel Macron shot up on US President Donald Trump over his remarks of NATO's uninvolvement in the war, today we learn that the French president, along with the South Korean president, they are meeting and they are discussing ways to open the vital economic Strait of Hormuz. Now, remember, comes at the heels of the US president just yesterday saying that the Strait of Hormuz is not, in fact, the US's problem anymore, and anybody who needs the shipment route to be open for free navigation can go and get it open themselves. These are the visuals of the key meeting on your screens. The French President Emmanuel Macron and South Korean President met together, Lee Jae-myung, on Friday, and they vowed to work together to ensure the safety and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Macron also spoke at a joint news conference in Seoul where he underscored the need for France and South Korea to cooperate to help reopen the strait and even de-escalate animosities in West Asia. Now, Macron, while speaking to the media, said the leaders addressed the crisis in West Asia as part of their talks. Not just that, he also said that the conditions for de-escalation and the processes looking over those conditions that are snowballing are ongoing, and they are going to work as per the clearly established international framework for the deconfliction being negotiated with Iran, and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, of course, remains at the center of this entire meet. Viewers, now a huge shakeup in US's defense sector. Now, remember, US has been dealing with a war in West Asia, and Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump have been completely aggressive about what their stand is against Iran in this war. And after that, multiple senior brass from the US military, from their Army, Navy and the Air Force have been asked to resign, have been asked to put down their papers. That's the latest that we're learning in. Now, as the war rages on, the US is now reporting losses, and that's also resulting in the Trump administration having to make moves to save face, to save their reputation in a war that they do not see an exit path from. Now, Pete Hegseth has fired two more generals, David Hodney and William Green Jr., alongside Army Chief of Staff Randy George. This is after he ousted the Army Chief of Staff and asked him to retire from service, to take a premature retirement. US's crackdown on their military top brass amid the ongoing war. Now, remember, in complete contradiction to what US President Donald Trump said yesterday in his lowdown of Operation Epic Fury, where he said that they are proud of their military and that their military is making great achievements and advancements in West Asia. But looking inside the cabinet, the story looks completely different. Two more generals, David Hodney and William Green Jr., alongside the Army Chief of Staff Randy George, have been fired. They've been asked to take an early retirement and leave their duties. Viewers, now shifting focus to a conversation that's never happened before. Now, Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami spoke to the former national security advisor of the Trump administration, John Bolton, regarding the war that's ongoing in Iran. The former NSA for the US government said that Trump did not have a strategy for the war at all, and that has resulted in huge losses for the US, its military and their assets. Now, listen into this exclusive conversation that lays open the truths behind the war and behind the propaganda that is being peddled by the US President and his Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth.
At least till 2019, term one, his national security advisor. He's been US ambassador to the UN. Donald Trump doesn't like him anymore, but the fact is, I wish Donald Trump had him. Then Ambassador John Bolton would have put some sense into him. Ambassador, it's great to see you once again this evening. Are you enjoying this? Glad to be with you. Are you enjoying this, what's going on, this daily charade, these press conferences, this Pete Hegseth machismo, this Donald Trump rudeness? What's going on from your perspective, sir, geopolitically, politically, domestically, and otherwise? How do you read what's going on?
Well, I think what you said earlier about Trump's incoherence is now fully apparent. And I speak as somebody who believes, and I think we've talked about this before, that the only way to achieve peace and stability in the Middle East for a long period of time is by eliminating the regime in Iran. They are the principal threat to peace and security in the region, and one of the main threats really worldwide. I thought that's what Trump had started out to do at the beginning of March. He, even earlier during the demonstrations in December and January in Iran, he said on social media to the demonstrators, keep protesting, take control of your institutions, help is on its way. And that's what the demonstrators in Iran felt as well. They're overwhelmingly across the country. The regime is unpopular, it's on weak grounds. But Trump started this military operation without preparing the American people. He didn't make the very strong, what I think is a compelling case for regime change. He didn't convince Congress. He didn't consult with friends and allies around the world, not in NATO, not the Gulf Arabs, not in South Asia, not in East Asia. And most of all, he didn't work with or consult the opposition inside Iran, which is going to have a major responsibility for changing the regime. Those are some of the reasons he's in trouble now. But he's in trouble primarily because he doesn't think strategically. For whatever reason, he thought this would be easier than it turned out to be. I don't know why he thought that. In the first term, I tried to persuade him to seek regime change as an objective. We talked about all the potential pitfalls, and he never was persuaded to do it. So why he did it in the second term and who persuaded him is a mystery to me. But I'll guarantee you that the Pentagon briefed him on each and every contingency that we've seen to warn him that this was going to be complicated. And he either wasn't listening or he thought that the concerns were not valid. So I don't think this is hopeless yet, but Trump isn't making it any easier, that's for sure.
Viewers, now getting in a fresh breaking development as the war in West Asia continues to escalate and energy infrastructure remains at the center of this war. Now the Habshan gas facility in Abu Dhabi has been struck. In fact, there are visuals that show missile debris and drone debris falling over the Habshan gas facility. In fact, they've been intercepted by Abu Dhabi air defense systems. Operations for the Habshan gas facility have been completely suspended while authorities continue to respond to a fire that is broken out in the facility. However, no injuries have been reported. Now remember, energy infrastructure, gas, oil, they remain at the center of the strikes that are being exchanged as the war has now surpassed its 1 month mark. Now, the Abu Dhabi authorities have advised the public to obtain information only and only from official sources and avoid spreading any rumors or unverified operations or information. Now, operations have been suspended in the Habshan gas facilities following a fire that is broken out. Take a look at those visuals. You can see multiple vehicles on fire, completely burning after debris, a missile debris fell on the Habshan gas facility post an interception by Abu Dhabi's air defense systems. Dramatic visuals coming in that show the scale of the war that's still ongoing between Iran, Israel and the United States. Viewers, take a look at these visuals. Sirens have been sounded. We could just hear the sirens in the video, and you can see the plumes of smoke that are rising from the vehicle that was hit by the debris. Now, Abu Dhabi air defense systems managed to intercept the incoming missiles. However, the debris landed on the vehicles that are standing in the premises of the Habshan gas facility. Now, remember, this could have turned untoward. With a gas facility being struck, it could have been a huge explosion, and now all operations in the Habshan gas facility in Abu Dhabi have been suspended until further notice. Viewers, now also shifting focus, dramatic visuals have emerged of a deadly strike on the B-1 Brigade in Alborz province, where civilians had gathered to mark a nature day. Now, at least 8 people have been killed and about 95 have been injured as explosions ripped through the entire area, sending plumes of smoke into the sky. Now, questions are being raised over the targeting of civilian infrastructure in the ongoing war and what comes next in this escalating situation. Take a look at this.
Dramatic visuals emerged of a deadly strike on the B-1 bridge near Tehran. The bridge, a major infrastructure project, is still under construction, was hit by the United States, sending thick plumes of smoke into the sky, triggering panic among civilians gathered below. At least 8 people were killed and nearly 100 others injured. Many of them families who had assembled along the riverbanks to mark Nature Day, a national holiday celebrated outdoors. Videos now circulating on social media, the moment explosions rocked the area as people scrambled for cover. The strike is being seen as a major escalation, with United States claiming the bridge was being used as a strategic supply route for Iranian military equipment. But Iran has strongly rejected that claim, insisting the bridge was not even operational and calling the attack a direct hit on civilian infrastructure. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi slammed the strike, saying targeting civilian infrastructure only reflects the moral collapse of the attacker and will not break the will of the Iranian people. US President Donald Trump shared footage of the strike on social media, claiming that the destruction of what he called Iran's biggest bridge and issuing a stark warning. He warned much more to follow, and he urged Tehran to come to the negotiating table. The attack and the sharp exchange of words that followed have heightened fears of a wider conflict in the region, with civilian infrastructure now increasingly caught in the crossfire.
Viewers, now tensions in West Asia continue to escalate as Iran and Israel continue to exchange fresh strikes. Now, Israel on one hand says that they have managed to strike command facilities of the Tehranian military inside the capital of Iran. Meanwhile, Iran also retaliated, saying that they have struck a US base in Jordan as a retaliation over strikes that continue in the West Asia war. Take a look at this.
As the West Asia war escalates and with each passing day, Israel claims it has struck 2 key Iranian military command centers. The Israeli Air Force said it targeted a base of the IRGC ground forces and a mobile command headquarters used by senior commanders. According to the Israeli military, the strikes were carried out with the intelligence guidance as part of a broader operation. The IDF said it completed an extensive wave of strikes across the Iranian capital, hitting multiple command sites linked to Iran's military operations. Israel claims that during Operation Roar of the Lion, hundreds of command centers used by Iranian forces across the country have been rendered inoperable. Meanwhile, Iran says it carried out a drone attack on US fighter jets stationed at the Al-Azraq air base in Jordan. The base is a key hub for US military operations in West Asia, supporting fighter jet missions as well as surveillance and combat drone operations. Iranian authorities say the attack was aimed at weakening the enemy's aerial and operational capabilities. The strike forms part of a wider series of drone and missile operations amid rising tensions involving Iran, Israel, and US forces in the region.
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we get you how US has now struck a key bridge infrastructure inside Iran, killing 8 civilians. Not just that, Iran has vowed complete retaliation for the dastardly strike that killed 8 of their civilians and has said that they will retaliate heavier and harder. Getting you all the details after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a readiness to.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, our top focus, the big political shake-up underway within Aam Aadmi Party. Now after Raghav Chadha was in fact ousted from his position of a deputy leader in a Rajya Sabha, top leaders are now coming out from Aam Aadmi Party claiming he's set to join BJP. Now what does this mean for Raghav Chadha as well as for Aam Aadmi Party? We'll get you all the details. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. BJP releases a list of 27 names for Tamil Nadu Assembly polls. Annamalai a name left out while Tamilisai to contest from crucial Mylapore. Prime Minister Modi set to meet with BJP leaders in Chennai later today after campaigning in Puducherry.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सरकार बनाइए, अगली बार मैं आऊंगा तब चून चून कर घुसपैठियों को वापस भेजने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है।
Home Minister Amit Shah attacks at Congress during his rally as he takes a second visit to Assam as BJP now eyes third straight win in the state. Election Commission directs the 200 additional companies of CAPF to Bengal alongside the existing 500 companies in the state. Malda violence case mastermind Mufakur Islam along with other accused are now being taken to court. Hearing next.
राघव जी मोदी जी और बीजेपी की गोद में जाके बैठ गए हैं। उन्होंने ये तय कर लिया है कि वो मोदी जी के खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे, वो बीजेपी के खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे।
Speaking exclusively to Republic, former Delhi CM Atishi now says Raghav Chadha could join the BJP. Welcome viewers, our top focus at this hour, the big political shake-up within Aam Aadmi Party. Now former Delhi CM and its top leader Atishi Singh has come out and speaking exclusively to Republic. She said that Raghav Chadha is now set to join BJP. Now our leader Atishi also says that he is not been raising the issues that Aam Aadmi Party has been asking him to raise in the upper house of the parliament, while also now hinting towards his moving away from the party and now set to join BJP. Now that's a big claim made by Atishish Singh on to Republic, saying that Aam Aadmi Party's MP Raghav Chadha is now set to join Bharatiya Janata Party. It's a big political shake-up that has now come in. There were reports that he was inkling towards the BJP, but now top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party itself are coming out one after the other. First it was Saurabh Bharadwaj, and now it's Atishish Singh making a big claim, saying that Raghav Chadha is all set to join the BJP. Let's listen in.
देखिए, आज देश के सामने एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है। हमने देखा है कि किस तरह से दिल्ली चुनाव के समय गलत तरीके से वोट काटकर, बीजेपी के वॉलंटियर्स के द्वारा झूठे वोट बनवाकर, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का मिसयूज करके किस तरह दिल्ली का चुनाव चुराया गया। आज पश्चिम बंगाल में एग्जैक्टली सेम चीज़ हो रही है। जब टीएमसी चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के खिलाफ इम्पीचमेंट मोशन लेकर आती है तो राघव चड्ढा जी उस पर साइन करने से मना क्यों कर देते हैं? जब लोकतंत्र पे हो रहे हमले के खिलाफ पूरा ऑपोजिशन वॉकआउट करता है तो राघव चड्ढा जी वॉकआउट करने से मना क्यों कर देते हैं? जब बीजेपी की पुलिस गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं पे झूठे केस लगाती है और उनको पार्लियामेंट पे उस पे बोलने के लिए कहा जाता है तो वो बीजेपी के खिलाफ बोलने से मना क्यों कर देते हैं? आज देश में आम आदमी का सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा गैस सिलेंडर की किल्लत है। राघव चड्ढा जी खास आदमी होंगे, उनको मिल जाता होगा गैस सिलेंडर, लेकिन एक कच्ची कॉलोनी में रहने वाले पिता को आज सोचना पड़ रहा है कि क्या मैं अपनी दिहाड़ी मजदूरी के लिए जाऊं या मैं 6 घंटे सिलेंडर की लाइन में खड़े होकर अपने बच्चों को कल खाना खिलाऊं। जब पार्टी राघव जी को इस मुद्दे पे बोलने के लिए कहती है तो वो क्यों मना कर देते हैं? ये सब प्रमाण है कि राघव जी मोदी जी और बीजेपी की गोद में जाके बैठ गए हैं। उन्होंने ये तय कर लिया है कि वो मोदी जी के खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे, वो बीजेपी के खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे।
लेकिन जब भी थोड़ी अनबन होती है, अनबन तो बहुत लंबे समय से थी, अब थोड़ा खुल के बाहर आ गई है, ऐसा मैं कहूँगा। जब भी कोई आपकी तरफ से नाराज़ हो जाता है तो बड़ा आसानी से कह दिया जाता है कि ये तो बीजेपी का एजेंट हो गया या कांग्रेस का एजेंट हो गया। तो ये सुगबुगाहट तो आपको बहुत पहले हो गई होगी या अचानक से कुछ ऐसा हुआ कि जिसके बाद आपने पद छीन लिया?
देखिए, जब कोई आपका साथी होता है, आपके साथ लंबे समय से काम कर रहा होता है, तो आप अविश्वास के साथ शुरुआत नहीं करते हैं। आप सोचते हैं कि हो सकता है कि इस मुद्दे पे ना बोल रहा हो कोई कारण हो, दूसरे मुद्दे पे ना बोल रहा हो कोई कारण हो, पर जब एक के बाद एक, देखिए ये कोई व्यक्तिगत अनबन नहीं है। राघव चड्ढा जी हमारे दोस्त हैं, हम साथ हमने राजनीति शुरू की, हम इतने सालों से साथ हैं। लेकिन बहुत सारे हमारे ऐसे दोस्त हैं जो हमारे साथ स्कूल कॉलेज में पढ़े थे, जो कांग्रेस पार्टी में हैं, जो बीजेपी में हैं। सवाल दोस्ती का नहीं है, सवाल व्यक्तिगत संबंध का नहीं है, सवाल इस देश के संविधान और लोकतंत्र का है। और आज इस देश में हर व्यक्ति जो कहता है कि मैं आम आदमी की हक की आवाज़ उठा रहा हूँ, उसे ये तय करना पड़ेगा कि या तो वो लोकतंत्र और संविधान के साथ है, या तो वो आम लोगों के साथ है, या वो बीजेपी और मोदी जी के साथ है।
आप कह रहे हैं कि निजी संबंध हैं, दोस्त हैं, और ये हमने भी देखा है कि हर बैठक में, हर पार्टी के सम्मेलन में, हर रैली में पर्सनल लेवल पर बातचीत होती है, या पार्टी जैसा कह रही है वैसा आतिशी जी अभी कर रही हैं?
देखिए, जैसा मैंने कहा, सवाल व्यक्तिगत संबंध का है ही नहीं, सवाल देश का है, सवाल संविधान का है। अगर आज मोदी जी के खिलाफ बोलने से राघव जी डर रहे हैं, आज लोकतंत्र पे हो रहे हमले के खिलाफ राघव जी बोलने से डर रहे हैं, तो इस देश के आम आदमी के साथ नहीं खड़े।
आखिरी सवाल, डर क्यों रहे हैं? आपको ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है कि राघव चड्ढा डर रहे हैं? क्योंकि हमने देखा कि जब तमाम आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता सड़क पर थे, प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, उस समय ये सवाल उठा कि राघव अपने ऑपरेशन के लिए विदेश गए हुए हैं। डर क्या है राघव चड्ढा के मन में?
देखिए, एक बीजेपी का SOP है, स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर है, कि वो विपक्ष के नेताओं को डराते हैं, धमकाते हैं, किसी पे सही गलत आरोप लगाते हैं, षड्यंत्र करते हैं। और हमने देखा है कि बहुत सारे विपक्ष के नेता जिन्होंने कुछ गलत किया होता है, वो कूद के जाके बीजेपी की गोद में बैठ जाते हैं। अभी असम में भी इलेक्शन चल रहा है, हेमंत विश्व शर्मा से बड़ा बेहतरीन एग्जाम्पल नहीं हो सकता। हमने प्रफुल्ल पटेल के साथ भी यही देखा है कि एक एक करके जिन नेताओं ने कुछ गलत काम किया होता है वो कूद के बीजेपी में चले जाते हैं।
आपको लग रहा है कि राघव बीजेपी में जाने वाले हैं?
संभव है, जिस तरह से बीजेपी के खिलाफ बोलने को तैयार नहीं है, हो सकता है।
आतिशी जी को आप सुन रहे थे, कह रहे हैं कि संभव है कि वो बीजेपी में जाएं राघव चड्ढा, और तमाम जो एक तरीके से रहे घटनाक्रम रहे हैं उन घटनाक्रमों को जोड़कर आम आदमी पार्टी यहाँ पर देख रही है, और उसी सिलसिले में एक राघव चड्ढा के खिलाफ कार्रवाई की राज्यसभा में लेकर, और उसकी कहीं ना कहीं जो राजनीति को लेकर जो तमाम अब जो घटनाएं हो रही हैं तो उसने कहीं ना कहीं उसको और बढ़ावा देने का काम किया है। कैमरा पर्सन निर्देश्वर के साथ मानव यादव।
All right, viewers, it's not just the former Delhi CM Atishi Singh or Saurabh Bharadwaj who are now raising concerns about Raghav Chadha, but also Punjab CM Bhagwant Mann, who now says that Raghav Chadha has been compromised. We are looking at one statement after another coming in from AAP leadership, raising questions about the loyalty of Raghav Chadha. They now say he has been compromised and also set to join BJP. Now, they also say that there have been several issues that they have been asking Raghav Chadha to raise in the upper house, the Rajya Sabha, but he has been declining to raise those issues. And now also Raghav Chadha responded to this, saying that he has been silenced but not defeated. First up, let's listen into Punjab CM's response on this, saying that Raghav Chadha has now been compromised.
कि अज ये मुद्दा जिहड़ा है वो जिहड़ियां वोटां कट्टियां जा रही हैं, लीगल वोटां नूं कट्टिया जा रहा है, सही वोटां नूं कट के गलत वोटां अपने बंदियां दियां जाली वोटां बनाईयां जा रही हैं। इस मुद्दे ते बोलना है। गुजरात दे विच 160 साडे लीडर ते वलंटियरां ते पर्चे कर दित्ते गए, ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ बोलना है। पंजाब दे विच किवें ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਧਰਮ ਤੇ ਜਾਤੀ ਦੀ ਲੜਾਈ ਕਰਾਉਣ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਾਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਚੱਕਣਾ ਹੈ, ਜਾਂ ਐਮਐਸਪੀ ਦਾ ਜਾਂ ਜੀਐਸਟੀ ਦਾ ਪੈਸਾ ਜਾਂ ਆਰਡੀਐਫ ਦਾ ਪੈਸਾ ਉਹ ਚੱਕਣਾ ਹੈ। ਉਹਦੀ ਬਜਾਏ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੇ ਸਮੋਸਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਰੇਟ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਸੇ ਡਿਲੀਵਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਪੀਜੇ ਦੀ ਉਹ 30 ਦੀ ਬਜਾਏ 40 ਮਿੰਟਾਂ 'ਚ ਹੋ ਜਾਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ, ਐਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਚੱਕੂਗਾ, ਫਿਰ ਲੱਗੂਗਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸ਼ੱਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਕਿ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਪਾਸੇ ਤੋਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੋਂ ਬੋਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ।
All right, viewers, so that's where the total picture right now stands. Aam Aadmi Party says that he has been compromised. Raghav Chadha is all set to join BJP, while Raghav Chadha says that he has been silenced and not defeated. So those are the two responses coming in. He's saying he's been silenced and not defeated, while AAP is hitting back saying that he has been compromised. We will also get you more statements and more reactions coming in. Now, Raghav Chadha in his defense is questioning, in fact, is raising a public issue, a crime. Now, he's asking his party, Aam Aadmi Party, the questions and the issues that he has raised in Rajya Sabha, is that a crime? To which Aam Aadmi Party has been hitting back, saying that he's afraid to speak against Prime Minister Modi. To which, of course, Raghav Chadha is now responding, saying, why is AAP trying to silence me? So it does seem that the battle between Raghav Chadha and Aam Aadmi Party leadership is now widening. There's a clear rift which is now out in the open. All right, viewers, now staying on the story and getting you more reactions. It's the Sanjay Singh, Aam Aadmi Party leader, has also now reacted to this. In fact, on this, he said that Raghav did not support the party, did not support the leaders when they were put in a jail by Prime Minister Modi's government. He also goes on to say, you did not lend us support when we raised national issues. So again, one after the other, top AAP leadership is coming out, and this time joining on this wagon is Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh, who's now questioning Raghav Chadha, saying that Raghav did not support the party, did not support the leaders when they were in jail. He also goes on to say that he did not lend support to them when they raised national issues. Let's take a listen.
राघव का एक वीडियो आया है, मैं उसके संबंध में ये कहना चाहता हूं कि हम लोग अरविंद केजरीवाल के सच्चे सिपाही हैं और अरविंद केजरीवाल से एक ही बात सीखी है, निडरता, हिम्मत, साहस के साथ लड़ना और संघर्ष करना। लेकिन बड़े अफसोस के साथ ये कहना पड़ रहा है कि देश के तमाम मुद्दों पर जब सीईसी के खिलाफ प्रस्ताव आता है, आप साइन नहीं करते। पश्चिम बंगाल में लोगों के वोट के अधिकार छीने जा रहे हैं। दिल्ली में हम लोगों ने देखा किस तरीके से चुनाव आयोग का दुरुपयोग हुआ। पंजाब का मुद्दा होता है, उस वक्त आप खामोश रहते हो, नहीं बोलते हो। मोदी के खिलाफ आवाज नहीं निकालते हो। तमाम वो मुद्दे जो जनहित के हैं, देश से जुड़े हुए हैं, पार्टी से जुड़े हुए हैं, पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं से जुड़े हुए हैं। गुजरात में पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को पीटा जाता है, मारा जाता है, उस पर नहीं बोलते। पंजाब के तमाम अधिकारों को छीनने का काम केंद्र सरकार और मोदी सरकार करती है, उस पर नहीं बोलते। तो ये बहुत सारे मुद्दों पर वॉकआउट करने का मामला आता है, उस समय वॉकआउट नहीं करते। तो ये तमाम चीजें हैं जिसका जवाब देश आपसे चाहता है, लोग आपसे चाहते हैं।
All right, viewers, it's not just again Saurabh, it's not just again Sanjay Singh who's been raising these issues, but also Saurabh Bharadwaj has now taken a samosa jibe at Raghav Chadha. Now he says that he's not been following the party whip, he's not been following the instructions that are given to him about the issues which should be raised in Rajya Sabha. Take a listen.
राघव भाई, अभी आपका वीडियो देखा, हम सब लोग अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के सिपाही हैं और हमने तो एक ही बात सीखी थी, जो डर गया समझो मर गया। हम सबको तो लोगों के मुद्दे उठाने थे सरकार की आंख में आंख डाल के। पिछले कुछ दिनों में हमने देखा जो भी कोई सीरियस मुद्दे सरकार के खिलाफ उठाता है, सरकार से प्रश्न पूछता है, लोगों की बात करता है, सरकार डिक्टेटर की तरह उसको तमाम सोशल मीडिया पर बैन कर रही है। चाहे वो ट्विटर हो, चाहे वो फेसबुक हो, चाहे वो यूट्यूब हो, सब जगह बैन किया जा रहा है। FIR दर्ज कराई जा रही हैं, मुकदमे किए जा रहे हैं। सरकार को इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि कोई सॉफ्ट PR अपनी पार्लियामेंट में करे, क्योंकि पार्लियामेंट में एक छोटी सी पार्टी का बड़ा लिमिटेड टाइम होता है। उसमें अगर कोई समोसों की बात उठा रहा है तो उससे ज़रूरी है कि देश के बड़े मुद्दों की बात उठाएं।
All right, viewers, we're getting some breaking news at this hour. There's been a minor technical snag reported in the chopper used by Home Minister Amit Shah. Now, Home Minister Amit Shah's rally has been called off as a result due to a technical snag reported in his chopper. A rally was scheduled to take place at Golagganj, Assam, but now it has been called off due to the delay, which was caused by a minor technical snag reported in his chopper. The rallies of Home Minister Amit Shah has not been affected so far. Now we're looking at a minor technical snag being reported in the chopper used by Amit Shah as he was on his way to another rally in Golagganj, which has now been called off in Assam. Earlier, before he also addressed a rally in Assam. All right, my colleague Aniruddha now joins me with more details on this. Aniruddha, do tell us, what do we know about this minor technical snag reported in Home Minister Amit Shah's chopper? Aniruddha, could you please unmute yourself? All right, we'll try to connect with him. But viewers, that is the major news we're getting at this hour, that there has been a minor technical snag reported, in fact, in Home Minister Amit Shah's chopper. Now, going back to other news we're covering at this hour, Republic also spoke to AAP leader Anurag Dhanda on the major controversy now that's brewing up within the Aam Aadmi Party over the loyalty of Raghav Chadha being questioned right after his ouster from his position of a deputy leader in Rajya Sabha. Take a listen.
नहीं, हम तो कोई अटैक नहीं कर रहे हैं। आप मतलब हम तो सिंपल सी बात ये कह रहे हैं कि ये पार्टी का प्रोरोगेटिव है कि किसी भी कार्यकर्ता को क्या जिम्मेदारी देनी है। कभी वो किसी को कोई जिम्मेदारी दी जाती है, कभी किसी को। उसमें क्यों इस तरीके का बयान राघव जी ने दिया, ये राघव जी से आपको पूछना चाहिए कि उनको भी तो किसी को हटा के इस पद पे बिठाया था ना, और पद का ऐसा लालच होना ही नहीं चाहिए। आम आदमी पार्टी में पहली चीज़ सिखाई जाती है कि पद का लालच नहीं करना है। तो अगर एक पद नहीं रहा तो उसके लिए इस तरीके का बयान देना, ये उनको स्पष्ट करना चाहिए कि कहाँ तक सही है।
तो ये भी कह रहे हैं आपकी मोदी जी से डर रहे हैं, ही इज अफ्रेड ऑफ मोदी। ऑन व्हाट लाइन आर यू एक्चुअली सेइंग?
नहीं, देखिए, हम तो सिर्फ एक सवाल ये कर रहे हैं कि आखिर ऐसा कोई भी बात, ऐसा कोई सवाल करने से क्यों घबरा रहे हैं राघव जी, जिससे मोदी जी नाराज़ होते हों। कोई भी उनके खिलाफ एक शब्द भी क्यों नहीं बोलते हैं। तो इन सारी चीज़ों पे उनको जवाब देना चाहिए। वो पंजाब से सांसद हैं, पंजाब के हज़ारों करोड़ रुपए केंद्र सरकार ने रोक रखे हैं, हमारे कई सांसद उस पर सवाल उठाते हैं। राघव जी ने कभी उसके बारे में नहीं बोला, तो ये तो उनको स्पष्ट करना चाहिए। तो ऐसे तमाम मुद्दे जहाँ पे सरकार नाराज़ हो जाती है, सरकार नाराज़ होती है, वो चुप रह जाते हैं। CEC के खिलाफ हम प्रस्ताव लेके आए, हमने कहा साइन कर दो, उन्होंने साइन ही नहीं किया उसके ऊपर। तो ये तो उनको बताना चाहिए कि लोकतंत्र बचाने की लड़ाई में भी वो साथ नहीं दे रहे हैं। तो ये क्या कारण है उसका, पिछले 1-1.5 साल से ऐसा क्या हो गया, वो मोदी जी से क्यों डरे हुए हैं, क्यों बोलने से घबराते हैं, ये उनको स्पष्ट करना चाहिए।
All right, viewers, while there have been accusations leveled against Raghav Chadha by his leaders in the Aam Aadmi Party, he's also come out in his defense saying that he's been silenced and not defeated. He also goes on to say that why is AAP silencing me when I'm raising issues which are concerned to common man? Take a listen.
मुझे जब जब पार्लियामेंट में बोलने का मौका मिलता है, मैं जनता के मुद्दे उठाता हूं और शायद ऐसे टॉपिक्स उठाता हूं जिसे आम तौर पर संसद में नहीं उठाया जाता है। लेकिन क्या जनता के मुद्दे उठाना, पब्लिक इश्यूज पे बात करना कोई अपराध है? क्या मैंने कोई गुनाह कर दिया, कोई गलती कर दी? हैव आई डन समथिंग रॉन्ग? ये सवाल आज मैं इसलिए पूछ रहा हूं क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी ने राज्यसभा सेक्रेटेरिएट को ये कहा है कि राघव चड्ढा के पार्लियामेंट में बोलने पर रोक लगा दी जाए। जी हां, आम आदमी पार्टी ने पार्लियामेंट को यह सूचित किया है कि राघव चड्ढा को पार्लियामेंट में बोलने का मौका ना दिया जाए। अब भला कोई मेरे बोलने पर रोक क्यों लगाना चाहेगा? मैं तो जब बात करता हूं देश के आम आदमी की बात करता हूं। एयरपोर्ट पर मिल रहे महंगे खाने की बात रखी, जोमैटो ब्लिंकिट के डिलीवरी राइडर्स की प्रॉब्लम रखी, खाने में मिलावट का मुद्दा उठाया, टोल प्लाजा लूट से लेकर बैंक चार्जेस लूट की बात करी, यहां तक कि मिडिल क्लास पे टैक्स के बोझ से लेकर कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स पर स्ट्राइक क्यों करी जाती है, टेलीकॉम कंपनियां कैसे 12 महीने में 13 बार हमसे रिचार्ज कराती हैं, डेटा रोल ओवर नहीं देती हैं, रिचार्ज खत्म होने के बाद इनकमिंग रोक देती है, तमाम इश्यूज मैंने सदन में उठाए। और ये मुद्दे उठाने के बाद देश के आम आदमी का तो फायदा हुआ, लेकिन इससे आम आदमी पार्टी का क्या नुकसान हुआ? भला कोई मुझे बोलने से क्यों रोकना चाहेगा? कोई मेरी आवाज को क्यों बंद करना चाहेगा? खैर, आप लोग मुझे अनलिमिटेड प्यार देते हैं। मैं जब जब आपके मुद्दे उठाता हूं, आप मुझे सपोर्ट करते हैं, मुझे शाबाशी देते हैं, मेरा हौसला बढ़ाते हैं। मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं थैंक यू। ऐसे ही मेरा हाथ और मेरा साथ थामे रखिएगा, छोड़िएगा मत। मैं आपसे हूं और मैं आपके लिए हूं। और जिन लोगों ने आज पार्लियामेंट में मेरे बोलने का अधिकार मुझसे छीन लिया, मुझे खामोश कर दिया, मैं उन्हें भी कुछ कहना चाहता हूं। मेरी खामोशी को मेरी हार मत समझ लेना। मेरी खामोशी को मेरी हार मत समझ लेना। मैं वो दरिया हूं जो वक्त आने पर सैलाब बनता है। जय हिंद।
All right, viewers, now shifting focus to what's happening in election-bound states and union territories as well. Now, ahead of the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Puducherry on Friday for campaigning on April 9 polls, Congress is now demanding a response from the centre to Chief Minister's demand for a statehood as a fresh controversy is now brewing up. Congress MP Mukul Wasnik is now saying that the campaign for the Puducherry Assembly elections has already gained momentum in the last few days as they continue to raise their demand for a statehood. Take a listen.
The Puducherry Pradesh Congress Committee has posed a challenge to the central government on the Union Territory's demand for statehood. Demands have been made to PM Modi for statehood when he visited Puducherry last month for a government event.
Bharat Mata Ki!
Prime Minister Modi and NR Congress had assured to the people of Puducherry that Puducherry will be given the status of statehood. 5 years down the line, today it is absolutely clear that the promise made by the Prime Minister, promise made by the NR Congress is absolutely hollow.
MP Mukul Wasnik added, 5 years ago when Puducherry was going to assembly election, the demand for a statehood was made, and together the Prime Minister and the All India NR Congress had assured the people of Puducherry that it would be given the status of statehood. MP Mukul said that the promises made by the Prime Minister and the All India NR Congress are absolutely hollow. At one point in time, Chief Minister Thiru Rangaswamy had threatened to boycott the 2026 Assembly elections on the issue of statehood. But later, he backed out and again joined hands with the BJP and is contesting the elections along the line of unfulfilled promises.
All right, viewers, now shifting focus to what's happening in West Asia, getting you some dramatic visuals that have now emerged from Iran. In fact, a deadly strike is now taking place on the B1 bridge in Al-Bos province. This is where civilians had gathered to mark the Nature Day. Now, at least 8 people have been killed and about 95 injured as explosions ripped through the key area. Now, it has sent plumes of smoke into the sky right after the US-Israeli strike, and questions are now being raised as to when and will this stop the targeting of civilian infrastructure all across the Iranian landscape.
Dramatic visuals emerged of a deadly strike on the B1 bridge near Tehran. The bridge, a major infrastructure project, is still under construction, was hit by the United States, sending thick plumes of smoke into the sky, triggering panic among civilians gathered below. At least 8 people were killed and nearly 100 others injured. Many of them families who had assembled along the riverbanks to mark Nature Day, a national holiday celebrated outdoors. Videos now circulating on social media, the moment explosions rocked the area as people scrambled for cover. The strike is being seen as a major escalation, with United States claiming the bridge was being used as a strategic supply route for Iranian military equipment. But Iran has strongly rejected that claim, insisting the bridge was not even operational and calling the attack a direct hit on civilian infrastructure. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi slammed the strike, saying targeting civilian infrastructure only reflects the moral collapse of the attacker and will not break the will of the Iranian people. US President Donald Trump shared footage of the strike on social media, claiming that the destruction of what he called Iran's biggest bridge and issuing a stark warning. He warned much more to follow, and he urged Tehran to come to the negotiating table. The attack and the sharp exchange of words that followed have heightened fears of a wider conflict in the region, with civilian infrastructure now increasingly caught in the crossfire.
All right, viewers, now big warning has been issued by Iranian army to United States. Now, in this case, Iran's Army Ground Forces commander has now said, we do not send your soldiers back to the Stone Age, but to the pre-Stone Age. The Army's commander, in fact, was in his full readiness for years through rigorous training. The soil of Iran is now the killing ground of aggressors. If you doubt it, put it to test. That's the big warning issued by Iran to United States. Now remember, it is in direct reference to what Donald Trump has said. He had already said we will be blasting Iran, sending it back to the Stone Age. And then in that response, Iran also now issuing a counter warning saying they will be sending US soldiers back to pre-Stone Age. So certainly we are not looking at any pause or any de-escalation on the ground. On day 34 of this war, we are looking at more and more escalations. In fact, right after Donald Trump issued a warning just yesterday in his war address, now Iran has issued a counter warning as well. All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live in Breaking. We are slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, Election Commission now directs 200 additional companies of CAPF to be deployed in Bengal alongside 500 companies in the state.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it is a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Desu Bharadwaj. Now, viewers, the war in West Asia is only escalating. Where on one hand, the US president says that the Strait of Hormuz is not the US's problem. The French president has gone to Seoul to meet the South Korean president, and they are talking about measures to open the Strait of Hormuz. We're getting you all the details, but first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Facing huge losses on the war zone and loss of face, purge in Pentagon begins. Hegseth fires US Army Chief of Staff. After Hegseth asks US Chief of Army Staff to resign, reports say 2 other generals have also been sacked by the US Secretary of War. Raghav Chadha ouster row intensifies. Punjab's Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann says Raghav Chadha compromised.
ताने पर सेल जिन लोगों ने आज पार्लियामेंट में मेरे बोलने का अधिकार मुझसे छीन लिया, मुझे खामोश कर दिया, मैं उन्हें भी कुछ कहना चाहता हूं। मेरी खामोशी को मेरी हार मत समझ लेना। मैं वो दरिया हूं जो वक्त आने पर सैलाब बनता है।
राघव जी मोदी जी और बीजेपी की गोद में जाके बैठ गए हैं। उन्होंने ये तय कर लिया है कि वो मोदी जी के खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे, वो बीजेपी के खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे।
AAP leader Atishi makes big claim while speaking to Republic, says Raghav Chadha is joining the BJP. Mamta Banerjee blames AIMIM ISF for judicial officers' Gherao, accuses the Congress and the BJP of instigation. Mega boost for the Indian Navy. 5th Nilgiri class stealth frigate INS Dunagiri delivered to the Indian Navy. 4th ship INS Taragiri commissioned today. Viewers, now shifting focus and starting first with the pole-bound Assam. Now, Home Minister Amit Shah is holding a rally in the state. In fact, he is speaking to the public. These are the visuals from his rally. Let's look.
कांग्रेस ने 60 साल में 3 ब्रिज बनाए थे। भाजपा ने 10 साल में एशिया के सबसे बड़े ब्रिज, सबसे लंबे ब्रिज असम में बनाए। 4 बनाए और 2 बन रहे हैं। हमारी नीति अप्रोच असम, एस्पायर असम, और इंस्पायर असम की रही है। हमने 13 समझौते कर कर असम को शांति देने का काम किया है। हमने बटद्रवा स्थान को मुक्त कराया है। हमने काजीरंगा के जंगल को मुक्त कराने का काम किया है। हमने चराईदेव मैदान को वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज सेंटर बनाया है। सारू साजाई स्टेडियम में 11,000 कलाकारों ने एक साथ बिहू नृत्य किया है और हमने आसाम की संस्कृति को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भूपेन हजारिका जी को भारत रत्न दिया, तो असम कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष, ऑल इंडिया अध्यक्ष कहते हैं मोदी जी ने नाचने गाने वाले को भारत रत्न दे दिया। मित्रों, ये मोदी जी का नहीं, भूपेन हजारिका जी का अपमान है। इसके लिए कांग्रेस को असम से माफी मांगनी चाहिए। हमने 3200 करोड़ से ब्रह्मपुत्र पर पलासबारी सुवालकुची ब्रिज का निर्माण किया। 555 करोड़ से IIM की स्थापना की। 100 करोड़ से ऊपर हाली घूमी सड़क का निर्माण हो रहा है। 200 से अधिक परिवारों को भूमि पट्टे दिए। 52 आंगनवाड़ी केंद्र बनाए। मॉडल अस्पताल जियाकुर रिजर्व मॉडल अस्पताल का उद्घाटन किया। 1123 करोड़ से कामरूप जिले में एम्स स्थापित किया। 888 करोड़ से 6 किलोमीटर लंबा कॉरिडोर जनता को समर्पित किया। 853 करोड़ से महाराजा पृथु फ्लाईओवर बन रहा है और 546 करोड़ से IIT का एक बड़ा स्थानक भी बनाया। भाइयों बहनों, ये सारा काम पलासबारी और कामरूप में हुआ है। ऐसा हर जिले में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया है। भाइयों बहनों, घुसपैठियों की संख्या बढ़ रही है। हम आसाम में UCC लेकर आएंगे। UCC आने के बाद आसाम में किसी को 4 शादी करने की परमिशन नहीं मिलेगी। आसाम में भी UCC कॉमन सिविल कोड लागू हो जाएगा। हर माता बहन को 3,000 रुपया हर महीने देंगे। किसानों को 11,000 रुपया साल का देंगे। चाय बागान के परिवारों को हम पट्टा देने का काम करेंगे और इतने सारे युवा खड़े हैं। 2 लाख युवाओं को हम सरकारी नौकरी देने का काम करने वाले हैं अगले 5 साल के अंदर। भाइयों बहनों, आसाम विकास के रास्ते पर चल पड़ा है। असम के अंदर पहले जैसी अशांति की जगह शांति प्रस्थापित करने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी और हेमंत विश्व शर्मा के नेतृत्व में 9 लाख करोड़ से ज्यादा रुपया मोदी जी ने ये 10 साल में असम के विकास के लिए खर्च किया है और अब अपना असम विकसित असम बनने जा रहा है। मैं आप सभी को यही प्रार्थना करने आया हूं कि कामरूप की 6 के 6 सीटों पर NDA को आप जिताने का काम करिए। अगले 5 साल में हम असम को विकसित असम बनाएंगे। मुझे बताओ, सभी लोग कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाएंगे क्या? जरा जोर से बोलो, दबाएंगे? हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा के हाथ मजबूत करेंगे, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के हाथ मजबूत करेंगे, 6 की 6 सीटें यहां की भाजपा एनडीए के झोली में डालेंगे। तो मेरे साथ दोनों हाथ उठाइए जरा, अंत तक सभी लोग उठाए दोनों हाथ, विजय के संकल्प की मुट्ठी बींचे और प्रचंड आवाज से बोलिए, भारत माता की जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम।
Viewers, now that was the Union Home Minister Amit Shah addressing the public in Assam as the state readies itself to go to polls. He spoke about development, security, infiltration and many other things. He in fact also promised to give the youth in Assam about 2 lakh jobs over the next 5 years. Now, as the poll-bound state readies itself, more and more such rallies from the BJP are a testament that the party is looking to sweep the elections once again. Now, viewers, shifting focus. Now, there is a huge shakeup that's been ongoing in Pentagon in the US. Now, Chief of Army Staff in the US, General Randy George, has been asked to step down from his formal duties with immediate effect. In fact, he was asked to do so by the US's Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Now, Pentagon spokesperson has also confirmed the stepping down. In fact, they have said that the 41st Chief of Staff of their army, General Randy George, will be stepping down with immediate effect. A major shakeup within the Pentagon's hierarchies. Take a look at this. Viewers, now, the Trump administration, while continuing their war rampage in West Asia, looking for every way possible to save face. Now, these are the people who have been fired or asked to step down from the Trump administration and their top military brass within the Pentagon. Now, this includes Daniel Driscoll, who is the Army Secretary, and in fact, there are reports that discussions are ongoing that he will have to exit the Trump government. Now, Lori Deriba, the Labor Secretary, also is on her way out as per reports. Not just that, in the latest and the biggest move, Pentagon shakeup, the US's Chief of Army Staff, General Randy George, has been asked to step down from his formal duties, and he's been asked to do so by the US's Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth. Viewers, now earlier, Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami spoke to the former National Security Advisor of the Trump administration, John Bolton, regarding the war that's embroiling in Iran. Now, the former NSA for the US government said that Trump did not have a strategy for the war at all, and that has resulted in huge losses for the US. Listen into this exclusive conversation as John Bolton lays open everything that the US has been testifying against in the public.
At least till 2019, term 1, his national security advisor. He's been US ambassador to the UN. Donald Trump doesn't like him anymore, but the fact is, I wish Donald Trump had him. Then Ambassador John Bolton would have put some sense into him. Ambassador, it's great to see you once again this evening. Are you enjoying this? Are you enjoying this, what's going on, this daily charade, these press conferences, this Pete Hegseth machismo, this Donald Trump rudeness? What's going on from your perspective, sir, geopolitically, politically, domestically, and otherwise? How do you read what's going on?
Well, I think what you said earlier about Trump's incoherence is now fully apparent. And I speak as somebody who believes, and I think we've talked about this before, that the only way to achieve peace and stability in the Middle East for a long period of time is by eliminating the regime in Iran. They are the principal threat to peace and security in the region, and one of the main threats really worldwide. I thought that's what Trump had started out to do at the beginning of March. He, even earlier during the demonstrations in December and January in Iran, he said on social media to the demonstrators, keep protesting, take control of your institutions, help is on its way. And that's what the demonstrators in Iran felt as well. They're overwhelmingly across the country. The regime is unpopular. It's on weak grounds. But Trump started this military operation without preparing the American people. He didn't make the very strong, what I think is a compelling case for regime change. He didn't convince Congress. He didn't consult with friends and allies around the world, not in NATO, not the Gulf Arabs, not in South Asia, not in East Asia. And most of all, he didn't work with or consult the opposition inside Iran, which is going to have a major responsibility for changing the regime. Those are some of the reasons he's in trouble now. But he's in trouble primarily because he doesn't think strategically. For whatever reason, he thought this would be easier than it turned out to be. I don't know why he thought that. In the first term, I tried to persuade him to seek regime change as an objective. We talked about all the potential pitfalls, and he never was persuaded to do it. So why he did it in the second term and who persuaded him is a mystery to me. But I'll guarantee you that the Pentagon briefed him on each and every contingency that we've seen to warn him that this was going to be complicated, and he either wasn't listening or he thought that the concerns were not valid. So I don't think this is hopeless yet, but Trump isn't making it any easier, that's for sure.
Viewers, now getting in a fresh breaking development. Iran has confirmed that IRGC Navy's intelligence chief has been killed in operations and Israeli strikes. Now remember, Israel said that this happened during the strikes that were rained down on Ali Reza Tangsiri, and Behnam Rezai, the IRGC Navy intelligence chief, was also killed in strikes alongside Ali Reza Tangsiri on the 26th of March in Bandar Abbas. However, Iran has just now given a confirmation that their Navy's deputy intelligence chief has been killed in Israeli strikes. Now remember, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called these strikes precise and lethal, and these strikes were carried out by the Israeli military targeting a naval command center where Commodore Ali Reza Tangsiri, along with Iranian Navy intelligence deputy chief Behnam Rezai, were killed. Now remember, Israel also branded this operation as a lethal and precise one. In fact, they announced the killing of Behnam Rezai on the 26th of March in Bandar Abbas is where he was killed. However, Iran has just now given a confirmation over his killing. Viewers, now shifting focus and taking a look at the human cost of the war. Now, the Iranian Red Crescent shows the aftermath of what it says US-Israeli strikes on its warehouse. Peacekeepers are being hit. The Iranian Red Crescent posted a video on their social media of a destroyed aid warehouse belonging to the organization in the Bushehr province after it was hit by an American-Israeli joint airstrike. Now, the attack took place in early Friday in the Choghadak city, destroying relief items, two-wheeled containers used for transporting relief supplies, as well as a bus and even a rescue vehicle. And this statement has been released by a Red Crescent, which also added that the mobile unit used during Nowruz and New Year period for production. The US President Donald Trump has said that US forces will keep hitting Iran very hard. And now these are the visuals on your screens from Bushehr in Iran, where the Red Crescent facility has been struck. Their rescue and relief items, their rescue and relief vehicles have been struck as part of the strikes. Their offices, headquarters completely destroyed. Their building completely broken. Now these are the visuals of the Red Crescent from Iran's Bushehr. Viewers, take a look at the visuals. The peacekeepers in the ongoing West Asia war continue to face the wrath of the strikes that are being exchanged between Israel, Iran, and the United States. Viewers, we're getting in a fresh breaking development. Now, moments after the arrest of the Malda violence key conspirator Mofakkar Al-Islam, the BJP has now released a photo where you can see the key conspirator next to TMC Supremo and the state's current Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee. In fact, these are the visuals on your screens. The person in the background seen on the right side of Mamta Banerjee is the key conspirator, the mastermind of the Malda violence, Mofakkar Al-Islam, and he's seen with Mamta Banerjee in what looks like a rally. In fact, there are multiple photos that the BJP has now released of the mastermind of the Malda violence. Remember the visuals that came in from Malda, completely disturbing, where violence, pre-poll violence erupted. In fact, 7 judicial officers were held hostage for over 9 hours. Now, the key conspirator has been arrested and he's being produced in front of the court. These are the visuals of Mofakkar Al-Islam being seen with TMC Supremo Mamta Banerjee. In fact, also being joined by my colleague Kishle to get us more updates into the matter. Kishle, the case is snowballing. More and more details that are coming out as evidences against the TMC. You know, BJP first said that this entire ruckus was created by TMC workers and their goons. And now pictures have also been released of Mofakkar Al-Islam, the key conspirator, right next to Mamta Banerjee. What more do you have on this?
Well, exactly. Mamta Banerjee, a while back, while speaking in Malda, was clear in saying that Mofakkar Al-Islam and others who were arrested by CID in West Bengal were in fact outsiders. She used the word Bohiragato in Bengali, which means that these people are from outside. She said they came from outside. She said that people from Mumbai, Hyderabad have come here to create this ruckus and chaos, and her CID has arrested these miscreants. But this picture says otherwise. In this particular picture, which has now gone viral, this is from 2016. This is a political rally by Mamta Banerjee in Malda in support of the then MLA Abdul Ghani. He was a TMC MLA from 2016 to 2021 in Malda. So 2016 elections, this is a photo of that election campaign in support of Abdul Ghani. It's written very clearly that this is a program for Abdul Ghani behind Mamta Banerjee, and she is seen on the stage. In the same stage is Mofakkar Al-Islam, who was connected to the TMC from 2016 to 2021. In 2021, Mofakkar Al-Islam contested elections for AIMIM from the same seat. So 4 years, this Mofakkar Al-Islam was connected to the TMC and seen in the same stage with Mamta Banerjee. Not only that, he is seen with Kalyan Banerjee and other TMC leaders as well on various occasions. So whatever statement Mamta Banerjee gave out saying that these are outsiders who came from outside to create a ruckus in Malda, and these are all planned against her government or against her party, is something that is very untrue, and is clearly visible on air that Mamta Banerjee shared the stage with the same person at 2016, which clears the doubt about his connection, about Mofakkar's connection with TMC since long.
Right, Kishle. In fact, you know, Mofakkar Al-Islam was fleeing the state. He was on his way out from West Bengal when he was nabbed and arrested at the Bagdogra airport by the authorities, in fact. And now he's being processed by the law enforcement alongside at least 35 other conspirators. And now there are visuals that we see of this one person who created so much ruckus. He took in his own custody and kept hostage 7 judicial officers, including 3 women, for 9 whole hours. This is an allegation like no other. This is huge, and it comes at a time when the state is completely poll-bound, when the EC is keeping a strict eye on the state and its law and its enforcement that is ongoing. And at this time, he's seen next to Mamta Banerjee. This will definitely hit the TMC in the belly when it comes to their poll.
Well, Mamta Banerjee, she has been campaigning in and around Malda recently. She is right now in Malda as we speak. She held a rally in Malda, held a program in Malda a while back, and she was very sharp in attacking the BJP, and she was very sharp in saying that these people who were arrested were in fact outsiders and no one connected to the state or the TMC. But these pictures prove otherwise. Now we know very well that since 3 days Malda has been boiling. There were situations which were very volatile. In fact, 7 judicial officers, magistrates were held captive inside the BDO office in Malda's Kalia Chowk area, and they were inside the BDO office while the whole area was gheraud, surrounded by miscreants and goons, and this was led by this Mofakkar Islam and others who were instigating the crowd in order to create such ruckus. And those videos have also been published where Mofakkar Islam and others like Ikramul Bagani were seen instigating the crowd. Now the same person is on the stage with Mamta Banerjee, clears the fact that he was connected to the TMC as well in the recent past.
Right, Kishle, thanks for getting us a lowdown on the entire situation. We will continue this conversation and we will of course closely track the case. For now, viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, news and updates continue on the pole-bound states of West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Assam. Meanwhile, we're also tracking the escalations in West Asia. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा राजा प्योर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And viewers, a huge shakeup in the US's Pentagon as their Chief of Army Staff has now been asked to resign by their Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Getting you all the crushing details on that. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Facing huge losses on war zone and loss of face, purge in Pentagon begins. Hegseth fires US Army Chief of Staff. After Hegseth asks US Chief of Army Staff to resign, reports say 2 other generals have also been sacked by the US's Secretary of Defense.
पार्लियामेंट में मेरे बोलने का अधिकार मुझसे छीन लिया, मुझे खामोश कर दिया। मैं उन्हें भी कुछ कहना चाहता हूं। मेरी खामोशी को मेरी हार मत समझ लेना। मैं वो दरिया हूं जो वक्त आने पर सैलाब बनता है।
Raghav Chadha ouster row intensifies. Now Punjab's Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann says Raghav Chadha compromised.
राघव जी मोदी जी और बीजेपी की गोद में जाके बैठ गए हैं। उन्होंने ये तय कर लिया है कि वो मोदी जी के खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे, वो बीजेपी के खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे।
AAP leader Atishi makes big claim while speaking to Republic, says Raghav Chadha is joining the BJP. Mamta Banerjee blames AIMIM and ISF for judicial officers' surrounding, accuses Congress and the BJP of instigation. Mega boost for the Indian Navy. 5th Nilgiri class stealth frigate INS Dunagiri delivered to the Indian Navy. 4th ship INS Taragiri commissioned today. Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to the biggest breaking development of the hour. Now, Pakistan's Defence Minister has responded to India's Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's comment where he said that in case Pakistan causes any adversaries across border, Pakistan will be met with a decisive and precise response by the Indian military. Now, remember, viewers, this comes at the heels of Pakistan conspirating against and pushing a false flag narrative via their channels, their media and their newspapers. Now, Indian agencies remain on high alert. Now, Rajnath Singh, right after the false flag operation narrative was being pushed, gave a clear statement where he warned Pakistan of planning a false flag operation. He said that in case Pakistan causes any skirmish inside the Indian borders or at the Indian borders, the Pakistani military will be met with a decisive response. In fact, the Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi also said that Operation Sindoor is not over yet. Joining me on the broadcast is our senior editor Shravan Sen to get us more details. Shravan, a reply that has been received from the Pakistani Defence Minister over Rajnath Singh's statement. What more can you get us?
Well, in fact, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh's statement comes at a time when DG ISPR on Monday had given the green signal for what was essentially seen a plant within Pakistani newspapers as well as channels. In fact, the article that has been published in some of the prominent newspapers in Pakistan alleges that India is going to carry out a terrorist attack and they're going to blame Pakistan. In fact, they would say, they've been suggesting that they would be using Pakistani prisoners in Indian prisons to carry out this attack and then blame Pakistan. Now, this is typical to what we have seen as far as ISI's playbook is concerned. In fact, we've got the full details of this entire plot that has been hatched by none other than the Corps Commander of 10 Corps, which is basically in charge of Jammu and Kashmir. And not just that, the DG ISPR, in fact, has given the green signal. That is the reason why you've had Rajnath Singh pointing out that yet again, Pakistan is resorting to their rhetoric, and this time, if at all there is any misadventurism, then they're going to respond hard, and perhaps this time the message is going to be harder. Now, in fact, responding to Rajnath Singh, you have Pakistan's defense minister once again claiming that this is a rhetoric, and in fact once again has been calling out, saying that this is just ahead of what they have been saying, Pahalgam's false flag operation.
Right, Shravan, thanks very much for getting us a lowdown on the situation. Now, in fact, we're also being joined by retired Major Samarpal Toor and our colleague Ishan to get us more details on the matter. Major Samarpal Toor, coming to you first. This is a precarious situation, extremely sensitive for India's national security fabric. Pakistan has gone so far to say that India will be the one carrying out false flag operations in its own territories, so then we can shoulder the responsibility of striking Pakistan onto the Pakistani military while they are not going to be causing any ruckus. Your first statement on this, how do you read this?
Pakistan is definitely going to try something in which, it'll find an excuse not to send its troops along with the American forces for any operation against Iran. It doesn't want its troops that it is committed to the Saudi king. It doesn't want to send its troops there as well. So, and then moreover, they are already entangled into a war with Afghanistan. So they already have their plates overflowing. I would not even say full, but the plates are overflowing. They are actually out of control, and they will go to any lengths to have it their way. And probably I am glad that this is being called out, that they are trying a false flag operation. And let me assure you that whatever false flag operation that they may try to do, our first condition would be that let the Pakistan forces go in and, go in the offensive and manage the operations against Iran. Let them stretch themselves out, and the game itself is going to be in favor of India. But presently, I do not see anything that India is, wanting to carry out any attacks. We are in no mood to do that. We are solely and purely based on peace and development. However, our intelligence agencies are on high alert. We are keeping a very strict vigil. And trust me, here, if they are caught red-handed like how they were in Pahalgam, this time it is going to be beyond measure how we are going to deal with Pakistan. So I am very sure that they will not try to do anything stupid, because if they do, it is going to be a guaranteed collapse of their political leadership as well as the military top leadership. They are going to be taken out, and it is going to be a decisive blow to them, irrespective of whatever they might be putting allegations on India. But as far as India's stand is concerned, we are in just no mood to go to war or have any conflict with Pakistan.
No, definitely.
It is a country of no or very less relevance to us. We have nothing to do with them.
Definitely, Major Tur. Thanks very much for your first comments on the matter. In fact, also being joined by my colleague Ishan on the same broadcast. Ishan, what are the first details that you're picking up? You know, the Pakistani Defence Minister has now responded to the sharp warnings that were given by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. What do you pick up on this?
Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh made it very clear that India is not going to tolerate any misadventure by Pakistan. This is the narrative that India has been setting ever since Operation Sindoor. And we have been seeing that this particular line of thought has been uttered multiple times, be it Bhuj, be it Vishakhapatnam, wherever Rajnath Singh goes, he says the same thing. Now we are seeing that the false flag narrative is being pushed by Pakistani media and official sources in Pakistan. And now we see the Pakistani minister also coming out and saying that false flag operations might take place. Pakistan-linked outlets are also alleging that India is preparing to stage an incident. Well, India has never done such things, and it is something that is totally out of character for India. And now this narrative is being set up wherein any incident in India can be said that India has done it, and this is a scapegoatism of Pakistan that is taking place, because this clearly showcases the fear in Pakistan's eyes that if anything happens, they might face consequences of their actions. And now that fear is coming out and people are making statements that have no place in real life and mature politics. Now, all of this is a pattern that is forming. Since April 22, 2025, when the Pahalgam terror attack had taken place, we could clearly see that this false flag operation or this false flag narrative has been clearly being pushed since then. And now we are seeing this again being mentioned by the minister.
Definitely, Ishan. Thanks very much for getting us those details. In fact, thank you, Major Samar Partul, for joining us in the conversation and speaking to Republic. In fact, viewers, now shifting focus. A huge news that's coming in. Now, Aam Aadmi Party representative Saurabh Bhardwaj has publicly taken on the party's MP Raghav Chadha following his removal as the party's deputy leader in the Rajya Sabha. Now, Saurabh Bhardwaj goes on to say that Raghav Chadha failed to address the very issues that he ought to be addressing, that he failed to raise the issues in Rajya Sabha that he ought to be raising. Now, remember, this comes after Atishi's statement where she said that, Raghav Chadha has now refused to take up any stand against the opposing parties in the House of the Parliament. And now Saurabh Bhardwaj cracks down on Raghav Chadha, where he says that the Aam Aadmi Party MP failed to raise the very issues that he was supposed to be addressing in the floor of the Parliament. Now, that's the latest that we're getting in. Major cracks that are erupting between the Aam Aadmi Party over the removal of Raghav Chadha as the deputy leader.
No. There has been no attack at all. I think it is a usual decision which takes place in any of the party that we change our leadership, and we have simply replaced Mr. Raghav Chadha as a deputy leader of our party in the Parliament with another honorable MP. So I don't think there was any controversy or there was any attack. In fact, the first, attack, if you can call it, came from Raghav, where he said that, this is just the start and I'll do this and that. So I don't think it was required. It was uncalled for. And even today, I would like to advise him as a colleague that, we have all been sent by the party, and you in particular have been sent through Rajya Sabha. So you are supposed to take up the issues of Punjab. For example, crores of rupees which are pending on central government should have been given back to Punjab, but it's not happening. There are payment related issues with respect to Manrega also. Even they have to be sorted. So you have to take them up in the Parliament. You can't raise the issues of samosa in parliament. There are, much more critical issues today. You cannot say no to it. When everybody is walking out of the parliament as a protest, you can't sit back in the parliament.
Viewers, another breaking development in the same story. Now, BJP's Delhi chief Virendra Sachdeva has hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, he has called them out over demoting Raghav Chadha. Not just that, he's constantly been calling out people like Saurabh Bharadwaj over their statements that they're making against Raghav Chadha, who has been removed as the deputy speaker of the Aam Aadmi Party in the Rajya Sabha. BJP has now started reacting, and Virendra Sachdeva has in fact mocked the Aam Aadmi Party over the Raghav Chadha controversy. In fact, listen into what BJP's Delhi chief Virendra Sachdeva has to say on the matter.
राघव चड्ढा ये कह रहे हैं कि खामोश करवाया गया हूँ, हारा नहीं हूँ, लेकिन वहीं दूसरी तरफ पार्टी के भीतर बात करें, सौरभ भारद्वाज की बात करें तो उनका ये कहना है कि वो डर गए हैं और जो डर गया वो मर गया।
तो हम भी तो ये कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल डर गए। अरविंद केजरीवाल एक कमज़ोर और डरे हुए आदमी है और इसलिए वो सिर्फ चाटुकारों को अपने साथ रखते हैं या ऐसे लोगों को अपने साथ रखते हैं जो आपराधिक या साजिश करता होते हैं। उसमें विभव होंगे, मनीष, सत्येंद्र या नरेश बालेन जैसे लोग। जो आदमी सच बोलने की हिम्मत रखेगा, या हम यूँ कहें कि अरविंद केजरीवाल को विपक्ष पसंद नहीं है, वो विपक्ष बाहर से हो या उनकी पार्टी के भीतर हो, इसलिए वो समय समय पर लोगों को ठिकाने लगाने का काम करते हैं। उसमें अन्ना हजारे हों, प्रशांत भूषण हों, यादव हों, आशुतोष हों, अब उसमें राघव भी जुड़ गए। विषय ये नहीं है कि राघव चड्ढा को अपने पद से हटाया गया, वो किसी भी दल का विशेषाधिकार होता है। विषय ये है कि वो लिखना कि राघव चड्ढा को बोलने का समय नहीं देना चाहिए, बोलने की अनुमति नहीं देनी चाहिए। एक सांसद के रूप में आप किसी भी दल में हैं, आपका यह नैतिक कर्तव्य बनता है कि क्षेत्र की, समाज के या देश का कोई भी विषय है उस पर आप अपना मत रखें। सदन में आपको भेजा इसलिए जाता है। तो अगर आप लोकतंत्र की हत्या करना चाहते हैं, उसकी आवाज़ दबाना चाहते हैं, तो अरविंद केजरीवाल कर रहे हैं। और जहाँ तक राघव का कहना है कि मैं खामोश हूँ, हारा नहीं हूँ, तो मुझे लगता है राघव बाबू को भी थोड़ा और अपने आप को एक बार अंदर से सोचना चाहिए। उनको कहना ये चाहिए था कि ज़िंदगी पर बस इतना ही लिख पाया हूँ मैं, ज़िंदगी पर बस इतना ही लिख पाया हूँ मैं, बहुत मजबूत रिश्ते थे कुछ कमज़ोर लोगों से।
Viewers, now shifting focus to the poll-bound Kerala, where the fight for the seat is hot. Now, senior Congress leader Ashok Gehlot has in fact alleged that the CPM in Kerala is manipulating the voter list by adding fake names to the voter roll list. Now, in fact, he also goes on so far to say that CPM's tactics are very similar to what the BJP does to manipulate the voter roll in separate states. Take a look at this.
Congress leader Ashok Gehlot accuses of vote manipulations. He asserts that the Election Commission of India failed to take notice of this earlier as well. He says that the complaints are pouring in from candidates themselves regarding the manner in which votes are being swamped within the constituencies. Describing the matter as serious, Congress leaders warned that duplicate votes in these constituencies could significantly influence election results. The Kerala Pradesh Congress Committee has lodged a formal complaint with the Election Commission. The party also alleged the possibility of a larger conspiracy, suggesting that individuals handling voter data may be involved. In his closing, he hoped that given the elections are currently underway, the Election Commission will take this matter very seriously to ensure that the polls are conducted fairly.
Viewers, good news for India's defence sector. The defence public sector undertakings have reached an all-time high of over 38,000 crores. Now, in this financial year of 2025 to 2026, marking a 62.66% growth over the previous year. Now, this growth highlights India's expanding role in the global defence market, with exports spanning over 80 countries, driven by both public and private sector contributions. Now, remember, the best part about the deal is that it's about 80% shouldered on indigenous defense manufacturers. Take a look at this.
In line with PM Modi's vision to position India among the world's top defense exporters, the country's military exports have touched an all-time high of rupees 38,424 crores in the financial year 2025-26, marking a sharp 62.7% rise over the previous fiscal year's figures of rupees 23,622 crores. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh lauded the exemplary performance of the Department of Defence Production, Indian exporters and other stakeholders. He said, India is scripting an impressive defence export success story and marching towards becoming a global manufacturing hub for defence equipment. In a post on X, the minister said, and I quote, "This big jump of rupees 14,800 crore in defence export reflect the growing global trust in India's indigenous capabilities and advanced manufacturing strength." Apart from being a successful global partner for systems or subsystems, India is exporting defence equipment to over 80 countries as of financial year 2025-26. While the US, France and Armenia are the top export destination, the Philippines, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Egypt, Israel, Germany, Belgium and other African nations are also key partner buyers.
Viewers, now getting in a fresh breaking development. The National Investigation Agency has now reached Malda to investigate the pre-poll violence that broke out in the West Bengal district as the state readies to go to vote. Now, these are the visuals on your screens. There is an officially launched preliminary inquiry into the Malda violence following a direct order that came from the Election Commission of India. Now, remember, the case first went to the Supreme Court and the Apex Court then said that the ECI, the Election Commission of India, can hand the case over to either the CBI or the NIA, depending on who they deem best to carry out an investigation in the matter. Pertaining to that, now the National Investigation Agency has reached Malda to begin their preliminary inquiry into the Malda violence. Now remember, this also comes as the key conspirator of the Malda violence has been arrested. He was nabbed at the Bagdogra airport alongside 35 others. Now, in the latest that we're getting in, the National Investigation Agency has reached West Bengal to take a deep look into the preliminary inquiry over the Malda violence, the pre-poll violence that broke out in West Bengal. Now, remember, we will also show you the visuals of the ruckus that broke out in Malda. Now, these are the visuals of the NIA team that has been deployed. They're going around asking questions to witnesses, to government officials, to authorities. This comes after 7 judicial officers, magistrates, including 3 women, were kept under arrest by goons for about 9 hours. They were held hostage inside the BDO office for 9 whole hours. This included 7 magistrates, including 3 women. Now, they were not allowed to seek any help from the authorities, not allowed to reach out to the police as protesters continued their campaigning outside the BDO office. These are the visuals that we're getting in from Malda in West Bengal. The same office, R Bangla, reached the BDO office where the 7 magistrates were held hostage. Now, you can see right outside this office, heavy deployment of NIA. that's going around the entire area and asking questions to witnesses, to government officials and authorities regarding what unfolded. A detailed inquiry that has been called on by the Election Commission of India. Now remember, the Supreme Court directed the Election Commission of India to either assign the investigation and preliminary inquiry to the CBI or the NIA, whoever the ECI deemed fit, deems to be the most capable to carry out an authentic, a completely transparent investigation into the case. In fact, also joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Harsha to get us more details into the matter. Harsha, the key conspirator has been nabbed while he was trying to flee the state, and now the NIA has reached West Bengal. They are in Malda and they're carrying out their preliminary inquiry. What more details can you get us?
So yes, NIA team has just now reached the Malda, the Kaliachak area, where exactly the judicial officers were trapped, and they were also not being let out by the accused, who has now been arrested in this entire matter, where the violence took place and how the judicial officers were held captive for 8 hours, and the DG and the DGP both had to both reached Kaliachak after 8 hours, and this matter was taken in cognizance by the Supreme Court of India, and Supreme Court also stated that the entire matter investigation should now be led by NIA team, and I to go into the deep of exactly what happened in Kaliachak, Malda. The violence broke out against the SIR. Not only this, how judicial officers who were there for the adjudication and to dispose the numbers of the electors who are already under adjudication, they were held captive for 8 hours. Imagine the state security police didn't even bother to ensure that the safety of the officials should be of the utmost priority. In fact, after 6 hours, the DG and the DGP of the West Bengal came to the location, and after 8 hours, the officers came out of the captive of the locals who had trapped the 8 judicial officers who were there. And Supreme Court has clearly stated that that's not the way how the process should be taking place in the state of West Bengal. And he also held responsible the state government, the DG and the officials for not letting judicial officers out in the time in 2 hours when they first got the information about it. And now the NIA team is at the spot to investigate in the entire matter which took place in Kaliachak. Back to you.
Right, Harsha. In fact, the case first reached the apex court, and then the Supreme Court told the ECI, the Election Commission of India, to assign either the CBI or the NIA onto the investigation of this case, the pre-poll violence that completely plunged Malda into a chaos in West Bengal. And now the ECI finally announced that NIA will be holding the preliminary inquiry, and NIA officers have now reached ground zero. They are in fact at the BDO office where the entire eruption took place of the pre-poll violence. In fact, Harsha, coming back to you over the matter, speak to us about the details of the case, and also to very closely remember that this comes at the heels of the record-breaking CAPF deployment in the poll-bound West Bengal. Harsha. We've lost connection with my colleague Harsha, who continues tracking the story for us very closely. But viewers, these are the visuals of the BDO office in Malda, where the Election Commission has now sent an NIA team to probe the preliminary violence that took place pre-poll in Malda. Now remember, 7 judicial officers, 7 magistrates, including 3 women, were held hostage inside this very building for about 9 hours by protesters who refused to kill their campaign against voter roll deletion. That was the issue that protesters were raising. In fact, the issue became so big that 7 magistrates, including 3 women, were held hostage for about 9 hours inside the BDO office. And now the NIA is on the ground seeking to understand what led to this and holding those accountable by now launching a preliminary inquiry into the massive law and order chaos that plunged Malda in a situation like that. We're getting you all the details right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, on day 35 of the war in West Asia, we're looking at military purge beginning in Pentagon. Now, Chief Pentagon head has already ousted the Army Chief of the US Army along with 2 top generals. So, what does this mean for the US Army and also for the war going ahead? We'll get you all those. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. Facing huge losses on war zone and loss of face, purge in Pentagon begins. Hex advised US Army Chief of Staff. After Hexet asks a US Chief of Army Staff to resign, reports say 2 other generals have also been sacked by the US Secretary of War.
आज पार्लियामेंट में मेरे बोलने का अधिकार मुझसे छीन लिया, मुझे खामोश कर दिया। मैं उन्हें भी कुछ कहना चाहता हूँ। मेरी खामोशी को मेरी हार मत समझ लेना। मैं वो दरिया हूँ जो वक्त आने पर सैलाब बनता है।
Raghav Chadha ouster row intensifies. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann now says Raghav Chadha compromised.
राघव जी मोदी जी और बीजेपी की गोद में जाके बैठ गए हैं। उन्होंने ये तय कर लिया है कि वो मोदी जी के खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे, वो बीजेपी के खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे।
AAP leader Atashi makes a big claim while speaking to Republic, says Raghav Chadha all set to join Bharatiya Janata Party. Mamta Banerjee blames AIMIM-ISF for judicial officers' gherao, accuses Congress and BJP of instigation. Mega boost for Indian Navy. 5th Nilgiri class stealth frigates INS Dunagiri delivered to the Indian Navy. 4th ship INS Taragiri commissioned today. All right, viewers, our top focus at this hour, the big developments coming to light from West Asia. Now, IRGC has released a statement on the 92nd wave of Operation True Promise 4. The Navy and their aerospace forces have carried out rapid combined strikes with ballistic missiles and attacker drones and US radar system and naval assets all across the Gulf countries. Now, this is the latest statement released by IRGC on the attacks they have carried out on US assets. Now, they've also talked about how two ballistic missiles hit Israel's Ramat Dev Air Base. In fact, viewers, now cutting across to Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. All right, viewers, these are live visuals we're getting from, in fact, Visakhapatnam. You can see Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh inspecting Naval Science and Technological Laboratory. This comes after INS Taragiri was, in fact, commissioned just a short while ago. And now we're looking at Defence Minister Rajnath Singh inspecting a Naval Science and Technological Laboratory. These are visuals on your screen showing you the inspection which is underway. Defence Minister, in fact, going through the exhibits which have been put up at this laboratory. Several exhibits showing Indian Navy's equipment as well. It is Naval Science and Technological Laboratory that Defence Minister is now visiting. In fact, inspecting and going through several exhibits that have been put up, showing Indian Navy's increasing deterrence capabilities and the equipments that have now been commissioned as well. And you can see on your screen these are live visuals we're getting you right after the commissioning of INS Taragiri in Visakhapatnam. Defence Minister now taking a tour of Naval Science and Technological Laboratory. He's going through several exhibits that have been put up showing India's defence might and also its Nirbharta growing in defence manufacturing. On your screen you can see he's going through several exhibits as he undertakes a now tour of Naval Science and Technological Laboratory. In fact, we are looking at several commissioning taking place today, not just INS Taragiri, but we're also given to understand that third nuclear submarine has also been commissioned today by the Defence Minister. INS Ardhaman, looking at nuclear submarine also getting commissioned today along with INS Taragiri. So a double boost to Indian Navy. All right, my colleague Ishan now joins me with more details on this. Ishan, do tell us, it's a double boost that is coming for the Indian Navy today. Not just INS Taragiri has been commissioned, but also the third nuclear submarine is now all set to join the Indian Navy.
Absolutely. INS Taragiri and INS Arindam are the two powerful vessels that will be joining the Indian Navy today. INS Arindam is an SSBN, that is a nuclear-powered submarine that can travel across the ocean at varying speeds. Now, the best part of a nuclear submarine is that it can stay submerged for prolonged periods of time without requiring any or refueling, and the only limitation is the crew and the food supply that is on board. It can indefinitely stay submerged. This particular submarine has the capacity of launching multiple missiles, that is the K4 and the K15 Sagarika missiles. The K4 missile has a range of around 700 to 800 kilometers, and the K15 has a range of 2,500 kilometers. All of this making it a very potent threat to our enemies.
So
apart from that, the Taragiri also joined the Indian Navy. Taragiri is a stealth frigate under Project 17A and is the fourth of its series. Both of them highly capable, having stealth features, clearly showcasing what the Indian Navy needs. And the best part is that both of these vessels are Indian vessels. That means they were manufactured in India, designed in India, both having above 75% indigenous content. The weapon system, the weapon system, the radar system, the sonar system, all have been designed in India, built in India, by India. And this shows the maturing of the Indian dockyard, that they are able to make such complex vessels without difficulties. And now we are also one of the largest exporters of such vessels, like the Dunagiri and other naval vessels have been exported by Indian dockyards. So this is all round capacity demonstration by the Indian Navy that India has now arrived, and India is the dominant power in the Indian Ocean region.
Right, of course, the two vanguard of Indian seas now being commissioned today. It's a big boost for Indian Navy, and also talks about the fact that with the warfare changing, Indian Ocean, the Indo-Pacific region becoming more important, Indian Navy's role also becomes more important in this warfare. And with that, these two major equipment now getting commissioned today, it is a big boost in terms of deterrence capabilities.
Absolutely. Both of these are connected warships. They have extensive AI capabilities. The avionics and electronics that are there are absolutely brilliant. And this showcases that the entire ecosystem of manufacturing, that is more than 200 MSMEs were involved in manufacturing of these vessels that have been inducted into the Indian Navy today. This entire ecosystem that has developed over the past 10 years showcases that India is maturing as a defense power, and regionally Indian Navy is unchallenged in the Indian Ocean and can most importantly show that the Indian Ocean is India's backyard, and the Indian Ocean region is dominated by the Indian Navy. India is the force multiplier in this region. It has given assistance to most nations in the region and continues to do so.
All right. Thanks, Ishan, for joining us and giving us all those details. And let's also tell our viewers about the major details, the major features of these two warships that have now been commissioned, including INS Taragiri. It's the fourth Nilgiri-class stealth guided missile frigate that's now been commissioned today. It's built with over 75% indigenous content, and it's equipped with the lethal anti-submarine warfare. Along with that, it's loaded with BrahMos missiles. It has indigenous rockets on board. So it is an all-around mega might of Indian Navy that's now going, in fact, into the seas as it gets commissioned. All right, viewers, now moving on to developments we're getting from the war zone areas now. A ship carrying Iranian oil shift course from Midway from India to China. It's a US sanctioned tanker that's carrying Iranian crude oil, which has now in fact been rerouted mid-voyage from its previously indicated destination of India. Now, this is where it would have marked the first such shipment in nearly 7 years to China. The Aframax tanker Ping Shan, built in 2002 and sanctioned by the US in 2025, is now signaling Donging in China as its destination instead of Vadinar in Gujarat, which in fact it had indicated earlier this week. Now, according to the ship tracking firm, there is no confirmation that the destination about the ship's automatic identification system transponder, a tracking system basically, viewers, mandated on commercial vessels, is now indicating that the final destination, and it may not change at any time during the transit. So we are certainly looking at a ship which was carrying Iranian oil shifting its course midway, meant for India, but now in fact docked at Chinese port. All right, here's now more developments coming to light from the war zone areas. On April 2nd, Foreign Minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, and Arakchi spoke over the phone. The ministers held a detailed conversation on developing situation in the Middle East and also the unprovoked US and Israeli aggression, as they claim, both the countries. And they also discussed the efforts by a number of states to de-escalate tensions. So now the breaking news at this hour that there has been a phone call that took place between Russia's foreign minister along with his Iranian counterpart, Abbas Arakchi. Both the leaders here discussed the ongoing situation in the Middle East, as well as efforts by several countries to de-escalate the tensions on the ground. Now, in fact, viewers, we have seen Russia from day one has been asking for de-escalations, for dialogue to take place. And on these lines, there's a phone call that's now taken place between Russia And Iran also, remember, this comes amid reports that Russia is providing intel support to Iran in this war against the US. Now, those reports have come in, but amid those claims, there's a phone call that's now taken place between Russian as well as Iranian foreign ministers. All right, viewers, now a major leadership shakeup is underway in the United States at a crucial moment of this conflict with Iran. Now, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has asked the Army Chief of the U.S. Forces, General Randy George, to step down. Now, this marks the latest in a series of high-level exits we have seen across the military establishment. And viewers, this also comes even as the U.S. troops are now being deployed to the Middle East, raising questions over the timing, strategy, and stability within the Pentagon. Now, remember, also not just the Army Chief, but also 2 top generals have been asked to step down by Pete Hegseth.
A major shakeup at the Pentagon right in the middle of a war. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has asked the Army's top uniformed officer, General Randy George, to step down. An abrupt end to his tenure as Chief of Staff. General George, who took over the post in August 2023, has now been pushed into early retirement. Stepping in for now, Vice Chief of Staff Christopher Lanieve, who has been appointed as the acting Army Chief. This as US troops are being deployed in the Middle East and tensions with Iran escalating rapidly. But this is not an isolated move, but a part of a broader purge, with more than a dozen top generals and admirals already removed since Hegseth assumed office. In fact, just hours after George's exit, 2 more senior Army officials were shown the door, including Chief of Chaplains and the head of the Army Transformation and Training Command. But the churn is not limited to Pentagon alone. In another sign of internal churn, President Donald Trump is said to be weighing a possible change at the top of the US intelligence, reportedly discussing whether to replace Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard. And that's not all. In yet another high-profile exit, US Attorney General Pam Bondi has stepped down. Bondi's time was often overshadowed by the handling of the release of files relating to Jeffrey Epstein. But the question that remains is, will these changes strengthen America's position on the battlefield or deepen uncertainty at a critical moment?
All right, viewers, we're getting you live visuals from Puducherry, where elections are due. We're looking at Prime Minister Modi holding a mega roadshow in the Union Territory. As you can see on your visuals, he's accompanied by NDA leaders as he takes a major roadshow in Puducherry. Election campaign intensifying on the ground. We're just inching closer to the D-Day, and all the top leaders now pitching in their final push in these election-bound states. These are live visuals on your screen showing you Prime Minister Modi's mega roadshow in Puducherry, how the supporters of NDA, in fact, are lined up all across the streets on both the sides to just catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister as he undertakes this roadshow. It's a small roadshow. In fact, in terms of the length, it's about 1.2 kilometers. In Anasalai, it will conclude near Kamraj statue. All the NDA leaders are accompanying Prime Minister on this roadshow. He will be interacting with party workers right after this roadshow as well, and will also be heading to Chennai to discuss the strategy forward with the top BJP leadership. Right now, we're looking at visuals on your screen from Prime Minister Modi's roadshow in Puducherry. And about 30,000, in fact, people are gathering to catch a glimpse of Prime Minister BJP supporters, NDA supporters in Puducherry. You can see lined up on both the sides of the street. It's about 1.2 kilometer long roadshow that Prime Minister is now undertaking. Right after this, he will also be heading to Chennai to discuss and hold a meeting with top BJP leadership in the state. All right, we was also getting you the natural ambience that we're getting from these live visuals. As you can see, several people, in fact, have gathered playing instruments and drums as Prime Minister Modi takes on this mega roadshow in Puducherry. It's the final pitch before the crucial elections in the Union Territory, and you can see how the leaders of the BJP have also lined up on the sides to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister as he now pushes for this final pitch in Puducherry. He's accompanied by NDA leaders. And in fact, right after this, he's also expected in Chennai, where he will be holding a major discussion with the top BJP leadership in the state. And this event right here aimed at mobilizing the final support ahead of crucial elections. And as you can see on your screen, our Prime Minister, in fact, waving to all the supporters of the party which are attending this mega roadshow, all gathered up on the sides of the road. It's a crucial election for BJP as well as for regional parties, and Prime Minister Modi in Puducherry right now undertaking a roadshow as his final pitch ahead of crucial elections. Now, April 9th is when Puducherry goes to vote, and just ahead of that, we're looking at not even a week left, just about 6 days. And as we inch closer to the D-Day, we are looking at election campaigning, intensifying. All the top stalwarts are now hitting the roads for the campaign trails. Home Minister Amit Shah was in Assam, and now you're looking at Prime Minister also undertaking a road show in Puducherry. Next, he's now headed to Chennai as well. So, election campaign essentially in its final stages in all of these election-bound states, and top leadership, all stalwarts are now hitting the campaign trail for the final pitch. And on your screen, you can see right now Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding a roadshow in Puducherry. This is just before Puducherry goes to vote on April 9th. Now, these are crucial elections, and he's flanked by BJP, by NDA leaders alongside him as he takes on this a short, in fact, roadshow. It's just about 1.2 kilometers, and it's a final pitch of the NDA in Puducherry before it goes to vote on 9th April. You can see, in fact, the BJP supporters are lined up alongside the road, a sea of saffron, in fact, visible as Prime Minister Modi takes this roadshow in a battleground, Puducherry. It is set to go to vote on April 9th. So just about 6 days left, and we are looking at top leadership now hitting the campaign trail. Prime Minister Modi himself present in Puducherry. Next, he will be heading to Chennai as well to have a discussion with the top BJP leadership in the state. And before the crucial elections, right now, major roadshow is underway. You can see on your screens how BJP supporters are lined up on both the sides of the road. A sea of saffron, in fact, as Prime Minister Modi undertakes this roadshow in Puducherry ahead of crucial elections which are due on April 9th. So it's a final pitch that all the top leadership is now undertaking in the election-bound states. The election fever is already running high all across the election-bound states. We are looking at top leadership now on the streets, hitting the campaign trail. Home Minister Amit Shah is in Assam, and Prime Minister himself in Puducherry. He will next be heading to Chennai. And right now, we're getting you live visuals, all the top developments about the election updates on Republic on your screen. And we're getting you these live visuals from Prime Minister Modi's roadshow in Puducherry. You can see BJP supporters are lined up. They're out on the streets to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister, to show their support for the party. And a sea of saffron, in fact, lined up on both the sides of the street as Prime Minister Modi now undertakes a mega road show in Puducherry. It's the final pitch, viewers. Not even a week left for the elections, just about 6 days. And ahead of that, Prime Minister Modi trying to garner more support for NDA, trying to mobilize more support for his alliance in Puducherry before it goes to vote on April 9th. It's a crucial election, and the final stage of campaigning is now underway. We're looking at all the top leadership hitting the campaign trail. Prime Minister Modi now taking a road show in Puducherry ahead of the crucial elections. Now, in fact, he's flanked by his alliance partners. You can see NDA partners alongside him, as well as the BJP leaders. They're calling out for the final support, trying to garner their vote base ahead of the crucial elections on April 9th. This is when Puducherry goes to vote. All right, viewers, coming up on the other side, Prime Minister Modi undertakes a mega road show in Puducherry as his final pitch for the election before April 9th. Next, he will be heading to Chennai for top leadership discussions. We'll get you all the updates on the other side.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with.
There's a clear directionless I am now seeing emerge from Trump and the US. Trump flip-flops all the time. He's been declaring victory every single day. His popularity is going down every day. And he's telling his MAGA base, don't be angry at me, I've only taken 32 days. Anyone had imagined Trump having to justify himself and his absolute failures in such a pitiable manner? I don't quite understand what Trump wants to achieve anymore. This has left Iran with an opportunity to make many more memes of an increasingly incoherent Donald Trump.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You don't fire your Chief of Army Staff without having a reason. But Pete Hegseth, the United States Defense Secretary, has made it a point to do so. There are 24 generals he has fired. But this one is crucial because it's the Chief of Army Staff in the United States. What led to this? Why this happened? All that and much more on this bulletin. I'm Rhythm. Let's take a look at our top headlines. Facing huge losses on war zone and loss of face, purge in Pentagon begins. Hegseth fires US Army Chief of Staff. After Hegseth asks US Chief of Army Staff to resign, reports say 2 other generals have also been sacked by the US Secretary of War.
पार्लियामेंट में मेरे बोलने का अधिकार मुझसे छीन लिया, मुझे खामोश कर दिया। मैं उन्हें भी कुछ कहना चाहता हूँ। मेरी खामोशी को मेरी हार मत समझ लेना। मैं वो दरिया हूँ जो वक्त आने पर सैलाब बनता है।
Raghav Chadha ouster row intensifies. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann says Raghav was compromised.
राघव जी मोदी जी और बीजेपी की गोद में जाके बैठ गए हैं। उन्होंने ये तय कर लिया है कि वो मोदी जी के खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे, वो बीजेपी के खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे।
AAP leader Atishi makes big claim while speaking to Republic, says Raghav Chadha is joining the BJP. Mamata Banerjee blames AIM, ISF for judicial officers' ghirao, accuses Congress and the BJP of instigation. Mega boost for Indian Navy. 5th Nilgiri class stealth frigate INS Dunagiri delivered to the Indian Navy. 4th ship INS Taragiri commissioned today. Thank you. And viewers, moving to the next big story that came in from the United States. Now, a major shuffle has been reported in Trump's key circle, with Pete Hegseth already asking US Chief of Army Staff to resign. Reports now suggest there are other big names that are on the list, and the big question is Trump losing face? Trump clearly seems to be losing face as Randy George, the Chief of Army Staff, has now been fired. He's been told by Pete Hegseth to resign. It's David Hodney, the Army Chief, earlier reportedly fired by Pete Hegseth. We've also got the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, fired by Trump over handling of the Epstein Files case. FBI Director Kash Patel reports of a discussion on leaving Trump's government are also there with him. The Army Secretary Daniel Driscoll reports of discussion again are on with him on leaving Trump's government. We also have then the Labor Secretary Lori Chavez Dermer reports of discussion of leaving Trump's government. A major leadership shakeup is underway in the United States at a crucial moment of its conflict with Iran. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has asked Army Chief General Randy George to step down, marking the latest in a series of high-level exits across the military establishment. The move comes even as US troops are deployed to the Middle East, raising questions over the timing, the strategy, and stability within the Pentagon.
A major shakeup at the Pentagon right in the middle of a war. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has asked the Army's top uniformed officer, General Randy George, to step down. An abrupt end to his tenure as Chief of Staff. General George, who took over the post in August 2023, has now been pushed into early retirement. Stepping in for now, Vice Chief of Staff Christopher Lanieve, who has been appointed as the acting Army Chief. This as US troops are being deployed in the Middle East and tensions with Iran escalating rapidly. But this is not an isolated move, but a part of a broader purge, with more than a dozen top generals and admirals already removed since Hegseth assumed office. In fact, just hours after George's exit, 2 more senior Army officials were shown the door, including Chief of Chaplains and the head of the Army Transformation and Training Command. But the churn is not limited to Pentagon alone. In another sign of internal churn, President Donald Trump is said to be weighing a possible change at the top of the US intelligence, reportedly discussing whether to replace Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard. And that's not all. In yet another high-profile exit, US Attorney General Pam Bondi has stepped down. Bondi's time was often overshadowed by the handling of the release of files relating to Jeffrey Epstein. But the question that remains is, will these changes strengthen America's position on the battlefield or deepen uncertainty at a critical moment?
The Iranian media has made a big claim. Iranian media is saying the Iranian forces have captured F-35 pilot after downing advanced US warplanes. It's unconfirmed reports that are suggesting that the Iranian security forces have taken into custody the pilot of a US F-35 fighter jet following its destruction by the country's air defense system inside Iranian territory. This is the news that's coming in right now. Iranian media continues to claim that they have taken the pilot into their custody, and this is after downing the plane. They've captured the F-35 pilot. We're trying to get more details on the story. As Iran continues to vow escalation and retaliation, the Iranian media now makes this big claim. Let me go across to Gesu Bhardwaj, who's joining us on this top story. Gesu, give us more details, as we are coming to know that the Iranian security forces have taken into custody the pilot of a US F-35 fighter jet following its destruction by Iran.
Right, Rhythm. In fact, an F-35 has been downed, and this is not the first one to have been downed by the Iranian military. And this is, in fact, a huge loss for the US, because the Iranian military now claims, the IRGC says, that the F-35's fighter pilot has been captured by the Iranian military. That's the latest that we're learning in. This is huge. A prisoner of war, possibly the first one taken into custody by Iran amid the escalating West Asia tensions. Now, also the fact that US has made zero statements about the downing of the F-35, let alone even the fighter pilot being held by the Iranian military. However, Iran has released the first statement where they say that they have captured the F-35 fighter pilot. In fact, here I have some more details with me. US's attempts, as per reports, to rescue their fighter pilot who was aboard the F-35, which has been downed, the fighter jet, they have completely failed. They've been soiled by the Iranian military. In fact, they claim that they have captured the F-35 pilot alive, possibly making for the first prisoner of war in the ongoing West Asia conflict. Now, this is not just a monetary loss. This is not just a weaponry or armament loss for the US. Also, their fighter pilot, one of the cream pilots to have in any country, has been now captured by the Iranian military. Yet, there's no confirmation on it. This is the first statement that comes from Iran. Rhythm, back to you.
All right, thank you, Gesu, for that update. Now, viewers, the Union Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh, has warned Pakistan against any misadventure on the false flag operations just an hour ago. We told you Pakistan's response. Indian intelligence agencies are on high alert after Pakistan's propaganda drive. We're also being told that they've said and accused India of planning a false flag operation in the coming days. They claim Indian authorities might stage an attack and blame Pakistan, possibly by using Pak nationals held in Indian jails. This is a big allegation by the terror neighborhood. And not surprisingly, this narrative is swiftly picked up by major mainstream Pakistani outlets. It's amplified across their social media. Pakistani Minister Khwaja Asif said illusion of space for war between two nuclear states is inconceivable and has drastic consequences. This is the false narrative by ISI. A potential terrorist attack could take place in India, they say. It's preemptively labeling it as a false flag operation. Pakistani nationals, they say, lodged in Indian prisons would be used in the operation. This is clear that it's Pakistan team behind the narrative. Major General Muhammad Mushtaq Ali, the DG Media, Lieutenant General Amir Hassan Nawaz, the Commander Ex-Corps, Major General Zulfikar Ali Bhatti, ISPR DG Bravo. It's clear that Pakistan terrorists, since the very start of Pahalgam, the Indian armed forces have eliminated 34 Pak terrorists. 40 Pakistani terrorists are active in J&K. Now, Rajnath Singh has clearly indicated that these people who are behind the narrative are Pakistanis, and any misadventure by Pakistan, he warns, would invite unprecedented and decisive action. Khwaja Asif had said that in the illusion of space for war between two nuclear states, it will have drastic consequences. Ishan, I want to ask you details. How did this plot hatch? It's a very clear fake narrative by Pakistan.
Absolutely. This fake narrative has been pushed by Pakistan for a very long time, wherein they have always claimed that terror acts inside India were false flag operations. This all started with the Pahalgam terror attack, where a lot of Indian CRPF Jawan were martyred. Now, during the Pahalgam terror attack, this narrative was pushed by Pakistani handles and Pakistani ISI-backed channels that India has done this false flag operation, or that Indian authorities are somehow involved in these attacks, because they are always trying to shift their blame. They have Pakistan has always supported terrorism, and their support for terrorism has caused their downfall. And now, since Pakistan itself is faced with so much terrorism, they are trying to push this narrative of a false flag operation onto India. You can also see that the recent advancements of Indian Navy and other Indian Air Force and Indian Army has pushed Pakistan into a corner where it is facing a two-front war with Afghanistan on one side and India not allowing any of its territory to be ceded to Pakistan. And this has caused a panic situation in Pakistan. And now with the induction of a new nuclear submarine, the threat perception of Pakistan has gone through the roof, and all of this culminates with Khwaja Asif's message today that India will try a false flag operation, and our strong response during Operation Sindoor or the Balakot strike showcased that India is willing to respond to all threats whenever possible, and all of this has brought forth a considerable amount of pressure onto the Pakistani authorities. So they have now again started this false flag narrative wherein India is showcased as the aggressor. However, this is furthest thing from the truth, and India has always maintained that all of the terror activities inside Pakistan will have consequences, and that was again reiterated by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh during his speech at the commissioning of INS Taragiri today. Back to you.
All right, we're also going to try and go across on the top focus story that is being reported by us to Dr. Colonel Rajiv Bagga is also joining us live on the story. Colonel Bagga, what do we make out of this ISI false flag narrative? It's very clear that Pakistan is trying to peddle more lies.
I'm very glad that they are shivering. Though we don't have much intentions of striking them. And it's a very brilliant thing. I think they are living in some kind of a dilemma, and they should live, actually. And you know, like, they are in any case, they are getting thrashed by, Afghanis also and the Baluch. Now, they are becoming a kind of a proactive in the terms of saying that India may attack, and this thing is happening, and the ISI people are they are planning something. You know, like the only thing which I recommend is that India needs to be certainly in the terms of that they should not carry out any misadventure the way they carried out something in Delhi bomb blast. You see, what they feel, that doesn't make a difference at this juncture. And it's extremely the Brigadier Rizwan Sharif, who met the terrorists and all, he is trying to instigate them to look, we are on back toes and like a back foot, and this is what has happened. India is in a very strong place. And, you know, like these type of thoughts should remain in their mind.
All right, Colonel Rajiv Bagga, thank you for joining us. There's a slight issue possibly in the Zoom connection, and we'll get back to you. But that's very clear that this is something that they are worried about. And Pakistan now being warned by our defense minister, if you try and do anything, India will answer back. Thank you for joining us, Colonel Bagga. We're also getting breaking news that's just coming in. We're now being told that the big breaking news coming in is now the Iranian media has claimed the US helicopter reportedly entered southern Iran to search for the missing pilots. Iranian media is claiming that the American C-130 Hercules flying very low over Iran searching for the pilots. This is the big news that we're carrying right now. Iranian media has earlier claimed that an F-35 pilot was in their custody. Now we're being told, the news coming in, US helicopter is also reportedly very much being seen trying to rescue the pilot. Now this is very clearly Iran vowing retaliation. This is the news that's coming in as we are speaking. Iranian media has now stated that amid high tensions in this region, they have claimed that Iranian air defense had targeted US aircraft in southern Iran, with some claims also specifically mentioning that an F-35 fighter jet was downed. The pilot's fate is under investigation. Now we're being told the US CENTCOM earlier denied the US jet has been lost over Iranian territory. But the latest news coming in from Iranian media is a claim that an American Hercules flying very low over Iran searching for the pilots. Let me go across to Gesu, who's joining us on the story. Gesu, give us more details.
You rightly pointed out, this happened in southern Iran. That is what the reports suggest. Now, viewers, to make it very clear, there is no confirmation of whether or not this has happened from the US's side, but the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps now claims that US's Black Hawk helicopters, in fact, the Hercules 130, are operating for hours over the Iranian airspace, looking for the debris of the F-35 fighter jet that was downed by the Iranian military. Not just that, they're also desperately searching for the fighter pilot who was downed with the fighter jet, and possibly now Iranian reports suggest that he has been taken in as the first prisoner of war in the West Asia. Tensions that are continuing to escalate. Now remember, this is not the first F-35 that has been downed by the Iranian military. However, the reports of a prisoner of war, a fighter pilot being captured, a soldier of the US military being captured by the Iran, that's a first off in this entire war, which has already surpassed its 1 month mark. Now, this happened over the southern Iranian airspace where a US's F-35 fighter jet was downed. That is what the claims are being made by the Iranian military. Now, also remember, they say that US's Hercules 130 and their Black Hawk helicopters, their choppers, are all over the southern Iranian airspace. They're desperately carrying out a search and rescue operation to look out for the debris of the F-35 fighter jet that was downed. And also, they are in desperate search of their pilot who may have been taken as a prisoner of war by the Iranian military. In fact, Iran has responded. They have mocked their attempts. They have mocked US's attempts of search and rescue. They say that as US's reputational management goes, in hours, the US will present another fighter jet, another fighter pilot, in fact, of the US Air Force, and claim that this was the fighter pilot who was downed with the aircraft, and they will say that he has been brought back home by America. Now, Washington continues its bombardment of Iranian territories amid the ongoing war, and in the latest, the Iranian military says that they have not just downed a US F-35 fighter jet, but they've also taken the fighter pilot of this F-35 as a prisoner of war. That's the latest that we're picking up. Rhythm, back to you.
Thank you, Gesu, for those details. There is more breaking news coming in that we're going to go to. Defense public sector undertakings reached an all-time high for the financial year 2025-26, marking a 62.66% growth over the previous year. This growth highlights India's expanding role in the global defense market, with exports spanning over 80 countries driven by public 54.84% and private sector 45.16% contribution.
In line with PM Modi's vision to position India among the world's top defense exporters, the country's military exports have touched an all-time high of rupees 38,424 crores in the financial year 2025-26, marking a sharp 62.7% rise over the previous fiscal year's figures of rupees 23,622 crores. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh lauded the exemplary performance of the Department of Defense Production, Indian exporters and other stakeholders. He said, India is scripting an impressive defense export success story and marching towards becoming a global manufacturing hub for defense equipment. In a post on X, the minister said, and I quote, "This big jump of rupees 14,800 crore in defense export reflects the growing global trust in India's indigenous capabilities and advanced manufacturing strength." Apart from being a successful global partner for systems or subsystems, India is exporting defense equipment to over 80 countries as of financial year 2025-26. While the US, France and Armenia are the top export destination, the Philippines, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Egypt, Israel, Germany, Belgium and other African nations are also key partner buyers.
Now, viewers, West Asian continues to escalate. The war and Iranian missile attacks struck 9 sites across the greater Tel Aviv area early Friday, damaging a train station and also a building. Republic TV gets you reports from Ground Zero.
I'm standing at the center of Tel Aviv, and here behind me, this is one of the buildings that was hit by Iranian ballistic missile with a cluster munition, illegal munition, which is spreading all around and hitting civilian areas, residential buildings, office buildings like here behind me, roads, train stations, cars. And tonight, the Iranian rocket with the cluster munition killed one person that didn't run on time to the shelter, and another few people were injured that also didn't protect themselves in the shelters. And that's why it is so important for Israelis, when they are getting their alerts of the coming sirens, to go already to the shelters and to wait there until all the rockets are hit, or either. I'm standing at the center of Tel Aviv, and here behind me you can see one of the buildings that was hit by a part of Iranian ballistic missile with illegal cluster munition. You can see how extensive is the damage, but there were no casualties here because this is an office building and it was closed on the night of Friday, and this is the reason that no one was hurt here. But in other locations in Tel Aviv, one person was killed by this Iranian ballistic rocket with cluster munition, and several people were injured. All of them didn't run on time to the shelters, and that's why they found their death or were injured. This is why Israeli army saying again and again how important to go to a shelter when you are getting your alerts on the mobile phones, smartwatches, not to wait to the sirens, even to go before to the protected areas and to wait there until for 10 minutes until all the parts of the rockets fall on the ground, either if they are intercepted or not. Anyway, people should wait for at least 10 minutes until it is safe to go out. Nicole Yochin reporting from Tel Aviv, Israel. Nicole Yochin, Tel Aviv, Israel.
Facing huge losses on war zone and loss of face, purge in Pentagon's begins. We're also going to get you more news after a short break of how Hexeth has fired the US Army Chief of Staff.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the the excretion which looks to be needing attention, but the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think this is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity.
Facing huge losses on war zone and loss of face, purge in the Pentagon begins. Hexet fires US Army Chief of Staff. After Hexet asks US Chief of Army Staff to resign, reports say 2 other generals have also been sacked by the US Secretary of War.
पार्लियामेंट में मेरे बोलने का अधिकार मुझसे छीन लिया, मुझे खामोश कर दिया। मैं उन्हें भी कुछ कहना चाहता हूं। मेरी खामोशी को मेरी हार मत समझ लेना। मैं वो दरिया हूं जो वक्त आने पर सैलाब बनता है।
Raghav Chadha ouster row intensifies. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann says Raghav compromised.
मोदी जी और बीजेपी की गोद में जाके बैठ गए हैं। उन्होंने ये तय कर लिया है कि वो मोदी जी के खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे, वो बीजेपी के खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे।
AAP leader Atishi makes big claim while speaking to Republic, says Raghav is joining BJP. Mamata Banerjee blames AIMIM, ISF for judicial officers gherao, accuses Congress, BJP of instigation. And it's a mega boost for the Indian Navy. It's good news. The 5th Nilgiri class stealth frigate INS Dunagiri delivered to the Indian Navy. 4th ship INS Taragiri commissioned today. And the focus right now, the breaking news that's coming in, it's clear the Iranian media is now claiming US helicopter is entering southern Iran to search for the missing pilot. This is a claim by the Iranian media that claims an American C-130 Hercules is flying very low over Iran searching for the pilot. This is after an F-35 has allegedly been downed by Iranian forces. Iran has said that they've also got the US pilot in their custody. They say the US is searching for the missing pilot, and hence US helicopters searching for the pilot are now in southern Iran. We have these exclusive visuals that we are playing of the particular possibly claim that is being made by the Iranian media that a US helicopter has reportedly entered southern Iran to search for the missing pilots. This is the helicopter, it seems an American C-130 Hercules. This seems to be that helicopter that Iran is speaking about. We're trying to verify the veracity of this claim. It's now being stated by the Iranian media that an American C-130 Hercules flying very low over Iran is searching for the pilot. This is the US helicopter that is allegedly entering southern Iran. This is what is being stated by the Iranian media, who claim that it's trying to look for the pilot, the F-35 pilot, who has now gone missing. All right, there's breaking news that's coming in. Iranian media is now reporting, the Iran government sources confirm Iran has captured the US pilot. This is the big news that's coming in right now. Iranian media reports say Iran government sources confirm Iran's capture of a US pilot. This is after they were earlier talking about claims that a US fighter jet has been shot down over the country. According to Iranian state media, a US F-35 was downed. The photos clearly show that it seems to be a US aircraft that has been shot. We're going to try and look at that. And after those claims, Iranian media had shown this picture of a US helicopter that is looking for the pilot, the F-35 pilot, which is allegedly shot down. This is not confirmed. Unconfirmed reports coming in from the Iranian media that is claiming that the US search for the missing pilot is continuing. And this is the big breaking news that we are staying with at this point, where we're being told by Iran another American refueler had an accident refueling. And they're also saying that another video of the US helicopter searching for the pilot is now out. Iranian forces foil the US rescue bid for downed fighter jet pilot. Iranian armed forces thwarted an American attempt to rescue the pilot of a US fighter jet shot down over Iranian territory. Those are the pictures that we are showing you. Iranian forces allegedly captured the F-35 pilot after downing advanced US warplane. Unconfirmed reports are suggesting the Iranian security forces have taken custody of the pilot of the US fighter jet following its destruction by Iran's air defense system inside Iranian territory. And these are pictures, viewers, we are showing you exclusively. Iranian forces foil the US rescue bid for downed fighter jet pilot. The Iranian armed forces are putting out these pictures. Unconfirmed media, I would say in Iranian media, putting out these pictures, how they have thwarted an American attempt to rescue the pilot of the US fighter jet. Iranian media now claims that they've captured the pilot within the Iranian territory, and the report suggests the capture of the US pilot after a warplane has been downed in Iran. It seems this could possibly be a turning point in this war, where Iran news outlets have affiliated to IRGC have made a big claim about a US pilot who is now in their custody. We stay with that, and let me go across to... Now let me give you more details of this, viewers. Iran downed the F-35 in mid-air in mid-Iran. It's being stated that there was a direct hit and explosion impact the pilot. We're trying to see. Let me go across to Ishika. Ishika, if indeed this is true, then this is big news. It could possibly be a turning point in this war. Iranian media has claimed that the pilot had ejected from the flight and he's under their capture. We've also shown our viewers the pictures of the helicopter that had been sent by the US to try and search for the pilot. Give us more details, Ishita.
Right, of course, Rhythm. Now, it is a big loss for the US if reports come out to be true. We have seen several F-35 have been downed in the last 24 hours. Alone, Iran has claimed that about 2 F-35 aircraft have been downed. But now it's a bigger claim that's coming to light about an F-35 pilot being captured by Iranian forces. So certainly, if this comes out to be true, it could be a big loss for the US Army. Now, we're given to understand that search operations are on right now. It's a US aircraft and Hercules aircraft, in fact, have been involved in search operations looking for the pilot that may have ejected from the F-35, which was downed by the Iranian forces and now is potentially in fact in the captivity of Iranian forces. So certainly it's a big loss for the US if reports are turned out to be true. Now Iranian media is also claiming that they may put up another F-35 pilot because it may cause reputational damage to the US forces. Now as of now, the latest that we know is that search operations are continuously on, and it's a US aircraft and Hercules which have been involved in these operations. They are looking for the US pilot which may have ejected from the F-35 fighter. It was downed by Iran earlier. There were claims, and now it looks like that the pilot has also been captured by the US forces.
It's very clear that this is now an attack that's taking place by Iran. Viewers, we want to just put this into perspective. First claim that's coming from Iran, and we're also trying to play this out massively here, is that a pilot has been captured in their F-35 that was downed on Iranian territory. The second big breaking news is coming in is that picture, the helicopter, which is allegedly a US helicopter, which we are getting to know is the helicopter that was sent. Iranian armed forces thwarted this particular American attempt to rescue the pilot of the US fighter jet that has been shot down over Iranian territory. It's very clear that they're giving out this narrative that the Iranian forces foiled US rescue bid for downed fighter jet pilot. Now, the news coming in from Iranian agencies, media agencies that are close to the Iranian IRGC have clearly stated that yes, there seems to be a pilot that is in their custody, possibly captured by Iran. The IRGC-linked accounts also are posting photos of what appears to be an ejection with a vague caption. The IRGC shot down a US fighter jet over the Qassim Island is also what was said. The damaged aircraft fell into the Persian Gulf. The pilot's fate was earlier not known. But the news that came in Rao, the initial reports of the American UH-60 helicopter with US Special Forces being shot down by Iran is the report that has come in after it tried to conduct search and rescue operations to find the F-15 pilots. These are initial reports that are coming out, and this is pictures that are showing how the US attempt to try and search for the pilot over Iranian territory have failed. It's also showing an American C-130 Hercules flying very low over Iran, searching for the pilot, and that's the visual that we are staying with. If this US pilot is actually captured